Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Yorubas are screaming. Hausas are crying. My Igbo brothers are saying, no blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Emi power. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Ojeti. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we not promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on how much.
Jákàtì kan pẹ́rẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ní iṣu kan lòun wọ̀ ṣé wèrè ní àwọn àwọn iṣu kan kiri. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàpàdà bẹ́ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọgbọ́n ti ṣì gidi máa gbé. àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is right there. That shouldn't be on the screen. So let's remove it. And that should be on the screen. Or maybe not. Who knows? So good day to you. I decided to get rid of the green screen at the back. And what you're seeing now it's just the mirrors from my conservatory. That green screen, I'm not sure if it's the lighting, if it's the whatever it is, it doesn't quite come out as sharply as it should. So let me know if you prefer this or you prefer me to have the green screen. Let me actually put the green screen up so that you can make the contrast. Let me know if you prefer just it blank as it is now or this. So let me know. So you either have that, what is on the screen now, or without, which is probably my preference. So let me know in the comment section. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So let's start it off with that. We always start it off with a greeting. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, and please do that. Do click on the like button. It's not just a sing along. It's a call to action. I'm inviting you to do something. Do you understand? I know some of you, at least one or two. At least one or two of you may have passed through the 4 walls of formal learning. So if you have passed through the 4 walls of formal learning, then you know what the direction is and how to take it. So I am directing you then to take an action. So when I say these things, I am actually inviting you to do something. I'm not just saying it for speak's sake, so I'm not just saying it just to hear the utterances of my own voice. I am inviting you to take an action. So let's start it all over again. So let's start it all over again. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. So do those 2 things immediately and right now. Correct those 2 spaces if they are not already correct on your screen. So click on like. And if you're not already subscribed, you will know if you're not subscribed. The subscription button will be showing red on your screen. So correct that immediately and right now. So click on like, click subscribe. Then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio. We're looking for new voices, especially female voices. We don't really have at all anything like a complement of female voices. We have a smattering of occasional female voices coming up to speak, but we don't have enough of a complement of regular female voices coming to interact. So if you are a female voice, the invitation especially to you. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate as an active combatant, and click on the $ at the bottom of the YouTube stream or the equivalent on Facebook or wherever you're interacting. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats per session, and we have been hitting that as we ever since we set that low bar. So you set us on our way by being the first to set us on that journey. So click on the $ at the bottom of the screen. So, but please, before don't super chat some derisory amount like $2 or some silly nonsense. Don't be a punk. Keep that in your wallet. If you're intending to do it, then do it properly. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink. So exactly just so this sets the bar for the super chat. So you match or exceed this. That's been the custom now. So the first super chat sets the bar, and then you match or you exceed it. So that's the usual custom. So other, click on like, subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, follow Ayo. Yes, follow Ayo in the super chat space and all of those nice things. do all of those things that I've just invited you to do, then you'll be surprised. As soon as you do them, and you can come and give testimony. I think that's what you do in churches, isn't it? So you can come and give testimonies. If you do those things that I've just said, by clicking on like, clicking on subscribe, clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and super chatting towards the stream, if you do those things, your body will suddenly glow in warmth. Your body will suddenly be subsumed with a feeling of warmth. Do that as an experiment. So all that, all that, joking aside, all right, let me just launch into it. Enough of noise making. So it's a case of bring your own this particular session, because we don't have sufficient enough of news items to wrap around, but we do have enough to have conversations, but we will need a panel. So if you want to be part of the conversation, please click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's just launch immediately and straight into it. IPOB members, others, risk jail term as Nigerian House of Representatives proposed 25 years imprisonment, 10 million naira fine for separatist agitation. So at last, the government is actually now taking this very seriously, and they are cracking the whip. So Simon Ekpa is going to get that room right next to Nnamdi Kanu. If they can't bring Nnamdi Kanu to him, maybe they can bring Nnamdi Kanu maybe they can bring him to Nnamdi Kanu. So if the mountain can't go to Mohammed, then Mohammed can come to the mountain, however that metaphor goes. IPOB members, others, risk jail terms as Nigerian House of Representatives proposed 25-year imprisonment, 10 million naira fine for separatist agitation. So let's get into it. The Nigerian House of Representatives has introduced the Counter Subversion Bill 2024, which aims to impose stringent penalties on individuals involved in separatist agitations or actions that incite intergroup or sectional conflict. So let's just hold that right there. So a thought actually just struck me as I was reading this first paragraph now. The Nigerian House of Representatives has introduced the Counter Subversion Bill 2024, which aims to impose stringent penalties on individuals involved in separatist agitations and actions that incite intergroup or sectional conflicts. So I said Simon Ekpa, and he's a prime candidate, but another space that could be captured by this bill, if it was already instituted in law, is that space that is saying Igbo must go. So this bill now perfectly captures that space, because it's an incitement based on ethnicity. So I don't know. Yes, the Nigerian House of Representatives has introduced the Counter Subversion Bill 2024, which aims to impose stringent penalties on individuals involved in separatist agitations and or actions that incite intergroup or sectional conflicts. According to the proposed legislation, anyone convicted of such offenses could face a prison sentence of up to 25 years, a fine of 10 million naira, or both. Correspondence report. The bill's explanatory memoranda states that the legislation seeks to criminalize subversive activities by a wide range of groups, including associations, organizations, militias, cults, bandits, and other proscribed entities. So it's a wide and sweeping. The headline piece, of course, you immediately look to the Igboho space and the Nnamdi Kanu Simon Ekpa space. But if you actually bore into the details of this, it captures a wide range of subversive sort of narratives. The bill's explanatory memoranda states that the legislation seeks to criminalize subversive activities by a wide range of groups, including associations, organizations, militias, cults, bandits, and other proscribed entities. Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, and Sunday Igboho have agitated for the separate nations of Biafra and Odua/Yoruba nation, respectively. The bill, sponsored by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, is set for its second reading, where its general principles will be debated. So this bill is almost certain to pass through because it's actually been sponsored by the leader of the house. So it's certain to pass through, being sponsored by Tajuddin Abbas, the leader of the house. Pardon me. The bill stipulates that anyone found guilty of destroying national symbols. So this bill actually also captures that airport woman, because the passport and airport are a national symbol too. So that airport woman tearing up her husband's passport, she may well be caught in the snares of this bill as well. The bill stipulates that anyone found guilty of destroying national symbols, refusing to recite the national anthem and pledge, defacing a place of worship with intent to incite violence, or undermining the federal government shall face a fine of 5 million naira, a jail term, a 10-year prison sentence, or both. Meanwhile, it states that anyone who sets up an illegal roadblock, performs unauthorized traffic duties, imposes an illegal curfew, or organizes an unlawful procession will be subject to a fine of 2 million naira, 5 years imprisonment, or both. However, the bill imposes a fine of 4 million naira or a 2-year prison sentence for anyone convicted of insulting, defaming, embarrassing, or bringing into disrepute the leadership of a community, religion, lawful group, local government, state, or federal government. So there is the gag right there. So for you to criticize it, because it's an ambiguity what constitutes the defamation or insult, isn't it? So essentially, if you insult Tinubu, you will go to prison, is what they're saying. Just listen and pay attention. Let me read it again. It says, however, the bill imposes a fine of 4 million naira or a 2-year prison sentence for anyone convicted of insulting, defaming, embarrassing even. So embarrassing really is a smaller inflection of an insult or a consequence of. However, the bill imposes a fine of 4 million naira or a 2-year prison sentence for anyone convicted of insulting, defaming, embarrassing, or bringing into disrepute the leadership of a community. So even if you insult the chairman of your local government, you can go to prison for 2 years. The leadership of a community, religion, lawful group, local government, state, or federal government. Sections 2, 5, 6, and 10 of the proposed pledge. I'll make this the last paragraph actually, so we can move on. Sections 2, 5, 6, and 10 of the proposed legislation further states that any person who engages in activities that foster mutual suspicion, mistrust, or intolerance, leading to conflict and violence that threatens Nigeria's corporate existence, peace, and security, commits an offense and is liable to a fine of 5 million naira, 10 years jail term, or both. So that is a Showore law right there. So that anyway, we'll see what happens to that guy the next time he comes back to Nigeria. I'm looking forward to that at least. The Council of State are called. So what happened there? Council of State go. You know what the Council of State is? The Council of State for the uninitiated. And by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. By the way, the studio needs populating for the conversation to take place. So if you want the conversation, please pop on. So if you want the conversation, pop on. The Council of State is essentially meetings between any and everybody that has ruled that country. So whoever the sitting president is calls them in to come and audit his administration and give him feedback. So Every sitting president does that. Council of State, Gowon, Abdulsalami, Jonathan Buhari, governors pass vote of confidence on Tinubu. So that should be in, not on, by the way. The Council of State, comprising former presidents and heads of state, the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives, serving and retired Chief Justice of Nigeria, as well as state governors, on Tuesday passed a vote of confidence on President Bola Tinubu's administration. So it's usually a rallying of the troops anyway. I've not yet come across an instance where they didn't pass a vote of confidence. What usually happens is anybody that doesn't support the administration just abstains. So you didn't see Obasanjo there because he's trying to play down the middle. I'm not sure. We didn't see Babangida there. That may well be for reasons of health. But they usually convene really just to pass a vote of confidence. The Council of State, comprising former presidents and heads of state, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, serving and retired Chief Justice of Nigeria, as well as state governors, on Tuesday passed a vote of confidence on President Bola Tinubu's administration. This is as the Council of State has described the recent hunger and bad governance protest as an insurrection and a movement aimed at regime change. So let's stay on that paragraph because there's a lot to unbundle from there. Listen to the statement first and then go back to who is saying it. So this is the statement. This is as the Council of State. So who is the Council of State? The Council of State is Buhari, who was present in person, Abdul Salami, who was present in person, Yakubu Gowon, who was present in person, and all the Chief Justices still alive who were present in person, that has ever Chief Justice the country. So all of them in unison, this is what they're saying. It says, this is as the Council of State has described the recent hunger and bad governance protest as an insurrection and a movement aimed at regime change. The former leaders that passed the confidence vote on President Tinubu include Generals Yakubu Gowon, Muhammadu Buhari, and Abdulsalami Abubakar, as well as former President Goodluck Jonathan. So there it is. Because they're essentially aligning their names to the Tinubu administration. So they're on that ship with him. Essentially, is the thing. The only person that might be an infiltrator will probably be Goodluck Jonathan, who still has presidential ambitions of his own. So that's an endorsement right there from our past leaders. The confidence vote was passed during the National Council of State meeting presided over by President Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Both former Presidents Buhari and Jonathan attended the meeting physically, whilst General Gowon and Abubakar joined virtually. However, Olusegun Obasanjo and General Ibrahim Babangida were absent, and there was no reason given for their absence. Briefing State House correspondents after the meeting, the governor of Kwara State and chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, said the council unanimously passed a vote of confidence on Tinubu on the way he has governed the country. So I cannot see that he could have governed the country any differently. So there is that one right there. So there is that one right there. So there is that one right there. There's still no one in the room, by the way. So we will see how it goes. We always have this slowish sort of start. Hopefully it picks up before the readouts run out. Protesters wanted to change government, Alake. So this is the stance of the government, by the way, and there will be repercussions for this protest. I think we all know there will be repercussions without a doubt for this protest. Protesters wanted to change government, so that is Dele Alake right there. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Mr. Dele Alake, he doesn't even have a chieftaincy title. Like, he's still carrying Mr. at his age and his status. Um, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Mr. Dele Alake, has alleged that sponsors of the hashtag #EndBad Governance protest were gunning to change governance in the country. He equally alleged that they were plotting to thwart the country's democracy, but thankfully, Nigerians resisted the move. His personal reaction came shortly after the Council of State meeting, which was attended by two immediate past presidents and Buhari. Alake said he would not call it a protest, but a calculated attempt to effect a change of government. His words, I call it a movement to effect a change of government by force, which was also resisted. And by the way, that you know, the aim of this protest actually is essentially to try and overrun the security forces. The objective was to overwhelm the security forces. We all know the complement of security forces that we have. We have less in total than 700,000 security personnel cutting across all of the stratas of security. So if they had those protests, at which they had in all of the states, then the security structures would not have been able to cope with it. You know, that was their plan. And then they will overwhelm the security forces and overrun the country. That was the plan. But it didn't quite work out that way because, of course, the government had sufficient enough time to manage it and corral them into safe spaces and cage them in and peg them in and hem them in and ease them off, which was ultimately what happened. But there is no equivocation. The aim of that protest was essentially to overrun the government. That was their aim, which they failed at, of course. So that is what our Dele Alake is saying. All right, let me just take it from top again and I will speed through it. It's a short read anyway. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Mr. Dele Alake, has alleged that sponsors of the hashtag #EndBad Governance protest were gunning to change governance in the country. He equally alleged that they were plotting to thwart the nation's democracy, but thankfully, Nigerians resisted the move. His personal reaction came shortly after the Council of State meeting, which was attended by two immediate past presidents, Goodluck Jonathan, Muhammad Buhari. Alake said he would not call it a protest, but a calculated attempt to effect a change in government. His words, I call it a movement to effect a change of regime by force, which was resisted. And so, you know, the council thanked Nigerians at large for resisting any unconstitutional move to change the government. If anyone is not satisfied with the government, any current administration, there is always an election coming, so you wait for election and cast your vote. So the National Security Advisor briefed the council on the security situation and allayed fears all round. After the NSA's briefing, generally, he allayed everybody's fears and spoke on the tightness of the security around the country and also reassured all and sundry that nobody will be allowed to truncate our hard-earned democracy. So that's the government stance. Essentially, what that protest was all about regime change. That's the sentiment from the center. Still no one in the studio, by the way, but we'll see how it goes. Judge's salary increase. You know, I read this as a bribe. Well, I read this as the first moves towards 2027. So this is my reading of this. Judge's salary increase law will enable judiciary to work for Nigerians' interest. This is the Attorney General of the Federation. And Tinubu has immediately signed it, by the way. It's gone up by 300%, apparently. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, has stated that the Judicial Office Holder Salaries and Allowances Bill 2024, passed into law by President Bola Tinubu will help the justice system work in the interest of Nigerians. He disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday, August the 13th, 2024. The special advisor to the president on Senate matters, Senator Bashir Lado, had earlier disclosed that the president had assented to the bill. In March this year, correspondents reported that the president had asked the Senate to pass his proposed bill on new judicial officers' remunerations so they could access fringe benefits amongst other allowances. So it put the judiciary's their remunerations up by 300%. So now you now come in 2027 and claim that you want to sue him because you lost an election. So there it is right there. So that's my reading of that. That's my reading of that. Presidency behind Igbo Must Go movement in Lagos. Ex Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, AG4. So yes, of course, he would say that anyway, but there will be that sentiment. And this guy is quite irresponsible to say that, by the way, because I think that Lagos, Igbos Must Go movement in Lagos is sprung up organically. One, as a blowback against the excesses that's been going on since the elections, and these are protests now, which a lot of people feel that Peter Obi instigated. So that's more the reason for the Igbo Must Go than anything else. Presidency behind Igbo Must Go movement in Lagos, ex Nnamdi Kanu lawyer, AG4. I'll only give you a couple of paragraphs of this. I think the headline actually tells you all you need to know. As the situation intensifies and the reality of a looming conspiracy becomes apparent, it is crucial to address the facts with clear evidence. The mastermind behind the hashtag Igbo Must Go movement may not be acting alone in this sinister agenda. Otherwise, one might question the disinformation role played by Dele Alake in Tinubu's rise to the presidency during the election, etc., etc. The social media has not forgotten the vituperative, ethnically charged statement against the Igbo community. I'm not quite sure why Dele Alake is a senior spokesperson. No, is it? No, it's not Dele Alake, but Bayo Ononuga. Why he's a senior spokesperson within the Tinubu administration when he's a self-confessed Igbo hater? The guy cannot stand Igbo people. We all know that. You know, he cannot abide the Igbos. As the situation intensifies and the reality of a looming conspiracy becomes apparent, it is crucial to address the facts with clear evidence. The mastermind behind the hashtag Igbo Must Go movement may not be acting alone in this sinister agenda. Otherwise, one might question the disinformation role played by Bayo Ononuga in Tinubu's rise to the presidency during the electioneering campaign leading to the 2023 general elections and thereafter. The social media has not forgotten the vituperative, ethnically charged statements against the Igbo community, spearheaded by Ononuga. These hateful comments are still visible for the world to see. Currently, Ononuga serves as a special advisor to the president, and his divisive rhetoric is being promoted by those he has influenced. I think this guy is extrapolating and projecting that because I don't think Bayo Ononuga is far from a sentiment that says Igbos must go in Lagos or even in Yoruba land. I think it's hinted pretty much in that direction. And what these elements, this is JA1L element, what is actually inferring, and you have to say there's logic to the inference. What a JA1L is inferring is that Bayo Ononuga's ethnophobia towards the Igbo people, that Bayo Ononuga's ethnophobia towards the Igbo people essentially dog whistled now this fledgling Igbo Must Go movement that we're seeing springing out of Lagos and we're hearing being whispered right across the Southwest. So that is essentially where he is in his op-ed. So let's see. If it's not a long read, then we can read it all. So let me take from the top again, speed through. As the situation intensifies and the reality of a looming conspiracy becomes apparent, it is crucial to address the facts with clear evidence. The mastermind behind the hashtag Igbo Must Go movement may not be acting alone in this sinister agenda. Otherwise, one might question the disinformation role played by Bayo Ononuga in Tinubu's rise to the presidency during the electioneering campaign leading to the 2023 general elections and thereafter. The social media has not forgotten the vituperative, ethnically charged statements against the Igbo community, spearheaded by Ononuga. These hateful comments are still visible for the world to see. Currently, Ononuga serves as a special advisor to President Tinubu, and his divisive rhetoric is being promoted by those he has influenced. Ononuga threatened the Igbo community in Lagos with severe consequences if they did not vote for Tinubu. I don't think that it threatened them. I have to go and dig out his tweet if we really want to get it right. But he did not threaten them that if they did not vote for Tinubu, but he threatened their excesses in Lagos that it was not getting that step too far. And it's that step too far still that underpins this Lagos must go narrative. So we have to get it right. Ononuga threatens the Igbo community Ononuga threatens the Igbo community in Lagos with severe consequences if they did not vote for Tinubu, leading to direct physical. All right, okay. It was doing so well, but it's pivoted now to his Ipobian instincts, leading to direct physical attacks, killings, and consequent destructions of Igbo properties under the pretext of violating the city's master plan. So we've seen them building houses on canals. So well, you can't do that, can you? So this threat, seemingly endorsed by those at the helm of affairs, persist and could escalate into a full-scale violence if not addressed immediately. I strongly believe that this is a carefully planned agenda. I strongly believe that this is a carefully planned agenda, and I urge our Igbo brothers and sisters in Lagos to remain vigilant. This conspiracy seems to have the backing of those in power, and it should not be taken lightly. The pressing question for President Tinubu is why Ononuga has not been mandated to apologize to the Igbo community and retract his subsisting threats. Why do his inflammatory comments from the election period still remain on his social media platform 18 months later? President Tinubu should begin by ordering his aide, Ononuga, to review and delete these offensive posts and issue a public apology to Indigbo. Only then will the Igbo community begin to take seriously any measures the presidency claims to implement for their safety in Lagos. To our Igbo community in Lagos, stay alert and do not underestimate this grave conspiracy. Whilst its execution may be challenging, our resilience will see us through. The Igbos are not all right. So this guy is just an ethnic jingoist anyway, but there might be some logic to what he has to say. There might be some underlying. It's an inadvertent logic, by the way. It happened on the logic inadvertently rather than a deliberate attempt at it. So yes, there might well be some inadvertent logic to what that hoi polloi had to say. So from that hoi polloi to this hoi polloi, federal government governors reached 3-month agreement on local government allocation. So I think we actually touched on this yesterday. The federal government and state governors may have agreed to a 3-month memo. Let's do it again. The federal government and state governors may have agreed to a 3-month moratorium on local government autonomy over concerns arising from its impact on salary payments and operational viability. So no. Anyway, we'll see how that goes. So what are they telling? What's that moratorium, by the way? Are they for the next 3 months still going to be giving the local government monies to the state governors, even though the Supreme Court has said not to? So what's the moratorium? What does it actually do? The federal. So what are the details of it? I think that's essentially what it is, isn't it? They'll be giving the local government money still to the state governors for the next 3 months because they have to make adjustment to their books. Well, anyway, the federal government and state governors may have agreed a 3-month moratorium on local government autonomy over concerns arising from its impact on salary payment and operational viability. The development means local governments may wait till October before the implementation of the law in direct payments into their respective accounts. The Supreme Court, blah, 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 it takes us through all that, and it takes us through all this, and it takes us through the case. Okay, let's pick it up from here. Many Nigerians, including the local government chairman, hailed the judgment of the Supreme Court, describing it as a step in the right direction to restructure the country. Although some governors voiced their concerns, the Nigeria Governors Forum, speaking through the chairman and Kwara State Governor, Abdurrahman Abdurrazak, said the judgment was a relief from the financial burden to the state government. So, I don't know. So it goes on and on, but I'm not going to give you the fullness of it. But essentially a moratorium for 3 months. So that means the local government monies will still be going to state governors to continue to load for the next 3 months. Marketers project 600 naira per liter for Dangote petrol. So this will be a real game changer, and this will be much to the chagrin of the naysaying space. I don't want to say the obedient space, but they're the number one naysayers within the Nigerian space. But if Dangote starts to pump and petrol now starts to settle at 600 naira to the liter, that will be much to the. They will say, was it not 50 naira when it came in? It should then get back to 50 naira. But this will be much to the chagrin of the obedient space. Marketers project 600 naira per liter for Dangote petrol. So let's get to that petrol quickly. Independent petroleum marketers in Nigeria are hoping that the Dangote Petroleum Refinery will sell its premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, at 600 or 600 to the liter when it is finally released to the market. Dealers under the aegis of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria said they believe that the Dangote refinery could crash the price of petrol as it did with diesel. IPMAN National Vice President Ahmed Fashola told correspondents in an interview that the 20 billion refinery will bring down the cost of fuel if it gets the needed support, especially as it has to do with crude supply. According to him, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, which is the sole importer of PMS, has been selling to marketers at 570 to the liter. But most IPN members buy from private depot at 700 and above. We are marketers. We go for the best. We have been buying from NNPC. But if the opportunity of Dangote comes and the price is favorable, we will grab it. It depends on the price. The official price of the NNPC is around 570 to the liter, but the third parties, the private depots, sell PMS to most of our members at 700 naira and above. Plus or minus, we hope Dangote can sell between 600 to 650. 600 is still okay. However, it depends on the cost of production for Dangote. Well, I think this is more speculative than anything else. So marketers, but if they are already buying at 700 from the they are buying for five something, actually 570 from NMPC, up to 700 from privateers. So if they are able to then establish that then means then that price point of 600 naira is not out of the rate of the Dangote space. So we keep a watching brief on that one. We keep a watching brief on that space. Let's go on to this one. This is the last one. Then we see if there's anybody in the room. Senators' actual salaries allowances emerge after Obasanjo's outburst. Pardon me. The Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission has disclosed Nigerian senators' salaries and allowances following former President Olusegun Obasanjo's allegations that the lawmakers allocate salaries to themselves. Mohammed Bello Shehu, the chairman of RMAFC, disclosed 1,63,860 naira. So that's the salary of the parliamentarian right there. Almost actually the senators. So their salary again, 1,63,860 naira. Mohammed Bello Shehu, chairman of RMAFC, disclosed 1,063,860 naira on Tuesday, August the 13th, as the senators' earnings days after Obasanjo's comment that many federal lawmakers should be behind bars. Just ridiculous bunch. According to correspondence, Obasanjo accused the lawmakers of fixing their salaries by themselves last weekend, adding that the action was immoral. But RMAFC, in a statement, gave the breakdown of the earnings of lawmakers below. So this is the earning of lawmakers as it stands. Basic salary 168,866 naira 70 kobo. So as a basic take-home pay, that is the salary of a senator. It's probably less than your salary, 168,866 naira and 70 kobo. So that's the basic salary. And then to the allowances, motor vehicle maintenance, 126,650 naira. Personal assistant, 42,216 naira 66 kobo. Domestic staff, 126,650 naira. It is entertainment, 50,660. Utilities, 50,660. Newspaper periodicals, 25,330. Wardrobe allowance, 42,216 naira 66 kobo. Household maintenance, 8,443 naira 33 kobo. Constituency, so is that constituency part of a salary package? That shouldn't be. It's the constituency and allowance. So that should be an administrative spend, not an allowance. Constituency says 422,166 naira 66 kobo. The RMAFC noted that these allowances, besides the basic salary, adds up to a substantial amount, making up the cumulative take-home pay. So there it is right there. So that's the totality of it. If you add everything together, that is the salary. I don't think that if that really is the case, then I wouldn't say that is excessive. Certainly not. 1,63,860 naira. So that's the monthly take-home pay. Not the basic salary, but the cumulation of all of the totalities that the senator takes home. So I'm not quite sure. Aside from Obasanjo, Senator Shehu Sani once revealed that each senator receives a monthly running cost of 13.5 million naira, in addition to their monthly salary of 750,000. However, the commission chairman responsible for setting salaries and allowances clarified that some allowances are regular, whilst others are non-regular. Bello Shehu explained that regular allowances are paid monthly with basic salary, whilst non-regular allowances are paid as needed. Examples of a non-regular allowance includes furniture allowance and severance gratuity, which is 6 million naira. So the furniture allowance, I think it's a lump sum pay when they first come in, and severance gratuity is a lump sum pay when they leave. So the furniture allowance, same as the severance gratuity, 6,079,200 naira, which is paid once per tenure, and vehicle allowance 8,105,000, which is an optional loan. So this vehicle allowance, apparently, allegedly, if you want to take them at their word, is a loan. So yes, where is it again? It says and vehicle allowance. Here it is, right here. Let me highlight it for the people who like to read. Are you clicking on the like button? By the way, please let us take the likes to 100 today. I tire of the likes not reaching 100. So if you want to take us to 100, then I'll be very pleased. It says and vehicle allowance, which is 8,105,600 naira, which is an optional loan that must be repaid before leaving office. So there it is right there. So there it is. So there it is. I'm not quite sure if there's anything else in the news cycle. Hopefully we do get a panel, and then they can bring in some news by themselves as well. So let's see. Since we've missed out, I think we may have covered everything. So the headline piece, of course, this IPOB one, and the council and the council of state. So yes. There's a fight going on between Rufai Oseni and the media team of Tinubu. But I don't want to get into that, Rufai. But I think that guy gets too much the oxygen of publicity. That Rufai Oseni. Let's see. Is there anything else? Hold on. Just give me 1 microsecond. See if I missed anything. Oh, all right. Let me play you a couple of clips, and then we kick the session off. Well, no clips now. You didn't send in any clips, Nigeria. So what do you want me to do? So let me play you a couple of clips. You know that guy from the East that's been speaking a lot of sense. Let's hear a bit more sense from him.
Nigeria's seat of power is not in Aso Rock. Nigeria's seat of power is in NMPC complex in Abuja. And this is what most Nigerians don't know. What do you think is the reason why Buhari, even Tinubu, made themselves petroleum ministers? The powers that be in NMPC are not just NMPC directors. The powers that be in NMPC is stronger than Nigerian president. And until something serious is done about it, every Nigerian president will remain a stooge of the powers that controls NMPC. If it is true that Ariel Kakamfos always die in war front, there is need for every well-meaning Nigeria to pray for Tinubu, because the Tinubu I know will not give up. The Tinubu I know will not retreat. The Tinubu I know will fight until he achieves results. There is a fundamental problem in this country called Nigeria. Now, watch this video by Lamido Sanusi and watch out for my next video. I will say things Nigerian leaders don't want Nigerians to know. Nigeria did not get her independence in 1960. Nigerians' independence is a scam. A part of Nigeria is still a colony. Watch this video.
Why is NMPC not able to bring in dollars? I'm sorry, this is the question that cost me my job. I will continue asking this question until NMPC is fixed or until I die. Where are the dollars? We need to shine light on NNPC. The finance minister cannot tell you, because he doesn't have a metering system that reports to him. The finance minister cannot tell you that today, this is how many barrels of oil that we produce and exported. You can only rely on NNPC telling him. Those barrels are revenue. They belong to finance. We've been talking about this for 10 years. We need a metering system. The finance ministry needs to know how much oil we are producing every day, how much oil we are selling, and where the money is going. Because if you don't fix the leakages in that system, if you don't fix the revenue, the dollar revenue issue, you will never fix the exchange rate problem. Oil is not going to grow our GDP. I've always said that.
All right. So that's a random sense coming out of Lamido Sanusi. Let me play you one more clip. This one now is an update on the Lagos Calabar Superhighway. I'll send the link to the studio to the comment section again, so that you guys can populate the studio. But watch this.
This one is going to be like this. Bala concrete. Ṣé project ilẹ̀ nìkan máa ń sọ pé kó stop?
This time they do fuel subsidy, and the money for fuel subsidy then come put down. Wetin you dey talk? Okay, you're good.
So there it is right there. So that's the Lagos Calabar Superhighway progressing at a decently rapid rate. It's just progressing like it was being done in China or something. So people are already using it. So you see people taking casual strolls on it. So that's it right there. Of course, we've already gone through the students' loan thing that is already now in use. All of these things, all these big lifts within 1 year. So anybody that is saying, what has this guy done? It would be very difficult for them to continue that narrative. But let's play the Kegite music and then we'll see if anybody wants a conversation. But first, the Egbelemu Kegite.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So we're not saying the super chat stream in. Let them stream in. But we do have a session because we have the smatterings of a panel. Joining us, the majestic BT. So that's Baba T right there. Ekene is in the house. There's a particular question that Ekene has to address, which somebody sent in. So I'm glad he's here. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko, that's the mighty man himself, and Thomas in the house. There's Thomas right there. So that's Thomas right there. So thank you for joining, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Let's see if Ekene is ready to go. We kick it off with Ekene. Otherwise, we go to BT.
Of our man.
How are you?
I did fine.
You did fine. You know why you always speak like somebody we don't knock two bottles of Alamo before you you must never drink before coming to work, you know. What's all this one? You don't shy over there.
I know the share. I must go out now. I just go out. Never tell why I come back. Sleep, don't they?
Do you go out every day?
Not really, but
do you meet at joint after work every day? You meet at joint with the boys?
maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
God, you know,
Like today.
There's a name we call people like that where I am. It starts with an A and it ends with a holic, you know. But there it is. So there it is. What are you looking at in the news today? Before we launch into it, I forwarded you what somebody sent in. But before we get into that, what are you looking at in the news today?
Honestly, I don't that new stuff. I don't normally listen to news these days because anything I see on social media, I just read it. I just follow more social media stuff and all that. So I'm only following P Square and his twin brother issue. So that's the only thing I'm following for the moment.
Yeah, I saw Peter Obi try to intervene. It was in their house earlier on today. Was he not trying to make peace?
Yeah, see, you know, they're his big fans, so he went there
What are
to
they fighting?
intervene.
They are fighting over money, Abi.
It's a property issue now. That's like P Square talked about it. All this yeah, it's like they are sidelining. They went at the back to stab him on their one of their company and all that, and created another one using it to siphon their money. So it's becoming a and their senior brother.
Are they fighting each other or are they fighting a third party?
I think it's each other. They are fighting each other, but now when when the issue started, it was Root Boy that was bringing out the whole issue. So P Square never talked. Well, this time around now that P Square spoke about it because it's like the matter went to EFCC. But the major piloting of that problem is their senior brother, who happens to be their manager. So it was the one creating all those problems.
Was it not the one that called his father a nobody? Was it not the one that called his father a nobody?
No, I cannot remember that one. But I'm seeing Peter B with them today with the Root Boy today. I think gives me a lot of confidence because I love those two guys because.
Well, you know what I find with that P Squared is that they seem to be stuck in the past somehow. They're not doing this new reinvented Nigerian vibe that is coming out. They still want to be doing all this American jingle. And at their age, they must be close to their 50s by now. They're still wearing this snapback hats and tank, sleeveless and shorts. Just they seem to be stuck in the 80s somewhat. That's what I think of P Square.
Well, that is it. Well, now they be superstar now. So anything
I'm not sure they still are. They were. They still be superstar.
They've done a lot for themselves now. At least they have a very good company. So
The
You
only
know,
thing,
the last
the only thing that I follow is that one that has a very fine. I think he married her now. A very fine girlfriend that used to take out because she's a content creator, so I follow her. Who's the
who is
one that
that?
just one of the P Square one? He just got married last 2 weeks thereabout. A very pretty girl like that, beyond his pay grade.
From,
It's only his,
from,
yes, it's
that
only
she
his,
was that one is the rude boy now. He was the one that you know, the one that sing this reason with me.
how can a guy like that date a girl like that? You know, apart from the $1 million in the bank, in the bank, you know, this is the
The
thing.
guy,
Uh,
that guy self, that girl can love her. So forget that one. This guy never,
he
rude
can
boy
love
never
her.
old now. Every man can love her.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It must be 47, 48 now.
It doesn't matter now. His look doesn't show like that.
And that girl is 23, 25.
Yeah, now it's possible
I know.
now.
How is it possible?
It,
With mom,
there is
look at this guy.
possibility of love there, even without the money, because as far as you are maintaining your body, you can get any woman you want. So forget about that. Forget about that. But
Okay.
I I'm just happy that Obi has wedding into, because I was expecting him to do so, because they are one of they are his big fan even when he was governor. So not their relationship was not didn't start today. It started when he was the governor of Anambra State. So up
Oh,
until
oh, oh,
now.
all right.
So
Let me take you to what I sent to you earlier. So this is something that came out of the Twitter space. This is from Ojute Oladapo. It says I have a shop in Alaba International Market, electrical section. The constitution of the market only permits persons from Anambra, Enugu, and Imo to contest for chairman of the market. If you are Yoruba or from Abia or Ebonyi, you cannot contest. So this is this runs contrary to what you were telling us yesterday. But how's this justified? What's going on there?
the guy is not truthful. The person that put out that is not truthful, because I think I've explained this here before. When you come to Alaba market, we have about 4 or 5 sections with their leadership style. So you have electrical section, you have electronic section, you have fancy and furniture, you have all this phone village, then you have C line, and you have F line. All these are section by section. So when you come to all these sections, they have their leadership. When that C line is Yoruba leadership. You can ask anybody, or if you come to the market, I can take you. Even when they are doing all this, their chairman is Yoruba, and even when they are doing all this Salatin, they don't open. Other section may open, but they will not open. They are the only section that close anytime there is Salah or whatever, because the man is a Yoruba and is a Muslim. Their leadership. So they said they have their security. Then they now have amalgamation, their general leadership that combine all these sections. That whenever there is a problem, they will call for amalgamation meeting. So when you come to electronics and electrical, that's where I belong. You merge Imo State with I think Enugu State, or I think Enugu State. Then you merge Anambra State with either Abia State or Ebonyi. So when you merge them together, it is this one will rule 4 years, the other one will rule 4 years. So it's either Imo State produce, allow Enugu to produce, or Enugu allow Imo State to produce. So whenever Enugu is the chairman of the market, then it means that Imo State is also the chairman. But the vice will go back to either Anambra State, Ebonyi State, or whatever. The same thing with electrical. You understand? The same thing with the fancy and furniture. Then C line, the same thing. They have their own leadership style. F line. F line, I think, is an Hausa safe. F line is Hausa, because that place you have all this.
All right, you're losing us somewhat in the details of it, but just
What man is Hans to take, please? I'm sorry.
It,
It sounds.
it,
It sounds.
it
sounds
does.
ridiculous.
It does, does it? Dave? We are talking
Yeah,
about
because what they're pretty much doing is they're gatekeeping. Then they can pretty much scheme out who they don't want to come. Let's not play games here. You know exactly what this is.
So whatever it is, so all these things have their F line is outside dominated environment, and they have their leadership also. So when you have amalgamation meeting, you see all those leadership and all those they come together.
Who is the overall head of the Alaba market?
It might come from any leadership, either from F line or C line. Any of the chairman will be the overall. The last was electrical when Sam Prince was the chairman. He was amalgamation chairman.
Hold on. Does it align with what this guy is saying, that it is usually somebody from Anambra, Enugu, or Imo?
No. This guy, what he's saying there is not the real fact, because he just speak it the way he understand it. I just told you, whenever Anambra is in leadership, it is combined with Imo, Abia, and Ebonyi. Whenever Imo is in leadership, it is combined with Enugu State. So any one of them will allow any state to rule when it comes to their turn. But when you become the chairman, then you go to the other side and pick a vice, because we have vice and the chairman. You know that it's a well-organized structure in Alaba. That is why the government of the market is very strong. Even in that market, you cannot, no matter what happens, you cannot arrest anybody in Alaba market, whether policeman or an army person. You cannot arrest anybody. So
right. I don't want to get
go through the authority of the market. If the authority approves that what the person did deserve an arrest, that is when you do an arrest.
Well, man, do you see the need for local government councils to have autonomy so they can deal with all this nonsense?
Yes, I don't agree with that sort of structure.
So you now have some people from other states now running some. It's called a market for a reason. You should be open to all. There should not be some guy from Imo running some market.
These are market people. You cannot come and be running the government of market people. The market have their government, so it is good that the government.
Hold on.
The market is running their government.
No, let's have a conversation. That so-called government in that market is still under local government councils, under state. They're not independent of everybody else. And by the way, the market is for all. So it's not only somebody from the east. You have people from the north, even from other neighboring countries, that should also have the same right to contest for anything at any time. They should not be exclusive to state. It should not be based on where you're from. So that arrangement in itself is flawed, because it excludes people out. That's it. Well, by the way, if that system is telling in the
even if all this thing you're explaining, you are not in the market.
Can I finish?
Let him interject here.
That system can be challenged in court, and I say if anybody puts it up, they will defeat that, because you are excluding people. It's not inclusive at all in any way, shape, or form. I'm not even discussing some Igbo versus Yoruba thing right now. Beyond those two tribes, Lagos, you say, is for all, right? So that should be also.
It is protectionism.
Yeah, you are gatekeeping.
On the cusp of being a mafia sort of.
Right. Yeah. So it goes over there, then it comes over here. Then if you're not part of it, so what if I'm not from those regions, but I'm in that business? So I have to then no, it's a ridiculous system. But that's what happens when you have a weak government. I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, that's your opinion.
Hold on, Ekene. I want to move on from there. So round it up in a minute, and then I'll take you to the actual talking points. Yeah.
That's your opinion on that. But when you come to the market, you know that each section has their leadership. Like I told you, C line is a Yoruba controlled leadership, and they are performing it good, and nobody is complaining. You understand? It's just like the government of Ojo local government knows that Alaba is there. Before, when what they do is they come to the market and be collecting their revenue one after the shop by shop, shop by shop, and they found it that very difficult that they cannot do it. Even Ojo local government admit that they cannot do it. Most of the time, it becomes a very difficult task. And even when some people collect the revenue, they 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 embezzle it. The chairman of the revenue collection most of the time embezzle the revenue. So what they let me finish one man, let me finish.
Yeah, but hold on, don't take us too deeply into the politics of Alaba. But yeah, finish it and then we go on. Yeah.
So what the Ojo now did was to tell the chairmanship of Alaba Market to be submitting the revenue to them at a particular point at a given date every year. So, and that leadership has helped them to collect that revenue in every section of the market. When every section collect their revenue, submit it to the general chairman, then transfer it to Ojo local government direct. It now ends the story of embezzlement of their revenue. So there is nothing like all this thing you're explaining, Babati. It's not to stifle anything. It's to make everything. And even when you come to the market now, the kind of the system allows proper working, because there is what was given to the Alaba market now to do a very big drainage in the market. It is the leadership that is still generating the money, doing all those stuff. So when you come to Alaba market, there is a big drainage going on within the market, spending a lot of millions of naira doing it. You cannot wait for when you give the leadership to Ojo or whoever you want to give it, or you don't expect them to come and do the work for you. Most of the time, it's very difficult. But now the leadership of the market is taking control of all those things.
So
I don't know how you want to.
Let me clarify with you, please, before we move on. So you're saying, like you said, 5 states controls the electronics is from Oman, am I correct? And it moves around every 4 years, right? But it's those 5 Southeast states, right? So they move around.
It's even 3 because they are excluding Ebonyi and Abia. So
Okay.
It's essentially
No, it's combined. It's not 3. It's combined.
Combined.
That is yeah.
Okay, so
and
stay with me.
Imo and
Okay, stay with me.
Imo and Enugu.
Ekene, hold on. Sorry, Betty. Ekene, you were not here yesterday, but we've instituted new rules that you make it conversational. So if somebody's coming in, let them in, then so they can flow. But
no, because he will be the one doing the talking because he has to explain this to me, so I understand. So you're saying that combined or not combined? So 5 states, you said Igbo section and electronics. So if a man from, let's say, Oyo State was also into electronics and is also part of that area, where does he fall in if he decides to run for office and he's also into electronics? No. He wants, because he has the right to put his shop or to start his business wherever he chooses to. It's freedom. You can't say that.
Even if you have your
hold on, please.
Okay.
That in itself is discriminatory. There should not be any Igbo section, Yoruba section in the market. That in itself is discriminatory, because if you have a bulk of people, if traffic is going, stay with me now. If traffic is going towards one direction when it comes to electronics, I say because the Yoruba line should go to over there. When people come into the market and they look for electronics, they're going where the bulk of people are. So if you take the other guy to go somewhere else, you are excluding him because it's disenfranchised, because the traffic is not going to come to him as much as where the major markets are. So you can't say because it's Yoruba, he cannot be in that area. And if he has the right to be in that area, then he has the right to run for office like everybody else. So the idea that is only excluded to 5 regions, states of Nigeria to run for office because they control allegedly electronics in itself is discriminatory. One man, am I too far off from there?
No, I think you're on the money.
You can say it's discriminatory, but that's how it is, because nobody's complaining about it. And nobody stops any Yoruba man from either doing any business in any major area of the market, wherever he deems it fit to set up a business. You understand? But we that is in the market knows where these people are dominating, where these people are dominating, where our stars are dominating, and the leadership is given to them duly in that environment. So if you come to F line, our stars are the dominating people in that area. There is no way you can go there and be fighting leadership with them. If you
Okay,
come to C line,
I
Yoruba has more when Yoruba has more population in that area. You can't go there and be fighting leadership with them. You
no
just have to
no.
leave it for them.
Okay, okay. Okay, let me say one more thing before we move on. One man, yes, a few days ago on your show, I was reading this research about the human cohesive index. I brought it up briefly for a while. I didn't really go in depth, right? I said, so like the cohesive index of Nigeria is about 39.6. That means your ability to work together as a people. What I left out, and I didn't want to say, because I didn't want the likes of Kulata that is going to tell me I told you so. This is believed that Black people are not capable of, we've had that discussion on your show. What I left out in that research is that what determines, when you say cohesive index, right, it involves human beings, right, the level of cohesion, right? But what I didn't want to discuss on the show, because I didn't know people would be comfortable with, was the quality of individuals is what really determines the level of cohesion, right? So what they are pretty much telling that the quality of human beings in Nigeria is just not up to par. You're just worthless pieces. That's what they pretty much say.
What's the matrix? What's the matrix of that quality?
It's very. I try to find so what they're doing is like, are you if you and I are having the conversation, like you're in the West, at some point when it's time to make that tough decision, they're able to rise up.
So what they're saying essentially is that we're not civilized enough to
if you cannot
across ethnic lines.
You can't rise above tribal differences, religious differences to see the bigger picture. You can't make logical because
is that too far from the truth? Is that not?
But one man, if that is true, that means that number is even too generous. I think it's even lower than that, 39.6%. I would think perhaps maybe 9.4 or 9.5. And they also discuss, because we always say, okay, who's the smartest? Let's have them run the system. What they're saying is actually the people running the country right now are the best that you have. There's no other people somewhere that will come and save you. That's the best you can do.
Because the medium of the country is low. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, your human capacity is just, so the quality of human beings is just, unfortunately, we're just worthless. That's what they say. Let me leave it at that.
Do you agree with that though? Because I wouldn't agree. We have too many brilliant people to be outliers.
No. One man, stay with me, please. What they're saying to you is, if you're brilliant in any society and it's not reflecting, we don't see, okay, how brilliant are you really when the impact of what is in your brain is not so? Like what they're saying, like you should be able to maneuver. Okay, they give an example I don't want to bring out on your show. Okay, let me just say it. Hitler, for instance. If you believe in something, even if the majority are a dumb group of people and you are the so-called brilliant mind, you should find a way to control the dumb ones. The dumb ones should not be the one ruling the smart ones. So they question your level of intellect as the so-called brilliant mind in that society, that you cannot find a way to control that space. So their own belief is that the smart ones, like in America, where I discussed the men behind the scenes running the show, right? The brilliant minds are the one that set policies, the kind of social engineering of any space. Is the smart ones that do it behind the scenes or in politics or when it comes to policy. What they're saying is that your so-called brilliant minds, they are questioning if they're really brilliant, because if they are that smart, if they're that brilliant, how come you cannot
they would have impacted.
Yeah, so how smart are you really? Is what they're saying.
It's a conundrum, though. Because,
it's a very disturbing. I mean, one man, if I find out like again, you can go in depth and we can have maybe different session about it, and you can just. It's very disturbing and depressing at the same time. The quality of it.
But there's a peculiarity within. I don't think all this. There's a peculiarity within the Nigerian experience that makes it almost like a standalone. You cannot deny that we have all these clever people. You a good example of that. But we cannot also deny that if we have clever people, then why is that society not functioning? So it is a conundrum.
Right. And that's what I wrestle. And somebody asked me on we were having the conversation, and I said, for instance, that the only way that I've seen it work, not perfect, is like the Tinubu kind of formula where the brilliant minds, right, like your Sonolus or your Fashala. Now the bar is low now. Don't the bar is very low now. So the threshold is very low. So, but let's say that because they don't performing on the average, their track record, compared to other governors. So we said they're the smart, brilliant minds in that space as governors. But ordinarily, Ambode, Sanwo-Olu, and Fashola cannot win by themselves because they're considered like nerds. You get me, one man? They're very smart, but not politically savvy, right? So they need an individual that is street smart, but is also educated, that it can ride on his back, right? That will do the dirty work for them, because Sanwo-Olu is not going to go. No, it doesn't have it in him. You can't tell.
It doesn't have MC Olu.
But it's a smart mind. So I have said, let's find these so-called educated thugs that are very street savvy, but also educated, that understand the need for the nerds to run the show.
I think we found one. He occupies Aso Rock.
Right. Yeah.
Is that not an educated thug right there?
Exactly. But they will be the ones to do the dirty work for you and put those smart minds there. That's the only way. But maybe if anybody else knows, but that is the only way you can get this so-called smarty pants into office. Because I don't see how Sanwo-Olu will go, oh, yeah, me and Shomolu. He doesn't have it in him, clearly. He's a brilliant mind, but not in politics. It's not the politicking part of it. Is not that. It needs that Tinubu to help him out. Or even though like Ambode as well. So that's what I also wrestle with, one man. But what it boils down is the quality of individuals in Nigeria is just not up to par. It's just
all right, brilliant. It's something to reflect on that. But thank you, BT. We'll explore that space a bit more. But back to you, Ekene, and back to the low wheat politics that we enjoy here. So there's a bill going through legislation at the moment, which is draconian to almost to the point of being far right. So what they are proposing essentially is to jail anybody not reciting the national anthem, anybody agitating for separatist nation, anybody that is insulting presidents, etc., etc. So what are you making of this bill that is passing through Parliament?
One man, before I say anything about this, that video that I want to talk about, you never want to give me opportunity to, because it's very interesting video that I don't know why you refuse to play it. I want you to bring it up. I just want to say a little bit about it. At least it will spike up the space a little bit. It's a very interesting one. I don't know why you decide to hide it, but I'm still agitating that you play that video, at least, so that I will put in something before the space will build up. So if you can do that for me, I'll be glad. But coming to the headline you just brought out.
Sorry, can you hear me? Which number did you use to send it, the video?
This number.
Oh, is it the one that I don't know. I have 3 numbers for you, Ekene. Is it the one you're always saying send link to?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can find it. Carry on.
So the House of Reps seeking 10 years imprisonment.
All right. All right. I have it now. Do you want to?
Yeah. Just play it.
All right.
Because all this bill, I'm not interested in all this because I don't know what they are thinking about.
It's a long video, that's why I didn't want to play. But like you said, the room is not populated yet, so let's have it.
At least we have seen APC for 8 years. We can, all of us now, if we want to be very honest with us, we have seen APC for 8 years. We saw PDP for 16 years. We have seen APC for only 8 years. You can compare the two, and I can tell you my personal opinion, quote me, okay, Bakassi, that APC is worse for democracy more than the PDP. And I'll give you my reasons. Under the PDP government,
there were several protests. Several. People could speak, question certain things, protests. Yeah? Since Buhari came in, the most that has happened is NSAS. And you know how it ended. You know how NSAS ended. Yeah? Till today, lots of question marks. You get? And if you use economic indices to measure it, it has been a downward trend for human capital development since that time. Things have been on a decline. Whether you want, anyhow you want to take economic indices, take charm. You understand? But we are in so basically right now there are more reasons to even protest than before. But the experts in protest are the people now in power. And the people who understand in them and their work now. I participated in some of the protests they organized now. Like the one we occupied Ojota for to resist fuel subsidy removal. Which they came now and removed. First they said it's gone. I said it's gone. They removed it. Now we are hearing it's partially removed. We don't even know which one it is, whether it's gone or it's not gone. So that is how confused we are now. So, and I believe with these few points of mind, you can understand that these guys are worse for us when you compare those two people. You know, we can't even, I don't want to go into foreign exchange rate and all that. Now, when you nudge people, yeah, even when it comes to election results and announcement, you will agree that this last election was the worst that we have seen. Yeah, it's just like being in a football match where on they play match, on a score goal, then bring out scoreboard. They award the goal where on a score to the opponent. On a score, shall go. On a go.
Now go check board.
On a go. They wait, make the other people who on a score pass ball. They say no, na go pass. You say no, now we score. They say no, na go pass. You know they see scoreboard. You say, but this scoreboard is not a reflection of what they have.
Ekene, what's this thing you are forcing us to watch? Doesn't make any sense to me. Ekene?
Oh, sorry.
Continue a little bit now. Why did you stop?
Go to the FA.
If you don't like it, report to the FA. You just say that play, my brother. That's so he stand. They carry trophy, give people who on score goal. You understand? But you see, these are the things happening in Nigeria now. Now, this is a country where, I'll give you an example. Somebody like Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah? They lock him. APC lock him since Buhari.
It's not 2021.
APC lock him. Tina, how many people have died in the southeast over all manner of protests and lockdown and no movement and all those things? The people will and see and nobody do anything. You get? Good. So you want now make Peter come out, go lead protests. Then go hold up. Then more people go die again for southeast over nothing. The rest of the country go they move around. They live their life. When I go talk for maybe 1 week.
Once in a while, you remember.
Once in a while, when I remember. Then they gonna say, you know, say them as in they do sit at home on Mondays for Nnamdi Kanu. Maybe they're gonna do sit at home on Tuesdays for P2P. Yeah. How many weeks remain for my people to take go market? How many people remain for my people to take go market?
2 days off the working days.
Then immediately when I talk for night, say no, on P2B we stand. They go give some of our leaders money. They go come talk say na Igbo people. Now know what me progress. The same thing here. They go come talk say na Igbo people. If I me na kuku they go. You understand? You know say Igbo people na default setting for blame for everything. If you talk too much, they say they go do Oro for 1 year. You know? So this is the reality of the Nigeria that we live in now. We cannot be making those kind of careless mistakes again. Your enemy set trap for you, you just go walk into them. If you were in this country when MK Abiola ran for election, he was supported massively by people across board. We in the Southeast, we voted as well. Everybody voted. MKO won. They are not do the result as they do, and all the whole country, we were all angry. People say, MKO, defend your mandate. We are with you. Defend your mandate. We are with you. Declare yourself president. In brothers, push on. MKO declare himself. They carry on, check on, lock up. Some of the people where they in power now follow supporter. Eh? Now they tell you, when we they talk history, because when they talk sometimes they forget history. They lock MKO. Like play, the man died for prison. They say, if that man, anything happened to him, Nigeria will board, Nigeria will catch fire. The man is gone. With him not being there, his businesses suffered. His family suffered the loss of, at least, if not for anything, the loss of their family head. Nigeria still there here. Some of the people were support him, don't occupy government position. His legacy now, then they remember that? No. I don't know whether
maybe they just changed the democracy day.
To waiting.
They changed it to the day he won the election.
They will call him MK Abiola Day. Not be here, me and you, the University of Lagos. Here. They say, good luck Jonathan say in remembrance of MK Abiola, let us honor him by naming the university after him. The people say no. Remember. They say no, don't change our university to MK Abiola. The same MKO.
No, they're kids. You know, the ones are kids. We're not.
The same MKO.
We're not old when.
No, I'm just saying now. And they tell you history now. Okay. The same MKO that was loved, that went to defend his mandate, and they locked him up, and he died. They said, name university in memory of him. His people say no. Now you want Peter Obina to just go and die. The small candidate where we see, where we help. No, Peter should just stay away from protest. Stay away from all the traps set by human beings. You understand? Let him just be alive.
But so is that what Kenneth Okonkwo is actually?
So I don't know what Kenneth is driving at. But so for me, you understand? I don't know what Kenneth is trying to achieve. But I don't think Kenneth is in a very good position to make utterances about Peter, his profile, his direction, his wisdom, his capacity, his strength. And Kenneth is nowhere in position to make all those ones. And I'll tell you my reason. Kenneth has not won any election in Nigeria. He's my colleague. He's an actor lawyer. I'm an actor engineer. Yeah, he never win any election before. Peter Obi has won election twice. He was 2-term governor of Anambra State.
And he went to court.
Yeah. He has survived trials and tribulations to the electoral process. They impeach him. He go court, win him mandate back. If now fight, the guy has shown fight. The guy went into a race 8 months before time and was able to put up a fight for the first time. Any candidate who does not belong to a major party won Abuja and Lagos, the 2 seats of government of action in Nigeria. He won it. There has never been a president that has been president without winning in those 2 places. He won those 2 places to show how his spread is. I'm saying he took those 2 states that INEC cannot deny. You get? So the man has proved himself as a fighter, as a people mobilizer, as a person with integrity, as a person where you fit say, I go stand behind you, whether money day or money no. So you don't get anything to prove to Kenneth. Kenneth never even win one election. But they can go court, main defender successfully. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So you to say the man lacks the, you cannot say that. I know Peter personally. He was at my 50th birthday. He was one of my guests at my 50th birthday. He's a strong man. Forget his soft voice. You understand? He's a man that is equal to other men. But when you approach Nigerian politics, you approach with wisdom. And history will tell you that people have gone. Bola Ige died here till tomorrow. Nigerian state never find who. Harry Marshall died.
All right. Thanks for costing me about 10 viewers.
So, woman, I apologize. So, is he saying that Peter Obi will actually won that? Is that what he's insinuating?
No, I think what's trying to infer was that they were trying to force Peter Obi into the protest space, but that would have led him, and then he would have followed the Abiola route. I think that's what.
I won't go that far. It won't kill. Come on, I don't know. It's not that important.
I don't know why the Ekene made us listen to that ridiculous. The audience are bailing. What's all this about, Ekene?
Are you not happy with the video?
It's not said anything. There's nothing original coming out of there. What's the?
He said a lot of things now. He gave a commendation on why Obi should not be called into protest. Because just like the way Kenneth was pushing him, go and die. And Nigeria is not that type of a country. You can just go and die to prove you're a strong man. He's trying to tell you the wisdom that Obi is approaching the politics of Nigeria with, which is commendable. So, and he used MK as an example, the way he was voted for. And the mandate was taken from him, and a lot of people say, go and defend your mandate, go and defend your mandate. At the end of the day, he went to defend his mandate. Nigerian authority caught up with him, and he died in prison. Today, nobody is remembering about MK. His business suffered, everything suffered, and all of that. Even to rename Lagos State University to his name, his people refuse it because he has been forgotten. So that is the politics of Nigeria, that he wouldn't want Peter Obi to go and kill himself, rather approach it the way he's doing it. You understand? And he's trying to tell you
who is Democracy Day, which is a public holiday in Nigeria? Who is it named after?
No, it's MK now.
So it's not forgotten.
You understand?
It can never be forgotten. It's embedded into the Nigerian life.
Well, I just I know you will not be happy of the video because of the commendation, the capacity he's mentioning.
No. It's not that I'm not even happy about the video. It didn't actually say anything wrong, and I'm not quite sure if you picked up that the political space has actually moved away from the obedient space. You'll notice that people are not talking about Obi that much anymore, because after that protest, I think people have capped off nobody really cares about Obi, and except you is adherent. Who cares about what he thinks or does or doesn't do?
Are you? Well, I think.
How many times have we done Obi headline? We've abandoned. The world has moved on from Obi.
You can go and check all your video. There is no day you make a video you will not. Even if you read out yourself, you must put Obi there. So if the man is not sweet in your mouth, why do you always put his name in any of your readouts?
One man didn't take any jump ship like last week on the big campaign. I thought he jumped ship to show where
Atiku is with Atiku now.
Right, he's now telling you left, you've abandoned Obi yourself now.
No, I'm not abandoning Obi. I'm just trying to make sure that all his effort is not a waste. So that's what I'm trying to do.
By joining the Atiku camp, that is how you ensure that his effort by joining the Atiku camp.
So, forget about it.
Okay.
Forget about it. It's a man that if I have the capacity, I will just give him this country to make an impact. But it's just that I don't have the capacity. So let Nigeria decide whatever they want in their space. Whoever they want to do them, let them decide. You understand? So, but the video makes a lot of meaning to me, even though one man don't want to acknowledge that, because this is not a Abado video. This is a video that explains a lot of things. You understand? But
Does it?
why
Does it?
you should know why the Igbos didn't and are playing safe now, because it's just like in the space in the Nigerian space now, the Igbos are playing a very safe politics, not to fall into the hand of the enemy. You understand? Because anything that happens today, even the last protest, a lot of people still want to make it Igbo protest, but they find all the means to do that. It never work out. You understand? So I think Igbos has taken their position in the Nigerian space. So trying to drag them out into the politics of Nigeria today would be a very difficult task.
What is that position? What position have they taken?
The position is that it will be very difficult for an Igbo man today to join any protest in Nigeria. It will be a very difficult task, a very difficult thing for an Igbo man to do. Whether the country is dying, whatever that is happening. You understand? So if for other people that vote a candidate, if they don't like the administration, let them go for the protest. You understand? So because when the Igbos are supporting a candidate, they are not supporting it because even though you people say it's because of it's your brother or whatever, but you can start from the time of Goodluck Jonathan up until today. Igbo, even the time of Obasanjo till today, Igbo has always supported the best candidate for this nation. Because if you come to the major parties, not that they are producing the best, but they know that this person, whether you like it or not.
Hold on. Goodluck Jonathan was essentially an Igbo administration because the body of its administration were essentially Igbo people. Obasanjo was not the best candidate in that election. It was Olufalaye. So anybody that meant well for Nigeria would have voted for Olufalaye then. And the reasons why the Igbos are supporting Peter Obi is entirely about tribe. I don't know one Igbo person that doesn't support Peter Obi. You say Emeka, but 90-something% of them support him because, and it's entirely about tribe. There's no shame in that now. But we all know it's about tribe now, so don't worry about.
You can say it's about tribe, but a section of the country that has produced a president and a vice president that still supports another person from that section of the country, and the section that never produced any president or vice. I want to know the person that is supporting based on tribe.
It doesn't matter. Everybody's hold on.
No, it matters a lot. It matters a lot because
can you hold on, Emeka? Don't do. Sorry, I'm calling you Emeka because you're doing what he does. Just be pausing for people to have a conversation with you. It's not, don't use energy. The Northerners, they supported Buhari not because he had any competence. It was entirely about tribe. A lot of Yoruba supported Tinubu. Maybe they believed in him or not, but it was mainly about tribe. The Igbos, they supported Peter Obi entirely about tribe. So Peter Obi is not an anomaly to the Nigerian country. It's not an unknown quantity to the entire country. There's nothing about Peter Obi that is known exclusively in the East, not known nationally. Peter Obi was a governor of one of the leading states in Nigeria, and is a public figure with a public record. So there is nothing unknown about him to everybody. So there's nothing that commends or recommends him exceptionally. Because everybody went through him during the election. So the only thing that coalesces the Igbos around him is tribe. So forget competency, forget all of that now. We've done it. Forget it. It's entirely about tribe.
Can I respond? Yes. Can I respond? Okay, Igbos has shown in every cycle of election that they never voted for tribe. So voting for Peter Obi, if you judge it by the past election they have involved in, you should know that Igbos never voted for because of tribe. Down from the time of Obasanjo to the time of Yaradua to even the time one of their greatest son, Odumebu Ojukwu, contested, a lot of people has come out from the southeast, even not Jones Okalo. Many of them has come out to contest for election. Nobody, Igbo man they never look into their direction. You understand? So, but I want to know when I want to know how it becomes a tribal issue when an Ikemba came out to contest an election against a Southwest presidency. And Igbo people were bold enough to tell him, man, you are old enough for this. Go inside. We're not voting you.
One man, can you do us a favor? Can you engage Ekene about this? Because it speaks to the quality of humans like I spoke about and the cohesive index of Nigeria. Can you engage him to, perhaps we can figure out why this keeps occurring, where you have people vote over close to 100% in a region, because it speaks to that vote that I raised earlier. Can you engage him so maybe we can find what you understand by this cohesive index and why it's affected, like a Achilles heel?
Well, if that is your,
hold on, hold on, Ekene. Ekene is not going to engage you in the in an intellectual study of it. What is going to say to you is that they vote uniformly, and then they will cite you all these dubious elections where they vote you. But
it's a hopeless. It's a hopeless situation.
I don't think it's a conversation for Ekene. I think it's a conversation for maybe if we can get Posh Collins to come on, then he can take that on. But
it's just like Babati. It's just like Tinubu saying that I don't know that Southeast Development Commission and other. There is one comment they made. I think who said that in on Twitter Space. That is for to get Igbo supporters in 2027 and all that. And somebody came into the comment section and they replied him and said, if that is why you are doing that, forget it. If Tinubu never perform, forget about Igbo support. And that's how we do things. You cannot just use because because you want to get...
Hold on, Ekene. It wasn't about, he did the Northeast Commission as well. So it wasn't just the Southeast.
Well, that is that whether Northeast or whatever he is doing. Igbos are not you want to use that kind of stuff to come and entice to get a vote. And I think any politician should understand that. We're not looking into that. But if you don't want to...
Ekene, hold on, please. What we're trying to say, let me break it down here. It's like when we say cohesiveness, it's like your ability to work with other people outside your comfort zone. So you're discussing Igbo politics now, which is fine. But I'm saying, as a group of people, what has been that barrier, stumbling block that's made it very difficult for you as a group in the political space to work with other people or to understand their own interests that differs from yours? What is that stumbling block? Because it speaks to coercion, right, woman? That it speaks to that. So what do you think is the barrier to that?
Yeah, and please don't go to Dele Farotemi and Aisha Yesufu. We're talking. Yes, that's why
I'm saying that
it's not
outside of your own comfort zone. Forget Igbo politics now. You as a group of people.
Sorry, BT. Break down the parameters of what you're saying. So that, and not that Ekene doesn't understand, but for the wider understanding. So this index you're talking about, just in like a minute or so, give us a lay version of it, and so that we can attack it from a lay point of view.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course.
So when I discuss cohesive index, right? So we're going to just take each tribe, let's say region, in regards to this. So we look at your identity indicator, right? Your trust factor, believe in social justice, for instance, being patriotic and participating in national development, right? Impunity indicator, gender equality issues, coping strategies, polarizing factors, future expectations. So that would be kind of basic indicators that determines level of coercion, right? So what I'm trying to understand from McKenna is that you discuss Igbo politics and the way they reason, which is fine for a group of people. But if you live in a multi-ethnic society, you have to understand or know for a fact that other group of people will have different interests that you might not necessarily align with. So I'm saying, you as a group of people, if you have to speak on behalf of Igbo now, I know I'm putting on the spot again, but what do you think has been the stumbling block that has made it very difficult for the Southeast in that political space to work with other people and to understand their own interest in the game? Because it appears to me that each time an Igbo politician tries to venture outside of that space, right, to kind of, engage other people, that person is quickly ostracized, right? They are kind of, so what I want to understand, because I'm not Igbo, you are Igbo. So what's that stumbling block that makes it difficult for the Southeast to reach out to other people? Like if let's say Soludo for me, for instance.
It's parochialism and insularity. That's what
so
it is.
Go ahead.
Parochialism and insularity.
Go ahead.
Yeah. However you want to put it, one man. But the point still remains that the stumbling block is that, especially most of our leaders in the Southeast, they don't know the general public or the general understanding of an Igbo man, because most of them are also there because once you join the leading party, it's just for the money and for the national cake. So once it is happening like that, most of them, they don't even have the audacity to come and even defend their region in the federal space. Because once you give them what they want, once they are there just to worship the president and whatever, and the Igbo, it's a fact. We don't worship anybody. What matters is do the right thing, and we praise you. You understand? Equity, fairness, and justice. And what is that? Do something that will benefit the whole country. If you say you are a leader, and whenever an Igbo man look,
let me.
You see, that's why I say it may not be a question for Ekene.
Okay.
What Ekene No, guy, just settle it down. What Ekene is actually speaking to are the qualities or the perceived qualities. We don't know how verified it is. What is speaking to are the sold qualities of an Igbo person. But what
so
the question
why can I answer it?
Why don't read the session, please. Just hold on 1 second.
You're an idiot.
All right. Thank you very much. So what Ekene is actually speaking to, you see, it's just broken my train of thought there. So what it's speaking to is different from where the question is, because what you are asking is that why is that subset not able to leap into the wider whole, which is the wider
outside of your comfort zone, outside of
the enclave. Yes, you can come in. But what Ekene is actually speaking
you will not even allow me to make my point itself.
You made the point now, but it wasn't to the point that he was asking you. You are talking about the qualities that you see as what constitutes an Igbo person. But that's not what it's asking. It's asking why that subset cannot lead into the wider space to engage. Is that what the question is?
Simple now. Many other people are not understanding our mind of politics, because you might think it's because we just like you are saying. You say we are voting for tribe or whatever you want to put it. But that's not it. It's very difficult for other regions of the country to understand the mind of Igbo man in politics, because to other people it's all about play your politics, do this and all that. But believe me, if you come to an Igbo space, if an Igbo man, his business is moving fine, he doesn't care who is the leader of this country. Nobody cares. As far as he goes out there and things are going well, business is moving fine, he comes out, he can pay his house rent and all those stuff. He doesn't care. And the same time, you will still repeat in voting, even if you are somebody from the north and your policies are favorable to the economy of the space, and the Igbo man is having his business moving fine. He doesn't care. Even if whenever anybody from the southeast comes to counter that politician, I think other people will not support him. They will rather allow that person that favors their interest to continue.
Hold on,
and that's how we do.
Allow me to answer that.
Can I say something?
Let's hear from Ajale Koko first. Ajale Koko, yeah.
Look, Babati.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Igbo people doesn't lack that ability to work with other people. As a matter of fact, they've done better than even the Yoruba people. If you want to go down the history lane, in the Second Republic, they were able to align very well with the parties that govern with National Party of Nigeria. So they were able to align well, and they held a lot of big position in Nigeria. And in the in this dispensation too, since 1999, for 16 years, they were in the National Party. So that's to tell you that while we in Yoruba were in opposition, so they were able to play the politics well, aligned with other groups, other parts of Nigeria, to win the central government. So it was just that in 2015, when the party they belong to, the National Party, the PDP, that ruled for 16 years, failed, and they turned out to be opposition now, since then. Maybe that is what you people are now perceive, or as if they lack
or Obasanjo an opposition when Obasanjo was.
I think what Babati is speaking to, and correct me again, Babati, if I'm mishearing you. I think what Babati is speaking to is a cultural constraint that hems them within just regionalism.
Yeah, outside of the region, not their own politics per se. So to understand that people have different interests beyond what you believe, because remember, you are one out of many, right, in a multicultural society. So you have to put yourself in other people's shoes. Beyond what you believe is right.
Hold on, Adale Koko, speculate to your own question, BT, because you've identified something. So what underpins it? Are you referencing a cultural constraint?
No,
that limits them within their region.
Because I would prefer somebody from that place speaks first before. I'm trying to understand it. Let me give an example of so you know where I'm coming from. Look at what transpired at the PDP primaries. If you know what happened, if you remember, where you have people running for primaries. Like I've always said, and I'm almost anytime. Atiku stole the birthright of the Southeast. That ticket belonged. The PDP owed the Southeast that ticket. That PDP ticket that Atiku stole was supposed to be Southeast. APC does not owe Southeast anything because of the makeup of it. Let's just be honest. It's a North-Southwest party arrangement. But the PDP owed the Southwest. But the politicking were beyond. You remember when Tinubu was running, people were dropping for him to run for, except for Osibajo, right? That didn't drop. Everybody was dropping. And in the PDP, you had 4 or 5 people running, and they were struggling for vote. And I'm like, wait a minute, you should have been planning for this for 3 to 4 years. Have you reached out to anybody, to expand the tent? Even Obi himself, he was limited in the voting block that he had. He didn't reach out that much. Is it that the people that don't like them in that space, or is it that they're not I'm trying to understand. I don't know, woman. I can't really give an insight right now onto somebody from that area.
Let me chime in a little bit. What's wrong with me chiming in? Right now, even the question itself and the example that Baba T is citing, if you analyze the data of the 2023 rigged election, right? I'm not saying this is the first time election is rigged, but we could use 2023 as an example. If you analyze the data, Peter Obi and Ahmed, his vice president, you look at the data and he won Edo State, he won Lagos State, he won in Abuja, won several other places, Benue and other places, right? So first of all, that doesn't the question I can indulge it because it's not a serious question, obviously. Somebody thinking out of their ass, right? Trying to dabaru the session. It's not me dabaruing the session. It's people like this Baba T. Somebody who's ever showed his face, ever. A doctor that doesn't have any, haven't laid any foundation. The point is that Nigeria you see right there was established by the Igbos. As a matter of fact,
all right.
Hold on.
No.
God,
No. I don't want to do that sort of thing today. But
let me land this point.
Yeah.
Land this point. You see, one thing that is different between us, the Yoruba people, and the Igbo when it comes to politics and the struggle for power at the center is that, when Yoruba lost out in the power game, Yoruba doesn't make too much noise. What they do is to go and re-strategize and do, aligning with some other area, do some realigning, and and pursue their aspiration to grabbing that power. They will pursue it vigorously. They will never relent, other than what we see our brother are doing, as if, once they lost that, it looked like, they can't get it anymore. You understand what I'm saying? Yoruba doesn't see it like that. We lost out in 1999. We didn't say heaven should fall. We were planning. Awolowo was planning, was realigning with some others in the north, and at the same time was, trying to form an alliance with, even the east. But it was having some stumbling block there because of Azikwe. But some of these leaders in the north, the PRP leaders of PRP, GMPP, Waziri Ibrahim, the Aminu Kano, Rimi, and all of them were, trying to form an alliance against the National Party. So that is what Yorubas are good for. Yoruba doesn't, when we lost that, we don't want to rock the boat. We want to go back to the point of re-strategize.
It might be no Joe. Let me put it this way. It might be no Joe.
All right.
Let me apologize.
We have to move on from that topic in a moment.
I know.
Maybe a couple more minutes here.
Okay, just that's what I'm saying. So, let's say you're running for office, right? And you go to Ayetoro to campaign. Let's say in Ayetoro, you can campaign all you want, but one person tells them what to vote and how to vote. But you go to Sokoto and it's more democratic. What I'm saying is, if you want those people to vote for you, you understand this very peculiarity about them. They're very unique as a people, right? Then you can say, oh, we are poor and their people are suffering. But the way they interpret it in that culture might be different from yours, right? The way they see it might be different from yours. You have to then put yourself in their shoes to better communicate what you're trying to do for them. And I'm asking that, is it a cultural barrier that is making it difficult for people that come from the South? Is that anytime they reach out to other people, there's always this pushback from their own people and also from that other region is what I'm trying to understand.
Sorry, hold on. BT, let me come in and let me halfway agree with you, maybe not all the way. There is a cultural barrier. It's just there's an inevitability to it. There is a cultural barrier, and that cultural barrier, you will identify it in the strand of politics that Soludo plays and the strand of politics that Peter Obi plays. So Peter Obi plays the politics that speaks to the core instincts of people and rallies them at a primal level. And Soludo is trying to drag that space into an egalitarian or more inclusive sort of politics. But if you look at the reaction of that space to those two strands of politics, then that tells you then that it's not an enclave, but it's a cultural loop that they're not yet ready to penetrate. You know, so they gravitate to that.
That culture we are talking about now, now speak to the point that the Igbos we are talking about don't care whether you are their son. Just like you speak about Soludo trying to align or make it look more good with the other regions. But the Igbos are not interested in that kind of thing that he's trying to play. So that is why the first thing he has to do.
Hold on. Sorry, I apologize. I know I'll let you speak. But you see, politics is always played. I don't quite know why people don't get this concept. Politics is always played at the center. It's not played at the extremities of whichever space you are politicking from. No. Politics is always played at the center. So you have to come to the center. And nobody cares about the Igbos are this and the Igbos are that. Hold on. Yeah. There is nothing that makes the Igbos unique and peculiar to themselves that doesn't make any and everybody else unique and peculiar to themselves. The Hausa Fulanis, they are unique and peculiar in as many ways as the Igbos are unique and peculiar. So forget the Igbos this and the Igbos that. What people are saying is that you have to break out of that cultural malaise and come to the center. If you want to politics, you come to the center. The center doesn't come to you. Anyway, okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking nonsense.
I know the point. I know the point. Every other region from the nation plays that kind of politics. They come to the center, they negotiate power and all that. But in the mind of an Igbo man, still believe that all this negotiation of power, turn by turn, whatever you are doing, what good has it done to the nation, the public, the general nation? Rather, it's still about themselves. So, an Igbo man thinks that, for me, playing that kind of politics is better. We allow you guys play it. Then at the end of the day, let's see how the nation progress. And that is what is happening today. That even in protest, they tell you we are not protesting. After all, we have been trying to come in to bring out candidates to also have our impact in the nation. But you said we are supposed to negotiate. We are supposed to do that and all that. Then, if you are not happy with the level of our negotiation, you can continue. And we are not protesting. We are not doing anything. Just even after this administration, if you still want to give it to whoever you want to give, just give it. But the point still remains that Igbo man wants the nation to progress. It doesn't matter who is in the affairs of this nation. That's the point. But even if you say, most of the time, the way you put it, when Igbo man thinks that this person is better, you make it tribal and all that. And that is the problem we are having. You understand? If you check, even within security, during the time of good luck, Jonathan, Igbo still voted him massively. Not because Jonathan is come from the southeast, but because they know, no matter what, the level of his compassion can still do us good as a nation. Compared to Obiabo of Buhari, which he used to stifle our economy to the end of it. At the end of the day, Tinubu said it is his own turn. That he made Buhari the president.
All right. Let me ask you one question and then we move on. I don't want to have an Igbo session, but How well do you think the other composing ethnic nations of Nigeria understand the Igbo? How well do you think the rest of us understand the Igbo?
Well, the rest of the public understand the Igbo. The Igbos want. You feel that Igbos are self-centered. The one most of the people believe that when you give the Igbo man the country, the first thing he will do is to divide the nation and gain Biafra. But if you look at the reason for Biafra is for development, because Igbo man in his own personal life hates setback. You understand? So let me just finish. Just give me a minute. Igbo man in his own personal life hates setback. So whenever he is doing something, he does it in a way that will bring prosperity to him in his business and his general life. So we don't think like that. The agitation that you guys use it against the Igbo race, that is Biafra. If we check about it, it's all about development. How are we going to have our seaports? How are we going to have our highways built? How are we going to have this? How are we going to do this? So they feel the better way for it is to have their own nation. That if we have our own nation, we have the capacity to build it the way we want it. So and that is why all this their bill and all this you cannot be, if somebody said that I don't want to belong to this union again because it's not favorable to my culture or to my belief, I think you should think about it. You cannot just drag me into what you know that I don't believe in. So if you talk about a progressive man, that is how we think and that's how we do things. So we start from our personal life to count on how we do politics. I don't do politics that will just favor you Tinubu at the top. Then at the end of the day, I will just be coming there to beg you food. I don't do that type of politics.
All right, we must move on. Let me just say this, and this is just my own personal view. Total nonsense. You can dismiss it as. I think that the southeastern politics is too insular for it to ever really gravitate outside of that particular region. Their politics is just too insular. Like the Igbo this, the Igbo that. Well done. Congratulations to you for being an Igbo man, but you are not an Oyo man, are you? So that's and I hold that with equal pride. You're not a Fulani man, and he holds that with it. So, but forget an Igbo man, this and that. So I feel that the politics of that region is too insular. That's one. And I also feel that region, the Southeast, it doesn't understand that the rest of Nigeria know them very well. They don't understand how well the rest of the country actually knows them. So maybe I'm wrong, but that's just what I think. But maybe we should move on. I don't want it to be. I like this sort of topics, but it always degenerates into ethnic. Yes.
Yeah. But thank you, Roman, for at least giving us a few minutes to discuss.
Yes, you saw how Pansat wanted to turn it into that. That's why I don't like this topic.
I was not even discussing I said for all Nigerians, we have because we can also discuss the political dynamics in the north as well. There's problems there too. Even in the southwest, everybody has some kind of issue that makes it very difficult to work together. So it wasn't like going at Kenya and the Igbo people. That's not what it was meant to.
Nigeria is almost like it's almost like a lab that an experiment is going on.
Right. So don't think it wasn't like an attack on Igbo people. It was more like we're making like a more holistic view or discussion about the whole country.
Yes, even if we take it outside of that, the southeast, what was the index you just referenced, BT?
The human cohesive index.
Yes, that human cohesion index. I'm not quite sure that there's a country on this planet that has more ethnic mix than Nigeria. Nigeria is just look at you have the South with all their Edo, whatever it is, which it in itself it's a nationhood. Then you have the Yoruba, which is a nationhood, the thieves, and all. Nigeria is almost like an experiment. It's like a sociological experiment, isn't it? When you really look at it, but it's quite an interesting. But we seem somehow to be still holding it together. I don't quite know how.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I rather enjoyed that little cameo where let's go back to the usual bread and butter. Let's go on to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, if you're ready for us, do you want to launch at it with this this bill passing through Parliament that is looking to stifle people? Anybody agitating for secession, 10 years. Anybody, there's a lot in that bill actually, but this one particularly tickles anyone that is not standing up for the national anthem or reciting it. They get penalized as well. So, what are you making of this bill passing through Parliament?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. This one is saying 10 years prison for, I think it's a rep that is recommending this. I think
It's actually the leader of the House of Reps, Tajuddin Abbas.
I think they need to go and check his brain for assessment to know if it's in good state of mental health that is capable of representing the people. I mean, what do you say if somebody is not standing up for the flag, for national anthem, that you go for 10 years imprisonment? What sense does that make? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So it would have been better if it talk in a more civilized manner, like a civilized person, by saying, well, maybe we have to take our people through orientation to let them know the importance of the national flag. I'm not saying 10 years imprisonment for what? Even those of them in there stealing, looting our resources, the law does not even recommend 10 years imprisonment for them. It doesn't check Nigerian law. It would, there's, no matter how much you are caught stolen, the law never recommended.
Don't go to that one just yet, because that's like running away from. Not standing up for the national anthem as an act of protest. What's your view on that?
Well, as an act of protest,
yes,
to me, don't see anything wrong in that. If people want to show protest against their leadership, call for attention, maybe to register home their dissatisfaction at the way they are, maybe in a big occasion, like where they have the president making maybe.
What do you think the national anthem symbolizes?
It symbolizes the existence of the nation.
Okay, so not really the party institution, but nationhood itself.
Yeah, it symbolizes the nationhood. So, but if some people are not happy with the way the nation is being run, and at an occasion where they believe the headship or maybe the group of leadership are present, and they want to show that, look, we are not happy at this nation, the way things is being run, they could protest. People could protest anytime in any form, but not violent. So if
what about burning of the flag? How are you positioned on that?
That is not good.
You don't think not standing for the anthem is tantamount to burning the flag?
No, it's not. One man, come on, there is not. If you don't stand up for it, it means you are not happy for one thing. You want to register a protest to the power that be, for them to know that, yes, this nation, I don't think I'm happy with this nation. And you can protest. If you are not happy with your law, you can protest to the notification of your of the leadership or the authority of the state. So, but that doesn't mean that because you do that, then you have to be sent to jail. That is draconian. That is. I mean, for what? Why should people be put to jail? You can have conversation with them. You can dialogue with them. You can give them some orientation. Let them know. What I mean, protest should be allowed as long as it's not violent. Violent protest is what I'm not on board with. But a protest in a civil way, I think, even not standing up for the national anthem, people should not call for their fellow citizens to be jailed for that. It doesn't. You didn't. You. It's not. It shouldn't be an illegal thing. It shouldn't be an illegal thing at all for not standing up. It's just a way of honoring the statehood, the nationhood. It's a way to honor your nation. That okay, my nation national anthem. I am standing up to show that yes, I'm giving a respect for my nation. I honor my nation. That is what it. If you don't want to honor your nation, you shouldn't be punished for that. You shouldn't be punished for that. You must have a reason for not doing that. People should not be punished for that. It's just insane.
Okay. So why do you think they are bringing this forward? Are they looking to jail Aisha Yesufu and these miscreants, these ne'er-do-wells that have been constituting a nuisance for too long?
Let me tell you this. What they're trying to do, if they should go ahead to pass this into law, then they'll be ready to jail a lot of people. A lot of Nigerians this will even anger a lot of people to say, you know what? I'm not standing up for it. Come on, put me in jail.
No, it will straighten them up. But look at when they jailed Bobrisky, it straightened that transgender space up. Even that what was that one that calls himself Bobby Brown? He started wearing a suit instead of a skirt. You know, well, if they jail Aisha Yesufu and Dele Farotimi, that place will straighten up.
Well, what I know is that we live in a democratic state. This kind of law, even when they pass it, it can be challenged at the law court. And we're definitely going to challenge it. We that believe in the right of the people, we will stand up and we will take it to court. And I believe the law will strike it down. So there's no humanity in saying that because people are not standing up for national anthem and they should be good. There's no humanity in that. That is a totally draconian law. It's a draconian law. You say even under the military, when military did not even make that law, how come the democratic democratically elected people want to pass a draconian law? It's insane. People can protest anytime. It's a way of showing I'm not satisfied with this country, and then what? And people can do it anytime. So,
all right, brilliant. Let me move you on to another topic. Then I want to move you around quickly so that we get to voices. But let me take you to this space. It's a space that we've sort of been not romancing, but we've been dipping toes into over the last few days. A story that still refuses to go away. Presidency behind Igbo Must Go movement in Lagos. This is Nnamdi Kanu's former lawyer, age 4. And what this guy is proposing, and I'm not quite sure if I'm that far away from him in thought, is that Bayo Ononuga, who is the main spokesperson for the presidency, he has made some fairly vicious ethnic jingoistic comments over the last recent months, which still exists within the space and has not been addressed. And he's the foremost presidential spokesperson. And this This green shoot of Igbo must go that we're hearing in Yoruba land is an offshoot of that Bayo Ononuga mindset. And if it's an offshoot of Bayo Ononuga's mindset, then it has the tacit endorsement of the presidency. Essentially, what AJ4 is inviting you to conclude is that Tinubu is actually behind Igbo must go. Do you follow the logic and do you agree with it?
I would agree with JA4. JA4 has said a lot of things in the past that shows that it's an ethnic jingoist. So I'm not surprised that he's speaking in this manner. But at the same time, Bayo Nonigon have not helped the situation. Penny person that is a spokesperson of the president should not be speaking recklessly the way he had done several times. To some people, they will agree that, well, it's speaking the how do I describe it? It's speaking for the president, So, but Tinubu, I don't think is an ethnic jingoist or a bigot, ethnic, a tribal bigot, because when he was in Lagos, he had some Igbo people. For the first time in the history of Lagos State, he appointed an Igbo man, some Igbo, in some strategic position in Lagos.
Do you think moves will be made to cage the Southeasterners in Lagos? Do you think they will legislate them into some sort of a cage in Lagos?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Repeat the question. Maybe I didn't hear you well.
No. I think there's a lot of music in your background. I said, do you think the Igbos there'll be moves by the because we're already seeing the green shoots of it when they are saying every Friday the Lagos Assembly will be conducted in Yoruba language, and after the elections and what we saw in that space and this protest now, there's a sentiment that the Lagos space will look to use legislation to sort of cage the Southeasterners that are resident there.
I'm not sure if they are going to use some kind of legislation to cage Igbo people in Lagos. I'm not sure. I don't know how that will be done. But like the situation you mentioned, where some people, some Igbo, took the assembly to court for conducting the affairs of the state, of assembly in Yoruba on Friday. I think this is what, some of these Igbo sometimes, this is where this is sometimes what they do sometimes that anger the indigent of where they reside. You are in another person's land and you are challenging that the indigent for trying to conduct the affairs of the assembly just only one day, and you are challenging them that you cannot do it. It is just, this is what causes, pushback from Yoruba people. And it's only when Yoruba react, then they will cry to high heaven, oh, Yoruba hate Igbo, they don't like Igbo people. But what did you do that anger Yoruba people? They won't want to, talk about that. So, look, people in charge of Lagos or running Lagos, they are civilized people. And Lagos is not just an ordinary state like other states in Nigeria. It's an international city or international space, and as such, they are putting in place system of governance that look like the way governance is run in many advanced countries in the world. So, and as such, I don't think they want to go to the extreme to say, oh, they want to pursue, you know, how do we do? Is it xenophobic against Igbo people? I don't think so. They won't want to, legislate any law that will go in that direction. So, but the most important thing is that it is good for Igbo people to respect people in their land, respect their culture, respect, their tradition, and give to them, let them feel comfortable and not disrespect them, because you disrespect people on their land, they will want to.
Baba, please, I want you to give an example of this respect. I mean, this respect that should be given to at least, as in point out in the areas that maybe non-indigenous should respect the Lagosians. I want you to point out in the culture.
I think it's already given an example of that. They said they wanted to conduct assembly in the Yoruba, and a particular group went to court to say they can't in their own land.
In their own land. Only Igbo. Hausa did not take up any challenge against them. Edo people in Lagos did not take up any opposition against that. No other tribe, but only Igbo. Why must you want to cause trouble in another person's land when people in their
hold on. I don't want to push that conversation because we had a lot of it over the last few days. You can respond, but I don't want to go too deep ego in this session. But
yes, when you don't respect people in their own land, people want to give you trouble, serious trouble. So Igbo should learn to respect other people in their
Babaja, let me say this. Let me say this, because most of the time you say respect, but I don't care how you want to understand it. That's why I said Igbos may be confrontational, but most of the time it is to their own interest. So if I see any law, anything that you are doing, other tribes can keep quiet. But even within our space, even in that Alaba market, you are a shaman of the market, and you do bring out a law that is to stifle the people, there must be a confrontation. People must confront. People must speak. I don't care whether Hausa don't speak or whether Yoruba don't speak. And that is why most of the time you say that Igbos are selfish or whatever, however you want to put it. You understand? So you should understand it that way. And most of the time, these are the challenging part of the politics of the Igbo people with other people. We don't keep quiet in everything. You understand? So no disrespect. No disrespect at all, because even if with that character also achieves a lot to us as an Igbo man. It's not everything that I keep quiet to. It's not everything that because I live.
Hold on. You made the point. Wrap up that space. I want to go to this guy who is Agbado Tinubu. I think he's joining us for the first time. So if you want to bring it home, then I'll go to him.
Okay. Anyway, so
Ajale Koko, Good morning. Can I say something, please?
No, I don't look to round it up. I think it's Maurice just
I
trying
know.
to.
I want to say a short thing, a very short thing.
You want to disrupt the session, is what you want
No,
to do.
I'm not disrupting anything. What I wanted to say is that all this narrative Igbo must go. This is just noise making. Nothing is going to happen. Because why do I say that? Because I believe the people you're saying will drive out, they're not robots. It's not like you're driving out wood or ants. These are people who have large population in Lagos. How are you going to face them? Let's say now, if the people that said it's not like keyboard warriors staying behind computer, Igbo must go. Let them come and drive Igbos out now. See, because listen, we don't want any issues there. The country, we have to live together in harmony. We don't want like this
If they
tribal
want to
stuff.
drive them out, they can, and
They
they can do it
cannot. They
easily.
cannot.
Of
Listen,
course
we
they
fought
can.
war
They can.
before.
All right.
Listen,
Yes.
let me tell you something. If there's a problem there,
If they want to
cannot.
drive them out, they can do it
No, it's not
easily.
possible. They tried it before some years ago. Look at
Easily,
this.
they can do it.
No, they cannot. The
All right.
Igbos would defeat. Igbo people would defeat Yoruba there. Is it war? You people didn't fight war. We fought war. We're not afraid.
You see the
The only thing. Listen.
All right. Ajale Koko, round it off, and then we go to Agbado. This Agbado Tinubu. All right.
Well, man, you see, this is the kind of language that attract, pushback from Yoruba people. When you say nothing can help, Yoruba cannot do anything, but you can do. So, in someone's lands, I don't think anything wrong in speaking their language in their assembly just for one day. And but you are not son of the soil, you are not an indigene, you are challenging them, you can't speak their language. It is not right. We must respect each other and respect it reciprocal. If we in Igbo land in one day they want to speak, conduct the affairs of the legislative arm of government in Igbo language, what is wrong?
I support you. I support you on that, 100%.
So people that are doing that, some other people should be able to come out and tell them that what they are doing is wrong. That is the best way to do it. So, woman, let's go to their new voice. So let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Ajaleko, I just don't want to get locked in that Igbo something. We all know where it always ends up. Agbado Tinubu, hope you're ready for us. Good to have you here, Agbado, Ewa. Agbado, on mute now after I've cleared the deck for you. Agbado.
I think it's not there. Has it not been here before like that? When you try to call
it? Yes, I've tried to. There few. Yes, there are a couple of. There's another one called Suman. They come in, but they never get to speak. So we like to document people's politics.
It's my turn, one man. You keep removing me.
Just guy, please now. Let's go to Ovie, who we've not heard from for a while. Ovie, good to have you. Let's do 5-minute monologues. We kick it off with Ovie. Ovie.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama.
Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam, my boy Ovie. One man, it's actually my turn. Why is Ovie before?
All right. Just give us a 5-minute monologue. Do you want me to run you through the topics, or you would want to free flow?
Yeah, let's take one at a time.
And I'll rattle through the headlines, and then you just pick as you will and then speak to them. Council of State, Gowon Abdul Salami, Jonathan Buhari, governors pass vote of confidence in Tinubu. So notable missing names are Obasanjo, which is not surprising, Babangida, maybe for reasons of health. But what they concluded was the protest that we just saw was an act of insurrection aimed at regime change. So that came out earlier today. Let me give you the rest of them, and then you can just pick as you will. IPOB members, others risk jail term. as Nigerian House of Representatives proposed 25 years imprisonment, 10 million naira fine for separatist agitation. So that's looking to cage not just that Nnamdi Kanu Simon Ekpa space, but even reaching further. Protesters wanted regime change. That's Dele Alake speaking the language that we know him for. Judges' salaries increase by 300%. So this is the Attorney General of the Federation. Tinubu just assented to that bill, and a lot of people speculating that that's somewhat politicking towards 2027 by a lot of people, I mean myself. That's what I thought. Presidency behind Igbo Must Go movement in Lagos. This is Nnamdi Kanu's former lawyer, Ejiofor, lining that now green shoot to Dele Alake's politics. So he's going in that in that direction. And then there was one more that yes, they are holding the payment of the local government in abeyance for 3 months for the state governors to calibrate. And then finally, this one, marketers project 600 naira per liter for Dangote petrol. So pick and mix and just give us a 5-minute monologue.
So, should I say what? 48 hours after the 10 days of campaign, I've been a protest. You know, it's nothing you say about all these headlines that actually stick to that. So we don't forget about them like that. So that's interesting. So I've only known that.
Actually, before you roll on, what's your assessment of the protest? Because we've had conversations around it, and I insist that it was a categorical failure. Tinubu yielded no ground, and it was the biggest protest in the history of that country times 10. When 26 states came out, and the security agencies managed to contain it. There were skirmishes, there were burnings, but not excessively. They did not overrun the security operatives, and the government yielded no ground. So I thought it was a failure, but what did you think?
Wait, you say what, 26 states?
Yes, they came out in about 26 states, according to what was reported.
That's a landslide victory, if you ask me, to the administration come 2027. I mean, 2027, we only need 24 states, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, I totally get what you are saying. Don't think I'm speaking. To me, that's how I see what happened. It was the 10 days of campaign. That was not a protest. It was a campaign, and as far as I'm concerned, the president come out as a victor here. He's very victorious. And as you rightly said, the Council of Men, at the statement, however you put it, they came out and put the overall seal into it that yes, they are very vote of confidence as to put it short. So to me, it's a successful 10 days outing for President Tinubu ahead of 2027. It's going to be a landslide victory. That's exactly how I see it, and I beg to differ. That's exactly what happened. So I mean, for me, one thing that actually stand out again from this whole campaign is the theme that is going to play account 2027, which is what? Constitution. Right? I don't expect the Bola Tinubu to campaign with Muslim tickets again. That's not going to work out. They have achieved their plan, their success with that. So the next thing now, this thing that is on the ground that is playing out, which is what? Identity politics. You have to hammer the Saudis and all that. I mean, that will never go away. But the new addition is the Constitution. They are going to campaign on that. We are going to renew the Constitution. However they are going to, finally reshape the phrase and everything. They are working on it now, but that's just the foundation of what they are going to campaign on. Constitution. It seems as if everybody's on board on it. When I mean everybody, both the poor and the rich, the Talakawas and the oppressed, everybody is actually clamoring for Constitution. So
what threatens, maybe even on seats, Tinubu in 2027? What threatens or possibly push on seats him in 2027?
Nothing.
You don't see Peter Obi Atiku alignment or Bala Mohammed, who is now promoting himself maybe not, but a Peter Obi Atiku alignment with of course Atiku can be vice because he's already vice already, and I don't think constitutional. You don't think that threatens him somewhat if we go by the figures of the last round?
No. I think another thing again I noticed, another person that came out victorious on this whole campaign is Atiku. So it's from now to 2031, unless deaths do them parts, it's just going to be two of them. I still don't see any reason why Tinubu will not handle to Atiku come 2031. So whatever ticket that is going on around among the opposition party is for Atiku. However they want to put it, it's for Atiku, but not for 2027, but for 2031.
Age will be a determinant factor for Atiku and health as well in 2020.
Well, health, maybe they can do something about that age. I don't know. The man is still running up and down. So how do you campaign? It's going to be the most popular politician alive, Nigerian, come 2031. If he's still interested, if he's still alive, yes. But I don't know, whatever the OB gangs, when I mean OB gangs, those who are not who are not partisans, right? Who are still hoping that they can find one way or the other to push Atiku out. Because that's also unfolding too. How can they push him out, politically speaking, before that time? Or how can they make PDP irrelevant before that time? But I don't think that would be possible. To make PDP relevant is not going to be possible. But pushing him out, I think there are many ways to do that, but I don't know if it's going to be easy or they can accomplish that before 2031. That's my own reading of what played out within the last 10 days of all the noise that everybody is making.
But the way the PDP, my reading is that I don't see Atiku getting a ticket in 2027. I don't.
Who will take it from him?
It's going to be Bala Mohammed.
Doesn't what it takes.
Bala Mohammed will Arrowhead. They have 3 years to sell him now.
No, the faction that we see in 2023 between Atiku's camp and Wike camp, we switch over now to Bala's camp and Atiku's camp. Because if you actually pay attention, leading to the 2023, there were 4 of them, right? Bala Mohammed, Atiku, Saraki, and the Sokoto guy, Tambawa.
Yeah.
If you remember, there was a meeting for them to meet in at Hilltop. That's Babangida. And after that meeting, one of them decided to go stubborn. Who is that person? The man that you just called, Bala Mohammed, that is not going to step down. Right? So that is, he might decide to form alliance with Wike ahead of 2027. I'm not saying he's going to get anything, but he's going to create that crack between APC again. PDP again. So it's not. I don't see anybody taking the ticket from Atiku. If the way things are now, I don't know if it's going to change tomorrow, because there are 3. It's going to be 3 factions going to PDP. If everything plan out, Obi is still there too. Obi is actually at this point is working for the future, right? Who am I going to align? If I align with Atiku, what is the probability that I'm going to get it? Right. So that one is still there too, but his own political future too is also at stake. What will Johnny PDP will do to his political future? What will continuing solo with the obedient movement achieve? Those are the things that I see. Played out.
I think Obi has already reached that epiphany that the obedient movement has reached its crescendo. I'm not sure that thing gives anything more than it's already given now.
One man. Because it's not organic, that is why you should not just close that chapter. It wasn't organic. So the forces that engineer it are still very much alive, and they are still very much in action. So don't say, "Oh, it's not good. It would not take shape again." It will take shape, but the question
no. It's already in shape. But what I'm saying is it has reached its zenith. It has climaxed. So in 2027, the most that the obese space can do is probably retain at 70% thereabout. So Obi knows that his movement cannot drive him
Yes,
beyond.
which
Yeah,
give
hold
which
on,
give
hold on. Yeah, hold on. It cannot drive him beyond where it drove him in 2027, but in 2023. But he also knows that he has that potency as a bargaining power. But the politics that Obi has to play now, the only politics left for Obi is 2027. And that 2027 politics for Obi is to be the vice to somebody that he can succeed. And that still leads him to Atiku. So the only thing that can hold any sort of future for Obi in politics is to be Atiku's running mate again and hope against hope that they win, which they won't. But that's how I see it for him.
Yeah, I agree with you that about your conclusion. I think the biggest for me, 2027 is actually gone. It is over. As I said, nothing is threatening to move for that. But what happened? Who is going to take the mantle of him come 2031 is where it is. Forget this turn by turn of a thing, right? The OB agenda is real, whether we like it or not. Is real. And 2031 is going to be much stronger because what they are going to be a group, a new generation that will join that group, which the people who are in their 16, 17, 15 now, what do you think they are going to be by? So they are going to be recruited to join that movement. So that the OB agenda is real. The idea that the button is just going to go to the north is going to be smooth like that, I don't know. I don't know.
You think Obi can come into play for 2031?
It's not OB. That's the problem. It's not OB.
Yeah, but who will arrow? No. Look.
No, what I mean is not OB. What I mean is not OB. It is not
talking about. No, what you're talking about is we are talking about a paradigm shift. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, go
ahead. Yeah, it is not going to continue like this. I'm 100% sure it's not going to continue like that, especially now that.
Sorry, Obi, do you think Obi has what it takes to lead that pack? When it comes to 2031, do you think he'll be able to manage to excel, just like the way you're putting it? If he's actually serious about 2031.
Obi might not be. Yes, Obi will still going to be the face going forward, but is it going to be at the end of the day the beneficiary of this movement? I can't say for sure, but what I think I'm pretty sure of is that the Obi presidency, the movement is real, and it's not Obi. Obi is just choosing to be the right guy, and don't get me wrong, he's playing well. But if they find a character that has a little bit quality of Obi, which is what credibility and all this thing that they're talking about him, then if they find that kind of person, but who also have this street credibility. What do I mean street credibility? Because the only thing that is missing,
electability.
No, the only thing that is missing between Obi and his followers is that agility that the followers have.
Political nows.
Yes, so how do Obi don't have that? So if they find that person that have a little bit of what Obi have now, and that's that agility that can lead the people, lead the followers to whatever it is.
You said abandon turn by turn, but if they don't find that character from the north, they're not going to get anything in 2031. They're not, because the north is fixated on power transiting back to them on that still unspoken principle of turn by turn. So they're not going to reach any epiphany that says that, oh, we want a greater good. And what is to say that turn by turn is not a greater good? So I agree. Let me say where I agree with you. I agree with you that obedient movement is an entity now that cannot be ignored. And it's a decision maker in terms of the political trajectory, especially at the presidential space. So we all agree that there is a pocket of power. So we agree that. I also agree that Obi is not going to be the beneficiary of that movement. It's going to be the John the Baptist. I think even Obi knows that. So we know that. And I also agree that they will test their strength still in 2027, but the power of incumbency and probably achievements in the course of Tinubu retains in 2027. I agree that. I also now agree that their ultimate power will be played in 2031. But where I do not agree is that this idea of turn by turn will be jettisoned. No, I feel if they are really going to, you can also be an also run. No, nobody knows an also run. Everybody knows the winner. So they can also be an also run. But if they want to really make a real intentional push towards power, then they have to look for what qualities they are describing and find a northern arrowhead to arrowhead it for 2031. And I feel that that's their best, but that's just my thoughts. But
it's not about jettisoning it, right? As you rightly put it, it's a gentleman agreement, right? It's not a jettisoning it. If an Igbo man win the election come 2031, nothing will happen. If to say Obi win the elections, let's say the rigging was in favor of Obi, nothing will happen. Nothing. Just like there is a gentleman agreement to be turn by turn, there's also a gentleman agreement to punish the average Igbo man, the southeast or the eastern quarter, as you rightly put it, for the crime the Nigerian state believe they commit against them. Because whether we like it or not, even though we know we talk about history, Nigeria has history. And that history, one of the most standing point of that history,
you're buying into that. You're buying into that narrative. No, carry on. I'm surprised that you are saying. I'm surprised you are saying that though.
No.
They've indoctrinated you.
One man. Hold on, one man.
Okay, carry on.
I have to give you credit for one thing, right? The platform is back where it was 4 years to 4 years to the election, right? Eastern quarter. It works. I give you that. So again, constructively, you are back at that narrative again. So when you started this, that's what it was playing out. So I'm not saying, it's a wrong move or anything. It's all politics. I agree. If you remember, all our politics was actually constructed from here based on that narrative. So I agree. We are just, whether we like it or not, whether we don't want to say it out loud, the Nigerian state believe that it is a crime that should not be forgiven easily. And one of the way in punishing them is making sure they stay out of power for as long as those gentleman people can keep it, right? Why am I saying this, right? We have to give them credit. 50 years when they started from nothing, economically, when I mean 50 years, from the Civil War, after the Civil War, they were down to nothing. But today they were a threat to power, because power is all about money. You said one thing, one mother, I keep agreeing with you that everything, the negotiation is at the center. If the Southeast, after what they have gone through, stand as a legit threat to power from these two Jangating tribes, we have to give it to them. So it's here. The reality is here. If they win, nothing will happen. Nigeria will stand. All these things are gra. But Tinubu does have to respect him. He understand it. Whoever win and they declare him, nothing will happen. So there's a deliberate attempt to keep them out of power. For that's the reason that I just stated. If the narrative is still keep going against them, I understand. And if you look at that, when I say these 10 days of campaign instead of protest, the first bullet, the first gun that was shot from the presidency was aimed at who? Obi. And that was the most effective bullet of all. Saying that they organized the protest. That actually disorganized the obedience. Because I deliberately, consciously asked the obedience, how far, where are they for this protest? They go say no, they are they watch. And that was the aftermath of Ononuga. So it was very effective. I give it. So what I'm saying is one man, because I understand it's a game. Right? Identity politics. It's happened right before my own eyes in America. When they tell Panzer and say things don't change, he was arguing with me, but here we are. So it is real that the sin that the state of Nigeria believe that they committed against them, and how long are they going to keep suffering it? I don't know. But I believe that if they pull it off, nothing will happen.
All right, thank you, Vay. So we move it around, but I have to say I agree with you to a percentage, but I don't. The reality of the politics of it is that it will be turn by turn. If it doesn't go to the north, it's not that nothing will happen. Heavens will fall. But I don't even see it going to the north. I don't see it. I don't see it going to the southeast in a good 50 years. I don't see that.
That was the agreement. That was the plan. The apple, I'm not surprised, but
you know the permutation doesn't go to the southeast. The permutation goes to the north in 2031, and then when it comes back to the south, you'll be surprised that the Southwest will throw its heart into the ring again, but the persons that will push them back will be the South. And
you know
then
why?
it'll be a tussle between the South and the.
You know why I want to agree with you?
It'll be a long time before it ever goes to the Southeast.
You know why I want to agree with you?
Yeah?
You know I want to agree with you. The only billionaires that Forbes they recognize for Nigerians are only from these two regions, and our money be everything.
All right, great
so I'm
answers.
not the one. No, Bola Tinubu prove it, right? They share these billionaires between themselves, between him and Atiku, who support who, and we see the results. It's all about the Benjamin. They don't have it. They don't have the financial pressure, but they have what it takes now to draw attention and attract that money. That's why I said Obi should not be ignored. Obi is wide. He has what it takes now to grab money back's attention, and they will finance the presidency. Not necessarily.
The money bags. You know, the money bags are very nuanced in how they flow. So the money bags understands the Nigerian landscape maybe more than all of us because it's their bread. You know, their fortune relies on it. The money bags will never go with Peter Obi. Why would they? You know,
you are not factoring the international community
because the obedience they are making noise on Twitter. Then the money bags will go with Obi.
One man. Are you factoring the international community? Their own interest?
Yes.
May I interject, please?
Hold on. The international community's interest is already established, and it aligns with the Fulani, especially, and then costs with the Yorubas more too. The international community doesn't have an established relationship with the Southeast.
One man, may I ask you something?
They don't have an established relationship. They have an established relationship with the Southeast. At the top echelons of politics.
But as far as today's concerned, America is the international wing, is the powers, no longer the British. And America is like water, they are fluid. Whoever that is going to give them whatever they want, they will give that person power. It doesn't matter if it's Fulani or whoever it is. This is not the British era. The world has changed. Americans are fully in charge. They are very fluid. And Bola Tinubu understand that. They are the only one that can take.
One man, I want to ask you one question.
All right. You've been spending too much time with the obedience. Everything we taught you, you've forgotten it. You've been spending too much time with the obedience.
One man. Remember, I started by saying that Bola Tinubu has no threat. You know why I said that? Because Washington is very
but what I'm stunned is that you are permutating that the Southeast can take power in 2031
because of what hold on one man, because of what I'm saying now. The Washington is very happy with Tinubu and he understands that. That's why I say he has no threat on 2027, and that Washington can switch to anybody. And Obi has a very solid link. He has it. Nobody's paying attention to Obi's link to Washington.
What's that? Is it Chairman died that year?
One man. Okay,
protesting in front of the White House.
Let me give you a link. Let me give you a clue. If Republicans come to power, Bola Tinubu will force to renegotiate his agreement. If not, power will come up for a hand. If Republican comes to power, I will say that much.
All right, we see how that plays out.
One man, I have a very short question.
Yeah, come in, Maurice, and then round off of you, and then we go on to the next contributor.
Okay. I want to ask one question. You know, we talk about financial power. Now, in that country, Nigeria, you know, there's a difference between, let's say now you come into a space where you have, let's say, 3 major tribes, and each of the tribe, for instance, it's like each of the tribe is about 1,000 people. And among those 1,000 people, maybe 10 people or 15 people are billionaires. And then the other one has also like about, let's say, another 8 people who are billionaires. Now, and the other ones are somewhat financially stable, the rest of the other people. And then you have also the poor people. Now, and then the third one has, let's say, about 5 billionaires and with 600 millionaires. Which group do you think that is richer financially? You know,
Sorry,
I find,
sorry.
yeah.
Hold on, hold on.
Mhm.
Can I ask that people push us up to 100 likes? We have sufficient enough people watching. Even those of you watching in spite, especially you, you know who you are. I don't want to put you off by calling you names, but can you push the like button up, please? Just help us hit 100 likes at least. Yes, yeah,
like.
I know you're a member of the team, but if you want to speak to your people, it's your people that are not pushing the like button. So tell them to push it up.
Let me tell you something. You see, in that country, I may be wrong, but I have to be proven that I'm wrong. When it comes to financial power, nobody, if you put, when you say on average, forget about like one or two people are billionaires, the rest are poor people. I don't think anybody is as rich as the Igbos in that country.
Are you sure?
Listen, it's not like one person has is a billionaire or five people are billionaires and the rest are just languishing or maybe middle class. When I say on average, when you put all the money together owned by this, let's say now if we are like, that's why I say 1,000 people and all the money they have is like $100, and but that in that $100, only 3% have $70 there, and the rest has $30 shared among them, and the other ones have, each of them have at least $50, and then some of them have $80. Who do you think have more money? There's nobody in that country, there's no tribe as rich as the Igbos financially. And Igbo man, let me tell you something. Igbo man actually is not really interested in political something. Igbo man.
Hold on, Maurice. Look on your screen. Can you see your screen?
Yeah.
All right. So these are the top 50 businesses based in Lagos, Nigeria, that controls the Lagos economy. So you have Dangote, who is an Hausa man. You have Globecom, who is a Yoruba man. You have BAU, who is an Hausa man. You have First Bank, which is a Yoruba man. You have JTB, who is a Delta man. You have Access Bank, which is a Yoruba man. You have no, yes, you have UBA, which is okay. You have Hausa Yoruba, Delta Yoruba, Rivers Delta, and then you have an Igbo, which is Fidelity Bank, and then you have Yoruba, and then you have an Igbo, which is Konga. So that's that company. And
How many companies? How many companies did you say here listed?
50.
Okay, 50. How many companies do we have in Nigeria?
You're talking about, this is the wealth list now. This is the wealth list.
Yes, the wealthiest, the top 50, the top 50 wealthiest. Okay, now if you add all this money, this top 50 wealthiest, if you add all the money they have, do you think it's more than the money in it supersedes all the money from we put from other companies put together? Do you think
all right, let's just let's take the one at the top. If you take the one, Dangote is richer than the whole of all of the wealth in the southeast. Dangote alone.
So you think that Dangote is richer than everyone in the southeast?
Forget all this thing that you do.
No. Listen, sometimes let's not deceive ourselves. Individually,
you live on a fantasy
individually, Dangote is richer than. Individually, Dangote probably
all the top wealthiest people.
Can you allow me to?
Dangote, okay, let me just say this and then you can push back. Dangote is richer as one individual than the top 500 richest people in the southeast.
Okay, wait.
Mr. Morris, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Nobody is arguing that Dangote is not richer than or the top richest man in Africa. Even you can also find that in most of the Yoruba elite, Otedola, Mike Adenuga, this and all that.
He probably is the richest black man on earth.
Yeah, what Mollis is trying to tell you is that, and it's not something to be disputed. That when you come to any family in Igbo land, you must have a stable businessman that is doing well in that family. At least 90%. of every family in Igbo land.
I
And you
think
can argue that.
95.
Let me just make it 90. That you don't you must come to any family you come into, there must be a stable somebody in that family sustaining
Wealthy,
economy,
not just rich,
sustaining
wealthy.
the livelihood of that family and trying to uplift other people. And that is what I call wealth. You don't go and concentrate your money in few individuals and come and be telling me that
Okay, listen, one man, the way you're publishing this thing, I will send you also a link that you see the richest tribe in the world, the richest tribe in the world.
And what's that tribe?
And that's the Igbos.
Richer than the Jews. Look at that. The breaking news.
Tribe,
The
the
Igbos are
richest
richer.
tribe. The Jews.
No, they are black Jews now, Mama. What are you doing, Mama?
The Jews are a tribe, but they're riches. Continue,
the richest tribe.
Continue to live in your fantasy island. Continue there.
Listen, the thing, what I'm telling you is that one man, I know that you don't like anything about the Igbos or the South.
Don't say that now. Don't forget all that nonsense.
It's okay.
I like everything about the Southeast
Wait,
except
because
the fantasy.
it's inconsequence. The only thing you people like people like you like is Igbo women. That's the only thing. But it's okay when people. I like it even when people try to look down on us. It shows that we are doing great. Why is it that everything that happens, you have houses living in Lagos, you have this thing living in Lagos. Can the Yorubas now, any Yoruba person come out courageously and threaten the houses that they have to kick them out? Because
why would they? Why would
they can't.
Hold on.
The houses and the Fulanis, they can't. Because
hold on. Before you say they can't, why would they? Why would the Yorubas come out and ask the houses to leave Yoruba land?
Do you know why? Because the Igbo man is a one person.
No. You see, you can't. You see, that's the thing. You just do whatever. The Yorubas have no reason to.
Okay. What is the reason? What is their reason of saying that Igbo has to go from Lagos? What's the reason?
When the Lagosians say they want to conduct their Friday parliaments in Yoruba land, and the Southeasterners say they can't. When they tell them that their land doesn't belong to them, that is no man's land, all of this, the Hausa man comes, he does his suya business, he does his Okada business.
Do you know what I find funny?
It doesn't constitute vagrancy to the culture or the people.
Okay, and I hope you can also remember when you wanted to speak, you told me to hold on. I hope I want you to do the same thing you asked me to do and hold on and listen to. Now, do you know when it comes to conducting this thing, Lagos state government wants to conduct their parliament, even if they want to conduct it in Swahili, that's their right. I support that. Nobody has right to tell them. It's like you can't go to Anambra or Imo State, Abia, say they want to conduct it, and maybe a TV man will say no. So I give them that. But then, for instance, in Lagos now, the funny thing I find about Lagos is actually that if you look around, even on this panel, on your panel, 95% of or 98% of every one of you on this panel, none of you is from Lagos State. So it's like a stranger, an immigrant, telling another immigrant you have to leave. This is Yoruba land. Everybody that comes, the other day, you guys were opposing. One Oba said that we, the Benin, founded Lagos. Somebody from Ogun State will come and claiming to be Lagosian, and this is our Lagos. Somebody from and besides Lagos, let's face fact now. Besides Lagos, and which I can't. How much development contribution when it comes to development? How much development? How much did the Yorubas contribute? How much they contributed in developing Lagos? Lagos was a federal capital. The federal government built all those bridges, Third Mainland Bridge, this and that. The federal government, it was a federal capital. It's like Abuja now. No, I know you don't want to hear that. You want to cut it off
No,
because you don't like the
it's
truth.
it's not a new thing that you're saying. You
No,
say it
it's not
almost
because
every time you come here, you say the same
listen.
thing.
No, every time you sit here, and then you be talking something that doesn't make sense. It's shocking because you are such an educated person, and you went to school, acquired a higher education, to be so bigotry, talking so clannish.
What is bigotry
It's
again?
a disgrace. It's a disgrace because every
No, no,
day, every time you come, no, you don't want to.
no, that's enough of that.
Every time you talk, Igbo this, Igbo that.
No, hold on. That's enough of that, Maurice. That's why we don't like to have these conversations. It's not the sophistry is not often there to hold this sort of
Most
conversation.
people on the panel only say.
No, that's enough. When I say that's enough, please just don't respect me, but respect the platform at least. And if you don't respect,
but give me my space to speak.
No, that's enough. I want to move on to other voices.
Other voices who wants to speak what you want to hear.
No, that's enough. When I say that's enough, please just please.
People who want to yes you along. That's the people you want to hear.
All right, brilliant. All right then. So let's hear from BT. Let's hear from BT. So BT, you're up next.
One man, please before you go, do you know the armor vehicle that pickup that Tinubu used for inauguration? Do you know who produced it?
I don't know. The Nigerian something or the other. Who produced it?
It was produced by Proforce, and the owner of a Proforce is go and Google it. Group MD Tokumbo Gudey. I can send them some of his personal pictures because
what's that? What's that got to do? That's not the conversation.
What I just want to tell you is that there are so many Yorubas that they don't make noise, and they establish big business in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. I think the list on the screen already explains all that, but BT, yes.
Well, let me answer. Okay, let me just
better place. Yeah.
You know what's funny? It's like who is richer, the millionaire putting the money in the bank, or the person that owns the bank is putting the money in? You know,
there it is. Isn't it?
It's you. Let's just move on from there. I don't even know why that's even an argument.
All right. Let's look for a safe ground. Let's go to this this act that is going through Parliament. I'm not sure if you have any strong views on it, but it sounds quite draconian, almost to the point of being extremist. Just everybody gets flogged. Is the thing. You can't even, if you don't stand up for the national anthem, you get fined. If you quarrel with your local government chairman, you get fined. You know, really? I don't know quite.
Really, that is there quarreling with, arguing with the authority and all that stuff.
Yes, it's if I can just let me just give you
please.
Let me give you a couple. It says the bill stipulates that anyone found guilty of destroying the national symbol, refusing to recite the national anthem and pledge, defacing a place of worship with intent to incite violence, or undermining the federal government shall face a fine of 5 million naira or 10-year jail term, and on it goes. The bill imposes a fine of 4 million naira or a 2-year jail term for anyone convicted of insulting, defaming, embarrassing, or bringing to disrepute the leadership of a community, religion, lawful group, local government, state, or federal government. So it's just it's a gift that just keeps on giving. The proposed legislation further states that anyone who engages in activities that foster mutual suspicion, mistrust, or intolerance, leading to conflict and violence that threatens Nigeria's cooperative existence, peace, and security commits an offense. Anybody who forcefully takes over a place of worship, so it's very draconian. So and it's been sponsored by Tajuddin Abbas, leader of the House of Rep.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's be honest. I think we all know who this is targeted to us. They can try to cover, but we know what the whole thing is all about. The separatist movement from the southeast, and maybe Sunday Bull as well. I mean, they've been the two prominent voices. I mean, being Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Mo for the secessionists, right? So I would say it's targeted towards them. So I hope this is where you expect your loudmouth lawyer on China's TV, what's his name from Mikiti, to be vocal about this. This is what they should be telling you.
Falano,
Yeah.
the Instagram lawyer.
But you won't see him. This is what you should be.
Instagram lawyer.
Challenge this in court. I think it's a little bit excessive. I don't think there's a need to. I mean, you still have to protect freedom of speech, freedom of expression. I mean, you can't mandate somebody to stand up for the national anthem. I mean, burning. I mean, we already have laws in regards to burning the flag or the passport. I mean, there was the one story you covered the other day about somebody burning what is regarded as national asset, the passport. So there are the laws in place for that. But to mandate that actually stand up for the national anthem, and I think that is just, this is not military government. Even military government didn't do that. I mean, I don't think that you should mandate people to. So that's the paying fine for that. It's a bit excessive in my opinion, and I hope that as it passed to the reading, or is it?
It's at the second reading now, but you cannot see it not passing through.
It made it second reading.
By, yes, it's going to second reading, but if it's being sponsored by the leader of the house, then almost.
One man. I'm not sure. Maybe in the UK you have the same thing we have here. There are news channels that are dedicated to covering the House of Rep and Senate in America, where you can follow bills we support. Do we have anything like that in Nigeria that we can follow? Because I want to hear from those. Because I refuse to believe that everybody in the House or Senate is supporting this bill. Who are the ones opposing this bill? Why have we not heard them on TV come for an interview on our ICV or channel TV somewhere? Because you can't tell me everybody in the House is for this bill. I find it hard to believe that everybody.
NTA streams Parliament, but nobody watches it. All these things are streamed on NTA.
I watch.
Oh, do you? Well, I know when they watches.
I enjoy PBS. I mean, I watch. I enjoy Parliament. I enjoy those conversations, those back and forth. I enjoy it. So maybe just me, but I want to hear opposition to this bill. So let me just leave that one, man. Let's move on to the next story. I want to keep it short.
Yeah, this one now, this was forced by Obasanjo when it was being a bit verbose. The pay of the parliamentarians now revealed. Mohammed Bello Shehu, chairman of the RMAFC, which that is the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission. So they're essentially in charge of our salaries within that. The salaries of the parliamentarians, the Senate, is 1,063,860 naira. So that's their salary. So the breakdown of it, their basic pay is 168,866 naira. And then those allowances that a lot of people quibble about, it makes up the padding to take it up to 1,060,000 naira. So it's not.
One man, sorry to cut you short. How do you feel when Obasanjo talks about corruption? Don't you like cringe a little bit when he does
I detest it.
This guy was the Ghana bag lord of, like, don't you guys, are we forgotten so easily? This guy was literally the Ghana bag lord. I mean, I remember back in the day, it was known for doing that. And it's like the what?
That's your kinsman.
Yeah. I'm not absolving him that I'm actually. It's even sad that but I'm not. Yeah, he's a fellow Ekpa person. But I'm saying I find it, I feel uncomfortable when each time speak about, like, oh, look him, like, remember the day you were covering this story? Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? The NNPC story, and he said, oh, they told me, oh, it's very corrupt. We can't sell it. People are stealing money. You are the president. If private companies don't want to buy your asset because it's corrupt, your job is to fix the problem, not labeling.
But fix the problem. It fixed the problem by selling it to Dangote.
No. What I'm saying is that if you watch the interview, he always plays this scenario like he absorbed himself, like, hey, everybody was stealing, even my VP was bad, but I was just the one. No, that's not the leadership. As a man in charge, you don't speak that way. You speak more of how you solve the problem from that's the way you approach issues. But he always tries to absolve himself like he's just different from everybody. He's the best thing to ever happen to Nigeria. I mean, that's his approach to
actually
government. I don't
he
really
identifies the problem and he look for solution to the problem, and he solved the problem.
How did he solve the problem?
He solved the problem by selling that refinery to Dan, and the one in Warri to $1.
And any student, please.
Yes.
And the person that he imposed on us.
How did he impose it on?
He did not impose the idea on Nigeria. You want to go? You really want to say that on national on internet on live program?
Tell me how.
He imposed this guy on Nigerians.
Okay.
Hold on, please. If you remember, this wife mom went down to Abeokuta to beg Obasanjo to leave his son alone. If you remember that, I think people forget. This said, listen. Hold on. Yeah. Let me even find that story. It's like people will forget all these things easily.
What's happened to the Babati? What's happened to the likes and the super chats? By the way, we're not saying them, but carry on. Not you, Babati. I'm just running the troops. Carry on.
Yeah. So the issue I have with him is when you talk about corruption, I feel uncomfortable. When he talks about election malpractice and rigging elections, I'm like, and he with a straight face when he does it, I'm like, dude, your government was one of the most corrupt in the history of the country. Number two, the 03-07 elections was considered by many as one of the most corrupt. I think it was 03, the election of OBJ, because even in my state, he had more votes than people that were even on the register, and nobody questioned that. And for him to now come and say, look at the way good luck is doing this ABC, where you are also doing the same thing where you were in government. I don't know why he does that with a straight face. That's what bothers me with him. I don't hate him. Like I'm not a fan of it like Olai is. He did some great things, don't get me wrong. But I just don't, the way it comes across like he's a saint, like he never done anything wrong. I don't like his approach to the way he discusses national politics is what I'm not a fan of.
But I was trying to tell you that he knows his audience. An average obedience, let's say 30 years old, was probably 5 years when this man became the democratically elected president. So had no idea how national politics is all about. So grow up hearing about Obasanjo. So he's speaking to that audience that believe his time.
Apologies, Dewale. Mike, check your DM. Sorry, carry on, Dewale.
Yes. So he knew his audience, who he was speaking to, not people like you and I that were present and aware of what was going on, and also participated in the election. So an average 30 years old will tell you now that Obasanjo's term was the best ever happens to Nigeria. So that is why you will have that audacity to address the media.
Was it not? Was it not?
No, it was never. It was never.
In this dispensation, whose time has been the best?
None. Zero.
Oh, zero. Yeah, come on.
No.
Because
he had that opportunity to build institutions. Look, due to his high-handedness and also being how do I put this? Not politically blinded to something, because he perpetrated a lot. When he could have used that opportunity to build the institution, he was seeing himself as the Messiah, and it didn't do what you were trying to say. That
the EFCC we have today, it was about by the making of Obasanjo.
It was a condition.
Hold on now. The Niger Delta Development Commission we have today, it was by it was during its own time that it was created. The 50% derivation It was during the old time that
What led to that?
a
What
lot
led to
of
that? The emergence of it.
look, you
Because of agitation. People,
this,
you forget to,
rubbishing
you forget,
man all
you
the
forget.
time.
Guys,
Politics.
let me just because I won't be long. It might be no joke. I won't be long. So one man, I had to go find that article because Babayale challenged my position on Yaradua, some other things, but begging him to leave him alone when he was reversing all those policies. People forget easily. Look at it. It was June to what? 07. You can read it. It's right there. Leave my son alone. It was widely reported. People forget easily. This guy was trying to control this guy. The same thing was done to do with good luck that it did not work out. So he's always been that way, where if he's not in charge, he has to control who is in charge, and that the thing doesn't listen. He start acting all this open letter in public.
You see, this is why you guys are getting it wrong. So
No,
when
no. I'm
whenever
saying
you speak the truth to power,
I am not disagreeing. No. But this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What you say sometimes makes sense. What I'm saying is, when he was in charge, he was not doing what he was preaching. That is the issue. You cannot. You had the power. You were in charge. You had the opportunity to change Nigeria, to make it better. You did not do some of the things that you're not preaching now. So you're not. I don't think you have the moral ground to be lecturing people about corruption. That's my point with them. You can have
the corruption during his own time is not as bad as we have it.
I don't care. It is still, I don't care. It is still corruption. You cannot. I don't care if it's A, B, or C.
The institution that he instituted to fight corruption was able to check the politician excesses. What do we have today?
But by fighting political enemies.
Hold on.
Political enemies.
Hold on. The people, the person who put in charge of managing that anti-corruption was a person of credible character who actually was able to pin down a lot of his own party members that are corrupt. Elemesia of Bayelsa Days was a PDP man. He was pinned down by anti-corruption. The Ibori was a PDP man. He was pinned down by the anti-corruption EEC, and so some other people. So you people should just give it to him. We are not saying he's perfect. We are not saying
Ibori was pinned down by the British.
We are not saying that he didn't do some things wrong, but to want to totally rubbish him the way you guys talk, I think you guys
Mike, did you see my DM, Mike?
Babayale Koko. Yeah, I just saw. I'm here with my phone. Just woke up. I slept.
All right,
So, let me find a different link too, because that's not the story I wanted to bring up. Because there are two arguments with that.
Just to add, when Yar'Adua became president, his mother went on a special visit to Obasanjo, and she was only saying one word: "Nagode, Nagode, Nagode," which is thank you.
Nagode.
I just don't.
That is not even an issue.
I don't value.
That to me, that is not an issue. It's not today. People have been imposing.
Guys, my issue with OBJ is this: is need to insert himself in any administration. If I really care about you as a president or a governor, and I think you should be doing better, I can have that talk with you behind the scenes. I can say, okay, this is the way you should do it. We can have that talk, but to make it public because I want to look good all the time, I don't like when he does that. Call them. You have access to them, right?
BT, he likes to play to the gallery. I think we know that about Obasanjo. The other thing that I've often speculated about Obasanjo is that I have the sense that he feels that country belongs to him personally. Because if you look at that country, Obasanjo, more than anybody else, shaped that country. He's ruled it for longer than anybody has and ever will rule that country. So I sometimes feel maybe he feels a sense of personal ownership of that country, that Nigeria belongs to him.
Well, let's just move on from that. Do you have the next story, one man? So let me just round up.
Before you move on, Babati, I won't take much of your time. Just a few things to chip in for Babayale Koko. I'm not saying that Ibori's and Alamese are not corrupt. As a matter of fact, the class of 99 up to 2003, they were all corrupt. I mean, they were fully corrupt. And Obasanjo belonged to that group as well. But the thing is, there was a power play that took place then. Remember, there was a huge agitation coming from the Niger Delta when Obasanjo was the president. You remember the way the foreigners were being kidnapped and all that. He believed that the state should have stepped in to do much. But of course, those people that you mentioned, Alameseha and Ibori, were the power player there in the Niger Delta, and he needed to silence them. That was the reason why he couldn't use the domestic power. So he decided that the foreigner would be able to do that dirty job. Alameseha was able to escape that, but Ibori was unable. It actually continued when it personally imposed, continue with that with Ibori, and eventually he got caught in the British. So we should also look at the power play in between, not just because of the corruption only. So he failed. Your man failed, Babanyale Koko. Apart from that, he's your kinsman. He also failed as a leader.
Let's move on one more to the next story, please, so I can round up the next person.
All right. Let me take you to all right. Okay, I'll give you two and then you pick one. There's this narrative. The marketers are saying as soon as Dangote comes on stream, they're anticipating that fuel will be selling for 600 naira per liter. So that should come in eminently in a matter of weeks rather than months. And then the federal government giving a moratorium on the local government monies being paid directly to them. So they're going to pay it to the state governors for the next 3 months for reasons of them being able to adjust their books. And then Tinubu increases the salaries of judges of the judiciary space by 300%. Speculations as to the legal cases for 2027.
Let me pick one. All right, thank you. To the local government issue, 3 months a time, the period to adjust is fair. I think it's reasonable. Is it legal? I don't know. Based on the court's ruling, I don't know. I would say no. But if that would give them enough time to adjust to the new arrangement, then so be it. But there's more work to be done in that space. I think we can all agree on that. Especially, don't want to pounce on my friend from Oyo, based on what his governor, his reaction has been to the court ruling. There needs to be more scrutiny to the position of the LG councils in places like Oyo State, for example, that still are not comfortable with this new opportunity that they have to really impact the life of the people in their local government council. So beyond just giving them money, there has to be a mechanism in place to monitor how this money is spent and audited. Maybe that is the duty of the state or the federal government, but we need to monitor them so we don't end up having small Lord cabals, Lord fackwads all over the place at the local government council level. So 3 months, I think, is a reasonable time for them to adjust, but there's more work that needs to be done in regards to make sure that they effectively carried out. Somebody's echoing any comments? Somebody's speaking. Is it me?
No, I think that may be coming from Thomas. Thomas, maybe Thomas, you need to mute yourself. Thomas.
I'm briefly to the Dangote story. 600. It's like they almost want to peg the price. No, it's a private company, so I will wait for him to fix his own price first. We'll see. Unless perhaps they want to pay him the subsidy directly to bring it down to 600 naira. So we let Dangote come out with the price point first for them, but so you can't fix the price for a private company. They are speculating, which it makes sense. You're kind of bargaining to the media. It's fine. You can do that. But until Dangote actually comes up with a price, and if the government wants to chip in a little bit to help the Nigerian people, I will not go with the 600 number. But if that's what they want, and they can put it out there if they want. But let's wait for Dangote to put out his own price first, and then.
What's your speculation to that Dangote narrative? What do you think is going on there, and what do you think is going to result in terms of the impact on Nigeria?
Yeah, they say 1/3 of our forex, right? The pressure put on our forex is what is oil imports, right? So
Yes,
that
that's the biggest pressure. Yeah.
then that it takes that off, right? And also it can also help in the gas supply. People forget they think it's also petrol. There's also the fertilizer part of it is all complex. There's also gas as well. That's more you can do. But yeah, so the impact is that I mean they were playing the politics to like I told you, he's gonna have to play ball. So and you remember they said he's giving up about 12.5% of his of refinery shares, right, to unknown persons. We know who those people are. They're obviously those marketers, those importers. They want in, okay? So he's gonna have to play ball. I won't be surprised in the next few years if he sells close to 30% of that refinery to them, or I mean shares from the refinery, and they can make money. They will pay him off. He makes money. If he has some maybe about 30% share in the refinery, so that will be the deal that they will make. That he has to play ball with. So because he also has shady deals behind the scenes as well. So it's beneficial to Nigeria, but the question we raised about him selling in naira, I think somebody, I'm not sure on this program, talked about that he has to sell to us in naira, right, Oman? So the Nigerian local consultant will be sold to us in naira, not
Yeah,
dollars.
yes,
Right.
that's part of that's part of the round trip of that deal.
Right.
The NNPC sells to him in naira, and he has to sell to the marketers in naira
In naira.
too.
So that helps us. But also the opportunities, because you have even Ghana. Remember when they were opening this refinery, you had countries across Africa that came around. So they also ship abroad to refine. So it kind of corners that market, right, woman? So they'll be coming to Nigeria to refine now. So and I want us to hopefully we have more refineries springing up in that area. There was one that I read the other time, like a modular refinery very close to Dangote, also coming up, owned by one guy from Ogun State that wants to be there too. So there are many companies that will spring up.
One guy from Ogun State. Are you confessing something, Baba?
No, it's not me. I don't have that.
Robert T, are you aware that he's also trying to build his own distribution network, like a retailing sector,
like Amazon kind of?
No, like gas stations and all that across
Yes,
the country.
about a year or so ago, he was buying up petrol stations all
Yeah.
over the country. Yeah.
Right. So are you worried about monopoly or of price or something like that?
Is that not unhealthy for him to control the value chain?
If you have
so
finish a regulatory body, that's what they do to put. But I'm looking at not the refinery, but companies that will spring up around that refinery, because it does more things just than oil, right? So the benefit to that area and the impact it has on the Lagos economy and my own state as well. And hopefully Dakwa and his boys can tap into what they have going on in that part of Lagos and, take it from there. So thank you, Woman, for having me today.
Let me bring you this one.
Okay.
You can use this one to round off.
Okay.
This is going to the NELFUND, the funds for the students' funds. You know that controversial one, not controversial one. But here it is. So the scheme now is not fully working now, but people still the skepticism. So this is how to handle media. Maybe Bayo or Nuga could take lessons from this. So this is the usual skepticism from the Nigerian space. So this is one card, CAD, on social media trying to poo-poo the scheme. It says 85% of the persons who benefited from this loan are not from less privileged homes. Most got it via connections. Prove me wrong. And then he hashtags the organization NELFUND. So that was what he put out, and this is how they responded. It said, "Oh, you are absolutely right. Every single one of those beneficiaries did indeed get the loans through connections, internet connections to be precise." So that was how he.
That's a funny line.
This is how to get at them. That
But I would not be surprised if I would say the 5%, but I would not be surprised if some people. I mean, I went to college in America with government kids. that were benefiting from scholarship that were meant for poor people in Nigeria. So to me, I would not be surprised if this is, but I wouldn't say 85%.
Well, it's an automated system, though, so I'm not quite sure how the human influence will come in.
Humans will always influence this kind of thing. So, but one man, thank you for having me. Let me just say a few things for those saying that because I was an AD member in Nigeria, that is irrelevant. Doesn't make that. That's the reason why I don't like Obasanjo. He did do a show about dirty, though. I have to say that he did do in 1903. And for when I brought up the issue about coercion earlier, I was not targeting any particular part of the country. I was just talking about us as a people. So once again, anybody from the Southeast that didn't understand where I was coming from, it was more about us all as a people. That's my position. But thank you, woman, for having me. I will still be around and I'll chime in later. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the majestic Babati, of course, one of the most elegant voices on this platform, bar none. So that's the mighty man BT. So the mighty man BT. Well, hopefully, Mike is certainly there, and I think he's woken up from sleep. So I'm going to bail out. Very little to report in terms of super charts. Only Ayo turned up essentially. I wonder how these things work. Ayo, Team Ajek again. And then there was the George Blue Shell. We've not even completed yet our compliments of our 5 super charts. So thank you to all those.
Before you go, do you know I was reading a report that says that we talk about Nigeria. They are playing our music abroad. All the streaming services are up. Turns out only 2% of that money actually goes back to Nigeria. 2%.
It's quite a thing, actually. The music industry.
We've been robbed, one man. We've been robbed, literally.
But I thought we were. I thought somewhere that some Nigerian person was actually building a streaming app for.
So
I thought we had one up.
So they've kind of robbed us and the music. Now they're doing the same thing with the movies now. So they are robbing you of all. They're now, it's on Netflix. Yeah, no, it's not good for you. I'm sorry. They're making money off of you. Your people are not actually benefiting from it back home. Even your guys on YouTube that are in Nigeria, they have foreign accounts. They don't get paid in Nigeria. Okay, let me let you go.
But we have to establish ourselves in that space first before we start to, so we still need publicity, and we need to be an establishment space, and then we grab them by the wherever Trump said we should grab them. We grab them there.
They pay you Nigerian income. You say you live in Nigeria and you want to make the same money as an American. They pay you naira.
So Mike, what happened to your picture? To be patriotic now, to love of country.
All right, let me bail out. Carry on your conversation. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, good night, man.
What was your question again?
I said, so what happened to love of country?
What do you mean love of country?
So love of dollar. Okay, no problem. Go ahead, man.
Maybe you misunderstood what I said.
Maybe, yeah.
No, I'm talking about you said Netflix, right? They're paying the Nigerian content creators like peanut or something like that.
Yeah, like the streaming services. You know how you will see Burna Boy 40 million stream for a song, all those streaming that we are having. You would think that those monies is coming directly to Nigeria, like to pay those companies. Apparently, the way they have these structures, they're still paying those guys. But the bulk of the money in terms of streaming services, all those shows, the money does not come to Nigeria. Other people are getting paid in other countries. So, which is not really benefiting your economy, even though you have all these superstars globally. It's not really benefiting.
Well, Nigeria doesn't own this thing. Streaming.
Yeah, we don't have like this service, Showmax. You know, Showmax is dominating Africa. They are beating Netflix in Africa. It's owned by South Africa. People, they have more subscription than Amazon, than Netflix. So they're able to pay Nigerian artists more. They have their own shows too, like you have on Netflix, exclusively African TV shows and dramas. They're able to pay Africans more, but the money stays on the African continent in South Africa. So when you have Kunle Afolayan and other people making shows for Netflix, yeah, it's fine, but the money is not staying in Nigeria.
What do you mean it's not staying in Nigeria? Is it that they are not paying them or what?
No, they will pay the act. They pay, but in terms of like production, all those other things that come around that overall, it benefits Netflix more. Like, let's say we own our own streaming service now, for instance, right, Mike? And you produce a show that everybody watches globally, right? Now you have more eyes on your show. You people that you're hiring. If you watch Kunle's production, because I follow them things closely. People that are handling his production, they are foreigners. They are white people that are actually hiring the cameras, not Nigerians. They are actually foreigners.
I'm confused. The movie maker,
Mm-hmm.
when he's making his movie, you're telling me that it's staff are foreigners.
No, look it up now. I'm not making it up. No, you go
So
watch.
Foreigners that are
the behind the scenes people. You will see white people with the cameras, production. You also do post production as well. That costs most of your budget when it comes to like the coloring, the visual effects.
Hollywood.
Yes, now for movies, look it up.
Maybe I really don't know the guy.
No.
Do that in Nollywood, camera people.
No, Mike, forget all these cheap movies. I'm discussing the Netflix kind of 4K that it produces.
Well, I don't even follow Netflix.
Yeah, so post production that costs most of your budget.
Something like okay, let me use another example because I don't know these songs I'm talking about. Like that movie Jagun, for example, Jagun, or whatever they call it. So it's a Netflix movie, right?
Right.
So you're saying the people who behind the camera doing those things are foreigners?
Yeah, he got those equipment from Kunle Afunlaya. Actually gave him that to help. The guy handling the camera that does, when you produce a movie, you produce a movie. You also have what is called post production, right? That they have to go through the whole thing, the voicing overs, the engineer sounding. Those studios that actually do all those things, they're not Nigerian based though. They are foreign based.
If you don't have, you have to build your own now.
That's what I'm saying. That if people want to hear what you have to offer, you must benefit from the entire value chain of that product. Don't just leave it to what they are seeing. There's more to do behind it that you need to work on in your own continent.
Well, then we should build it. We can't now.
Yeah.
If we don't have the capacity, then if someone you have to hire someone that can do it, and someone else is doing. So why do you complain now?
Because we can do better is what I'm saying. I'm not saying
the people need to do better. We'll learn how to do things, and then you get the job. Simple as that.
Well.
I mean, if I want to do something, I can fire African. I can do it. I can hire foreigner.
It's from those people that comes now that they will learn from.
No,
I think maybe sometimes we're always in a hurry. We are not.
I don't. Simba, stay with me now. Like if you notice, like they are building it's called Lagos Arena, right? They're building in Nigeria now because we don't have all these arenas like we have abroad. We can have all those shows. They are moving in that direction. What I'm saying is that in the short term right now, where you have the eyes of the world on your country, it should be a time to start building all those things, all those studios. To start that way, it start to benefit your country more. You can make money for now with that 3% that you're making from artists going abroad doing shows.
I think maybe what you need to do is that, and that is what we used to talk about of all this collective intelligence that we used to talk about now.
Right.
Most people are making a lot of money, even high currency now. What stopped them from putting resources together to build all these things?
What I'm saying.
Invest in where you are making your money.
That's what I think about that. And I always say when people do this and complain, I'm like, dude, we should do the right thing.
I'm not complaining.
Instead of buying all these Lincoln Navigator, Bugatti, and all those things that they used to bully themselves, why can't you invest in where it is making money for you?
Let me give you one example. So, Mike, I'm not just complaining for complaints. Let me give you one example. One thing Nigeria needs.
No, BT, what you are saying is right. What is just like what I'm saying is that they are making the money, and instead of now just be spending the money on frivolous things that doesn't even actually hate or hard to the industry, they should invest more. They are making money instead of saying they are bought this house.
The money they make, you're supposed to budget 20% of the income on
exactly, but they are not doing that.
But they won't do that. They just make their money run away, make the same level of movie again, make the little change, spend the whole money on something else, buy luxury stuff. So you have to invest your money in your business. Money you make from your business, invest it in your business.
Okay, let me give you an example. You know how when they made the Spider-Man movie, it cost about almost 400 million to make the whole budget of the movie. But if you look at the
$400
cast,
million.
yeah, but they made money
Okay.
about 1.3 billion people, so they made their money back. But in that 400 million to pay artists and all those things is about half of the budget. Post production is where the bulk of the money goes when it comes to all those movies. But Nigeria, just give me 2 sound studios. Once if you have sound studios in Nigeria that is world class, those jobs stays in your country. So when you make that or you make
BT,
all
that is also the area of investment that
build the
people
sound
can
studio?
invest in.
Where
Why
you
are we
have
not seeing it? You understand? Why are we not seeing it?
Nobody
Mike,
wants to
It's an area of investment. Why are we not seeing it?
that's what I'm asking. And I know Silverbird wanted to do something, but Mike,
You know, Simba, that's what I've always been complaining about. There are so many things about Africa, Nigeria that we as a people should be investing in or tapping into or determining to go there and get it done. Right. So even from the smaller scale stuff, like we even talk about like culture, those things. But we sitting around waiting for one government to do it. For example,
No, it's
a lot of
complaining.
people are probably
The
waiting
only
for a
we are
government to
very
build
good
that
at
studio.
complaining,
That thing for the
complaining,
Nollywood.
complaining.
Complaining, exactly. So
Eh,
many, you will find a lot of Nigerians that are millionaires, billionaires that can invest, that can just put their money there or get that done.
Can I say
But they
something?
won't do it. We are waiting for one president one day that will come and make the
Can
area.
I
I
say
mean, come on.
can I say something? You see, Babati, the question you are asking, why can't we have a world-class studio in our country? It's capital-intensive project, and as such, you must have some solid bank. I'm talking of banks to finance such, and it's not going to be in naira. It's going to be in dollars because most of the equipment and everything to get to put in place there to make it a world class going to be purchased in dollars. So when you have your banking system that doesn't finance long-term project, a capital intensive project like that, then for individual to do it, it's very, very difficult.
It sounds like excuse to me.
No,
So all
no, it's
these
not excuse.
billionaires and
No,
billionaires we've been
no,
bragging
hold on.
about on this show
So,
earlier. So all of them can't come in. You can't approach them to show them what to invest their money in. You, the
no,
individual, that don't, you have the idea. All
no,
the
let me tell
billionaires we talked about, we brag about, we have in Nigeria all over.
no,
And
wait.
where Morris is claiming they have in this place. So you have the idea, you can't approach those
Don't
billionaires and say, come
follow
on, guys, come
Maurice,
and put your money
Charlie.
here. We are here, we're trying to blame some banks, the system, the
No,
Mike,
government, the
yeah.
government.
You know, Mike,
That's our problem.
that is what Babajare Koko is saying. That is the problem of we blacks that we are talking
Babanja,
about
the
We
now.
don't
demand.
want to find an excuse
We
when we
only
can't get
give
something
an
no,
done.
in
excuse.
America,
This thing is not
in
possible.
America too.
Babanja, I need
This
to.
is
I
that.
need
Is
to.
They will
this?
Simba,
tie to
Simba,
the government.
Simba.
It
For
is not
for
government.
any
The one,
let me
yes.
clarify with Babanja Dadekoko. Unlike other climates or other examples, Nigerian movie industry is number 2 in the world when it comes to demand. So the demand is there for you to invest in that industry. So you don't have to wait on government for anything. The demand is there. Do you know how much they love the country? Your movies in Kenya and all those countries, they worship your stars. They
You don't
worship them.
listen.
They
You don't
tell you
listen
what
to
you
me.
worship them.
You don't listen to me. I know a lot of these movie stars
You
that
know them?
brought up, yes, that
Name
brought up
them.
a very fantastic proposal,
To who?
so to build this kind, but the banks could not finance it.
Give us one example. Give us one example.
That is Nigerian bank for you. Nigerian bank is
Babajale
just
Gogo, name
buying
one
and
person.
selling.
Name one person.
Oh,
Forget
Silverbird.
about naming you some
Ah,
No,
companies.
I
no,
don't
no,
even
no.
you just made it up. Man. Come on
Let me give you
now.
No,
one
I'm not
now.
making it up.
You
I'm
say
not
you
making.
know
Look,
people,
let me
and we are
tell you.
telling you to give us people you know that didn't. You know, we
Look,
just make it up. We
that is
just
just
assume that's
it
what
is
it is. Hey, in fact, it's
Mike,
not.
Mike needs to know. There's one person
when
that
you
actually
don't,
tried that shit.
Babati, you live in US.
Yes, sir.
You know that all those kind of things are financed by banks.
Yeah, Silverbird wanted to build I think they're still trying to build
Silverbird have made a lot of efforts too to do that.
But we don't know if
but
Nigerian banks are no. We are just making
No,
accusation
but
without any
no,
proof.
Nigerian banks are not
That's why I'm
interested in
asking. Show
such
me proof.
long-term
Show me
projects.
proof
You
that
don't
you.
listen.
Papa Jalico, show me proof that he proposed something
Oh,
very
my
feasible. Hold on, now. Let's make statement now. Let's one person
you
talk.
don't try to show understanding. Nigerian banks,
No.
Nigerian banks are they are just like buying and selling
Papa
banking
Jalico will give
system.
me one example, one evidence, because this is all just accusation. There's no proof that you approach Nigerian bank and show them projects so feasible that they can see that they themselves can make profit in the long term, and they turn you down. It's not true. We just like to do these things, man.
Okay, fine.
It's not true.
Don't worry. It is not true because
okay, let me give you one, Mike. Let me help you. Let me put the link here. So there's this one by Silverbird that AfriBank, as of 2 years ago, wanted to. They said they were going to fund, though, but I don't know what happened. It's been 2 years because they were supposed to build a sound studio in the Atlantic for Silverbird, world class, for I think $100 million 2 years ago. They said AfriBank said they were going to fund the project. But it's been 2 years now. We've not heard anything.
Okay,
I don't know what happened.
So you say you don't know.
That is AfriBank. Oh,
okay. What the proof? The AfriBank was when they abandoned the project.
Not, hold on. That is not even bank in your country. When you don't have bank in your country financing this kind of gigantic project,
no, you don't know, though. You don't know. You can't say bank that's not financing.
Okay, my worry.
Okay, Papa, show us proof that you went to a bank and refuse to finance it. We like to just point finger. That's not good.
Continue. My worry.
That's not bank made their money now. They're looking for people to invest, and you're telling me that banks don't want to invest. Are you saying those banks don't have brain? They don't know. Is that not how they make money?
Even you just use your 1 and 1, 1 plus 1. If bank, if what do you call it? Silverbird is going as far as AfriBank. What does that tell you? Why not your local bank finance storage program? Why going all the way to AfriBank to do it?
Well, maybe that's the president's choice.
You don't.
That's a choice.
You think he has not made effort?
We just like to condemn everything Africa, everything Nigeria. That's all. We can't prove. That's what
get condemnation. Why?
It is now. You are making accusation. I'm asking you to show me proof. Show me one example of when someone has gone to the banks and they turn you down.
Mike. Let's do this way. Let's do it this way. So Ben Moribuk has his own academy. He has a land that he bought in the Atlantic that he wants to build. He has a plan. I saw the plan. He wants to build a studio there. He said the bank said that they were going to give him 100 million to build the bank. Why? So why do we think that did not go to? What do you think happened?
Well, we're going to ask him now. Has he come back to you and told you that the bank refused?
We don't know yet.
Can we say it's the bank that refused, or is the one that is not fulfilling his own part of the deal?
Exactly. You just like to find someone to an institution to blame or government to blame for everywhere, even knowing complete. That's what we do. We get that's why I listen to all these shows when they get together. These things were supposed to happen. It was the government, and they don't have no proof that that's the case. That was the case. Okay, because the guy now didn't continue with this thing. Now you assume that it's the bank that
nobody will apportion blame to himself. Now we always point at the accusing finger. That's what
exactly.
We are very good at.
You don't want some people that will do this. That will fail.
It's not me.
It's
him.
Are you saying that Simba perhaps it did not meet the requirement of the bank? Is that what? Perhaps that maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe
we don't know the fact. But you can't start making an allegation when we don't know fact.
I can personally reason this way.
What do you mean?
The local bank is going to international bank, Lati Finance. Why? So
why it would be the only way we can control is to see the facts.
Yeah, but government has
how much? Then excuse me, Babati. How much is, if you are talking about $100 million? If banks in Nigeria can rally around Dangote, because you know that even this Dangote of it, majority of some of this money that he using actually building that refinery were locally sourced from Nigerian banks.
That's not true.
I'm in Nigeria now. Banks are offering me, they offer me all these things all the time when I'm working. They even ask me, do I want to take because they know, they look what you have. When they look at my bank account, they see, give me away in and they say, are you a businessman? Do you want to finance your business? The Nigerian bank, that's banks all over the world. I think that's how they make money. Once they see you, they see what you are doing. They say that is the feasibility of them making their profit. They will be the one who offer you yourself. How can you tell me that you present ideas to a bank? They can see it's like, whoa, this is big money. This is good investment, and they will turn you down because they're Nigeria, because they are government or whatever. I mean, come on now. Let's stop these things. It's the people themselves, man. Are not
They are not don't know how to get things done. Let's start blaming ourselves for not getting things done in that country and stop
So,
moving the thing from ourselves, shifting it to institutions and things like that.
So, Mike, so don't we don't see the opportunities in things until somebody else sees it.
Imagine Dangote. Yeah, look at Nigeria. Look at our sport industry. Look at how much money you have in Nigeria. Look at the population. Yeah, we should have one of the best soccer league in Africa. You understand? Even Egypt, all those countries have better football league than us. Now, someone like Dangote with billions of dollars, you want to take 300 million to go and buy Arsenal. When that money is more than enough to establish the best football league in Africa, where the whole Africa will be consuming, watching, where you can it's so easy to build a football league on the continent now. Like in Nigeria, even South African league is way better. Our players are going to South Africa to go and to make
Mike,
money.
I just checked now.
And we will blame bank for not financing it. When you have someone with the money to make it happen, he doesn't see it as something he should do. But he want to go to England to buy Arsenal. But then we say, why don't we have league in Nigeria? We say it's that government, bank won't finance. Come on, guys, it's the people, man. The people that have the money, they can do it out there, but they're not doing it. Nigerians that can get things done are plenty, but they don't want to do it. We black people, we don't want to get anything done for ourselves. I don't know why.
Even what Shababaja Kuku, I just checked now. 50% of debt finance for Dangote $18.5 billion were actually produced by Nigerian banks and Afrexim. Go and check.
So maybe Zimbabwe did not convince the bank to finance. Maybe they're negotiating. It's been 2 years though, so I don't know what's going on. But you need. My thing is, if Netflix gives Kunle Afolayo $4 million or $4.5 million to produce a movie,
Babati, is it not the same Nigerian Nollywood actors and actresses that are buying houses that are worth $1 million and all those things?
Yeah,
they are buying.
Those things pay, but my own thing is that behind the scenes, do even what you see on camera.
Simba, you know what it is? Whenever they see something that they want to invest their money in and they realize that where they will see the return on their investment will be maybe 10 years or 15, 20 years, where they realize that they will be no longer want to be in the industry, or maybe it's the next generation that will benefit, or the next generation of actors that will benefit the most. They will say, no, let me not do it, man. You know, that's the way they think. They don't believe in long-term investments. They want to put that money in and get that, return. They get the return on their investment right away. That's the way they think. They're not thinking about this. Let's invest in this industry. So the next 20 years, Nollywood will be like this. The next generation of actors and producers and this thing, we have all these things. Let's do it. They will never put their money in investment for the future for others, for other people to
exactly. We are very selfish. That is it.
selfish.
Nobody just want to help one another.
I'm saying this, because I have conversations with Nigerians all the time. Whenever I bring an idea, and that idea is not about, it's really about someone else benefiting better later or something, they will say, you're a fool, you're a mumu. Why would you? I told you guys a story now when I wanted to go and start a academy in Nigeria where I want to just invest my own money on those looking for talent and those kind of things. And people are telling me, why could you go invest your money on another person picking? Now you're picking, put the money on your own picking. Why can't I just go and invest on someone that has talent in Nigeria? And they say, what if, another question they ask me, what if those children make it and they don't remember you? I'm like, what does that have to be about me?
Mike, you know the funny thing, even all these things that you say you've been investing in your picking, how many investment, you should give one example of investment that everybody has done in all his children that has worked in Nigeria.
Anyone that invests in their children, they are hoping that because
with him.
The only reason they invest in their children is that that picking will pay them back later when that's what they will tell you. So you go pay me back when I grow old.
Even in my own industry, Mike, in my own industry, I've seen several examples of doctors who has thriving private hospitals. Because of that, they force their children to go to medical school. At the end of the day, those children does not even stay to manage the hospital with them. Some of them are turned to supermarket. Some of them are turned to hotels. So
because
many.
It wasn't their children's calling in life to be doctors. You understand? But they, because of their own selfish reason, it was not that hospital. Their plan should be like, okay,
another generation of doctor, right? It should be something we should prepare for them. That they don't have to be related to me, but they would never do it like that. They would never do it. They would rather set our hospital for another man picking, right? To come and take over in the future. They would rather sell it. They will say, man, for me to invest in hospital to become great for the future generation, it has to be my children. I will take over. If it's not my children, it must not happen. That's our mentality.
Mike, do you know what you do in America here? If your kids don't want to be doctors and you were the one that founded the hospital, they will just put those kids on the board of the hospital. They will keep it, they will be running it, but they will not be in charge. But they will be a board member. Just to keep the name on it and their shares. But that
for Nigeria, we say, so me, I will be hospital for my own picking to just be board member. If they can't be the head doctor, the main doctor, I know they will say, so me, I will be hospital for another man picking to be the head doctor.
One of my professor, he has only 2 children. 2 of them are even consultant today. You know, they are not even in Nigeria now. They are not even in Nigeria. The man is the only one managing, and he's old. He couldn't even manage the hospital again. And he's sad because that was not his plan.
So why can't he make I have an idea for him if you know him. Make your is it primary care, right? Is it primary care clinic, right? Just small, right? It's not that big.
Yes.
Get affiliations with universities and make it like a teaching clinic for students. Residency, they'll keep that place going, right?
They will never do that. Because you know another apart from being
that is cheap labor now.
Have trust. There's lack of trust
now. That is cheap labor now.
Yeah. Lack of trust will not even make us to make anybody to have that kind of plan. We don't even trust ourselves.
Simba, you know what that man? You know that community where the hospital is. That community is where that man should have gone around and find invest in the future doctors there. You understand, to take over. You understand? Maybe the children that are.
Let me even tell you this. Mike,
so that way you can know that you build that hospital for the community, not for your children.
No, this is a hospital like that. Even me, as I'm talking, I managed for almost 7 years. You understand? He did not even look at me and say, okay, this guy, can we even form a partnership? You understand what I'm saying?
To expand the business, to expand it and make it,
Exactly. Or this is even, most of the time, was not even around that time. I'll be the one that will be there day and night when I was doing my residency. And not only me, we have several generations of doctors like that because the guy is our professor.
Residency place from by now, cheap labor comes in, they work, they learn there, they train.
Yes, we are working there free of charge. Free of charge. We're even working free of charge.
Why? Because we don't believe in. See, we have this mentality, and that's what we do. Even in business, I can understand that. Okay, you're in competition with your fellow businessman. But in life, we take that attitude into life where we don't want another person to just be successful. We want to be the only one to be successful, and we don't want someone to succeed on our back. You understand? Or off our back, whatever I want to use it. We don't want to be the one to say, that guy became rich because of he used me to become rich, or he used me to get up. He used me. I mean, that's what you're here for in this world. You're here to make all that succeed. Not for you to just be on top only. Like you're here to make others. Because when we all invest in others, everybody will create a lot of successful people, and society will be looking better.
And that is the way we can eliminate poverty. That's the only way we can eliminate poverty in our society. All these things that we are doing, we are just joking.
Yeah, Simba. Yeah, I agree. But talk is cheap, right? So anyone on the panel can give an example how they've been able to help another Black person succeed. Because usually Black people, they like to hide information, even among the African Americans to other Black people. They are the ones, when they have information for somebody else to make it.
The Negroes, right? The Negroes.
They rather hoard that information, and they don't share it readily. But we like to talk a lot. I like somebody again to give an example of how they've been able to help somebody else. Even on this platform, sometimes people don't want to divulge information. They don't want to. But again,
I
talk is
can do
cheap.
that.
Let
Let me
me
give you
give you an example of what I do. Let me give you an example of what I do. In the communities where I've established several rural communities in Nigeria, I established adopt them as my family community. I go to the local school there, and the kids with the most talent, like the most brilliant, highest grades, I cover their school fees. In fact, my goal right now is I'm just planning. I'll begin that project next year. I want to do what they do in America. Like how this what they call these schools.
Sorry, Mike. Don't need to cut it off, but I understand your charity work. What I'm talking
Hold on,
about
that's not
here.
charity. No, 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 no. That charity is like, hey, you drive by, just drop something. Okay, guys, take or share something. No, no, that's not what I do. This is not charity work. This is me investing in special talent. That's not charity. You understand? Because charity will be me showing up and just dumping and say, okay, this is my donation for the school. No, I don't do that. I don't. That's that. You don't really go far like that. That one is just you are investing in someone with gift. That's not charity. That's an investment. Because I see that this kid here is very good in physics. He's great. I will invest his
Okay.
physics.
Once again,
I'm
Mike,
investing
that
in
can
those.
be.
I mean, what I'm
I
doing there is
understand.
investing in the best
I understand.
minds.
That can be your limited definition of charity. Charity goes way beyond that, but yours more like sponsorship, charity, whatever you want to call it. What I'm
Yeah,
asking you,
that's what
Mike,
we're talking about here.
what I'm asking you is that has anyone taken a grown black person and, for example, and brought them into their own business, teach them the ropes and let them learn, and so that you can transfer knowledge, know-how, wealth to that person, go be on their own.
But we do that in Nigeria.
Okay,
I'll
let
call
me
it.
give you example. Let me give you example. Prince Ali. I have a guy. The guy, he is actually a gardener when I was working in hospital. And I took him up at the age of 16. The guy is 25 now. He has finished his polytechnic, he has an HND. And presently, it's like a partnership that is doing, in fact, not even, I introduced him to a business that I also introduced my brother to. And he's presently doing that business, and the guy is thriving. Is that not what you are talking about? Because this is a guy that his father was actually a policeman, who was abandoned at the age of 14. And it's not a person, it's somebody now that can fend up for himself and some other people.
Well, that's a good one. So that's a good one.
Prince Ali,
That's
let me tell you
acceptable.
what
Then
let me,
let me even tell you, even Prince Daddy, sorry to cut you off. As I'm talking now, even my former secondary school, I have 2 teachers that I employed and I'm paying for. To teach
what
those
me I
kids.
do. Prince Ali, you know what I told myself a while ago? I said, I will never, if anybody asks me for money, I wouldn't give money for free. This is what I do. I will ask you. In Nigeria, when I go and people approach, accept nothing. No, 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 no. I will borrow you the money in a sense that come and approach me and tell me what you want to establish, what business you want to do. I will help you set it up and you pay me later. Which I'm not expecting them to pay me back, but I will help them set up and then you pay me later. So that way, if you fail in what I set up with him, you can't come back to me to ask me for more money because I'll say, I already borrow you money, you still owe me money. But if you succeed, you don't have to pay me back. But I will see out of your own kindness, if maybe, even if they want to pay me back, just, I don't worry, don't worry. That was just for me to, I gave you that for you to succeed. But I don't do that and take free, share money for you to be praising me. No, I don't do that. I don't need people praising me. I'll tell you, hey, what can you do? What idea do you have? What are you good at? Okay, I'm going to borrow you money. Even the kids I'm paying their school fees. I'll tell them, my guy, I'm borrowing you guys money. That's what I tell the kids. So I'm borrowing you. That's what I tell them, the parent. But I'll tell them you can pay me back in 50 years, whatever you succeed, whatever. That's what I tell people. So I don't let people think I'm giving anything for free. I don't do that because I don't need them to be praising me and stuff. So you know that what I'm giving is not free. So you take it, you value it more.
Prince Daddy, don't you think we need such things to actually, instead of actually complaining and complaining, and everything is government, 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 don't you think that we have a lot of things to do for ourselves to actually to make our society better.
Well, absolutely. And I like if anyone has the answer. I like to know the percentage of that because um, network or helping others in your society in the community, it's a huge portion in many societies why they grow and become stronger. And I can say that because if you look at a lot of immigrant communities here in America or in the West, right? You know, they tend to have a way, to transfer. Okay, I have a Korean friend. We kind of work together, but anyways, many years the dad came from Korea. Barely spoke good English, but anyway, I think went to the military or whatever. They started a convenience store. This man, the convenience store, they started a convenience store, and from scratch, grew the store. And when another family member comes from Korea, what he does is actually transfer, like literally give it away, the convenience store, to a family member newly from Korea, and doesn't even ask for anything. Like, okay, this is the account for the inventory. This is how much you pay for rent. Just give it to the person, maybe help him pay the rent for a couple of months or whatever, and just transfer that wealth, and it goes and start another business, another convenience store. And if you want to go to the Korean community, the Chinese, or the other community, that's how they do very well in this country. I've heard. I know they have communities also, usually like social cultural communities in the Nigerian community, right? And but the transfer of wealth is what you don't want to mention the Jewish people. That's a different level,
They
different
Mizadi,
level.
if you see Nigerians gathering together, it's only for party.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
go
It's
on there.
usually social cultural stuff,
The
and, and,
fake
ma- and
love, Abi.
many times I've heard about African people here in America always wanting to isolate themselves, don't want to be part of the African community or let others know about their business, what they're doing, unless they're going to get something in return, especially cheap labor if they have a business. But other than that, we don't readily transfer wealth amongst ourselves, and that's one of the major drawbacks in the Black or the African American community in this country.
The thing is, with the African Americans, kind of similar to the Africans. Well, the sense the African American they have so much dysfunction in their usually in the predominant black area, so they just want to get away from themselves because of the dysfunctions, So the ones that succeed among them, I mean, they automatically want to move to safer area, which is typically white community. But to be fair, when they move to safer area, when they meet each other there, they work with each other. I'm sorry. Uh, Kind of similar to us as well.
Well, but before you go further, Mike, say that this functionality you're talking about is not really unique to the African American community. It's not because these other immigrants, you're assuming that they're so perfect. No, they're not. But one thing, the one thing I've seen about them is that they always put their own people first. An African American, or a black person, oh, that black person is lazy. That black person is this and that. Oh, we all make excuses to why we can't help the next black person. That's our problem. But they have problems too.
No,
I know they
I'll
have
be I'll
problems.
be fair. I'll be fair. With Nigerians, the next black person they want to help is their children and maybe their parents and immediate family. That's where we think we don't believe in. We're going to invest in another man picking. That's our own problem. Another one for sure. But however, we do patronize ourselves. Another one for sure. And we kind of maybe interact. Maybe we find ourselves in a let's say Nigeria find themselves within a company, and they are the only they are Nigerian. They're with against other ethnic group. We help. We show each other the way within that company. We don't do that thing that Black Americans do, where within a company they want to stab each other and things like that. No, the Nigerians you know, I don't know how other country, but in America here, within that same we do
Really?
like. Hold on. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about nursing. Hold on. What I'm saying is, okay, in engineering field, for example, like when we're there, we know that here it's a lot of uh, Asians, whites, Jew, everybody, and they judge they based on performance. They judge which group of people are doing what. So it becomes a competition between us and other race of people. So we want to like create that image for ourselves. So we begin to work together. I'm sorry, that's when we work together. When it comes to that, when it gets to that point where we see it as a competition between us and others.
All right.
Within that
Okay,
competition, but
that
when it's hold on, but
competition,
when
that bond.
hold on, Simba, let me know. But when it's this environment where we are just there, it's only us. We don't. It's not dominated by other race, and we are not in competition with anybody. We don't want to help each other.
Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. What you're talking about, I have a good example, and that's okay because trust me, you don't do more than the Indians or the Asians. Okay,
That is what I want to say, Prince Daddy, that if you see other people, even that one that you are talking about, they do it better than us.
Of course, but this is one thing I've learned about this other culture, especially the Jewish culture, right? The Jewish people, they will help another Jewish person or Korean person, for example, and they don't care about getting anything in return. They don't care. They just want to help that person and move on. They don't care.
Prince, in Yoruba, it's called, we like to Siregun. You know, do you know what Siregun means?
That one will be too much for Prince now. How can you be asking
It's a cultural problem.
Please,
I was the one that gave you something in 1974. If not for me, you would not make it. It's a cultural problem.
Yeah. Okay. when it comes to helping other people, give it to the Igbo, our Igbo brothers. They do. In fact,
that is not. I beg. What you are saying is totally different from what you are saying. That is not the apprenticeship. That's what you want to be talking about. That is not now.
Yes, apprenticeship, and at the end of the day, they empowered. They established them. They empowered them. Irrespective of
They start. Here's the thing. All Nigerians do apprenticeship. Now here's the difference. The Yoruba who are doing the apprenticeship, they are not looking at whoever is coming to come and learn from them. It's from their tribe. We don't all from their village or something like that. Like when I see Yoruba people now, when they want to talk about my kosher, or tell me kosher, you can just go and meet any Yoruba person that owns the business, say over kosher, how much buy. You understand? But Igbos, their own is different. They will not accept anyone that's not from. They, in fact, even other Igbo, they don't know. When they do their own apprenticeship, they will go to their village, go to bring the person from there. They only do it for their own people. So that's the difference. So we all do apprenticeship.
And even Mike, the way they even do their own, the guy will stay with them in their house. He will do everything apart from even the work in the shop or wherever they are. They will do the house choir. They will do everything for the man. It's like serving the man. In the apprenticeship for Yoruba, you go to work, you have certain hour that you spend, and you go back to your house.
Exactly. And the person, the Yoruba person is brave. It can be from another tribe, you know.
Exactly. And they do it for their own. They do it for long. You can be there for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Their own. You understand?
Okay, my own is
our own is just like something that you go to, like going to school. That's the way we do our own.
What I'm saying is, for example, now let's say like chemist shop. If somebody serve his master 7 years, 8 years, and at the end of the day, he have established the same chemist shop for him to become an independent of his own.
You don't understand what you are talking about. No, just hold on. If I want to learn how to be selling drug as a Yoruba, I will go to another Yoruba person. It's like signing a contract. I want to do this thing for 2 years. And this is I will come maybe 8 a.m. in the morning and go by 4 p.m. in the evening. And that is the agreement. Their own is like you come and be living with your master. You wash his clothes, you prepare his food, you live virtually you live in his house.
No, we don't do that one. No.
That's the way the Igbos does their own now.
You go home now. You go home. You work with food. That's it.
The only area where we do that is
the apprenticeship of a Yorubas. When Yoruba spend if he's coming from his house on daily basis and he doesn't serve a master unlike the Igbos. At the end of the day, when Yoruba complete his apprenticeship, what's happened? Did they empower them? Did they establish?
No, it's called freedom now. hold on. It's called. They do what's called freedom. They will do the celebration and they will.
Yeah.
Hold
they do.
Hold on now.
After freedom, Yoruba don't help people. They don't
That is not
help
true.
themselves.
That is no. Hold
Unlike
on.
the Igbo.
Nobody is saying no. Hold on. You ask a question. Let us educate you on the way it actually works. That's not the way it works. When somebody finishes apprenticeship or whatever, remember, it's usually a family member that say, okay, help me teach him something, or they will bring somebody brought that person to that person. Somebody brought him to that person to learn how that thing works. So usually the one I know, it was like a shoemaker, whatever. The person that brought you there and the person that is training you together will help you set up your initial the business when you start. They will even send people there to help you out in a while. They will, do you need help there? If you have any question, call me. They will come help you out. If you have any issue, they will help you out for a period of time until you're on your own.
Babati, the style is right to some degree. Like the Igbos take it further.
I know.
But hold on. But also at the same time, it's not like they just doing it for the person, because that person is usually related or kind of like within their same town. It's not like Igbo person from Abia now. It's not taking on Igbo person from Anambra from nowhere that doesn't know. And then you go there and set him up. You understand?
Mike, it's because
typically I heard it's more of Anambra thing too.
It's even okay. Let me even give you an example. It's because it's trading that they do. Okay, if you're a mechanic, how will you set up a mechanic? Well, after learning, are you going to go and get customer for him or what? You understand? Because they trade, they cannot say, okay, even before they do that, before they finish, those guys will have had so many branches that, okay, go and be managing these branches. Then after so years, this is what I'm going to do for you. It's an agreement.
But washing your clothes for you, all this, to me, is slavery to me. I don't think that is really.
I had my uncle that was doing an apprenticeship. Everybody that was under him, not a single person was a Yoruba person, man.
But that's the way it is now in the Southwest. Now it's more about the job itself, not nobody cares where you're from. You're here to learn work. You learn.
That's when I begin to learn about different tribe names. That's when I learned my Yoruba. I'm like, so how many tribes in Nigeria?
But go and
okay, BT, earlier on, I heard you are pandering towards Baba Jale Koko's view about this. What is it called now? This National Assembly law that they want to pass about people not honoring national anthem and all those things.
No. What did I say that was pandering? I didn't say. I said it was excessive. That you can't. I was discussing about. They said you must stand up for the national anthem. That you'll be fine if you don't. I believe that's unnecessary. Why do I have to be fine? No.
Why?
For not doing what?
For not honoring your national anthem.
No. What am I standing up? No, you to find what? Money? Put in prison?
You know the problem that we have in Nigeria. Let me say this.
One voice. It's a simple conversation.
You asked me a question. You said I was pandering, so I want to know why was that? What was the pandering? Why was that pandering?
Baba Jale Koko was saying is too. In fact, the same word I use says draconia. That is draconia. Is too excessive? Is that you are looking at it as it's like everyone should have freedom of speech and association and all those things.
Okay, let me understand. So I'm trying to understand. So what do you guys start? So Simba, you saying that hold on, Babati, wait now. I don't want you guys to be arguing blindly. I want to understand what you guys are arguing against. So Simba, you saying that people should be punished for not standing up? And then Babati, are you saying people should not be punished? I'm trying to understand what the.
I stand that they should be punished
for not standing for for national anthem.
Yes.
Is there any country in the world where they punish people for that?
But let me tell you, even the problem that we have in Nigeria, we can't separate our leaders from our country. Once we hate one leader, then we transfer that hate to the country itself. Why should you not honor your country? You know that the leader, if you don't like Tinubu, it doesn't mean that then you should disobey your country.
So patriotism should be
Yeah, exactly. It
punishment.
should. It's not even a punishment, but when people are taking it too far, you understand what I'm saying?
But
People now use.
so not standing for national anthem, that's too far.
Well, that's my own no.
Let me
I
clarify.
don't know about that one. Maybe
Babati,
burning a flag. If you say burning a flag or
why
ripping a
won't you stand
passport.
up? I said,
No, this is what
Babati,
I think. I don't
any.
think. See, here's my. I
Wait,
don't think patriotism should be forced on anyone. Now,
sorry.
hold on. Wait. If someone burn a flag and stuff like that, yeah, maybe you can make law against that, an attack on a state or a state's image or things like that. But to say someone must be patriotic and must sing national anthem, must all those things, I don't agree with that, man. Because I think things have to come from your heart. You understand? The way you feel, it's like you're forcing someone to feel certain way. If I don't
Okay,
feel like standing or don't feel like or don't like my country, I may be wrong, but I should not be punished for it. Because love for your country should be something that should come from your heart, not something that you do because the law says you should. That's why I disagree. You know?
I stand with Simba. Okay, see this thing about having the option is when you create a society, a community, there are certain rules that everyone has to abide by. And I think one of them would be one good one would be the national anthem. I think everybody should stand. Why should they have the option to not want to stand? Why? See, every time you give people the leeway to make a choice, they're always going to abuse it anyways. But in this case, I mean, why should anyone have opposition unless your leg is paining you or you are on a wheelchair or something? I mean, that would be the only time you shouldn't stand up. But to choose not to want to stand up for the national anthem, I think, a reasonable fine should be imposed. I think that's the best way to go about it. Because I don't see the reason why anyone wouldn't want to stand up for the national anthem. Doesn't make any sense.
We know that Prince is a right winger, so of course he wants to bring back the German style of patriotism to the country. We know that is his end game.
You cannot blackmail. Don't blackmail him. Don't go that way. That's blackmailing.
That's a thief.
I know.
I'm only kidding. He knows I'm playing with. Come on, he doesn't take it too serious.
I have a contrary opinion.
But I'm saying that when you said that I was pandering, everything else in regards to the law, I didn't have issues with. When they said if you burn the flag or whatever, yes, I said I agree. But it was you must stand up for national anthem. If you don't, that's the one I had issues with.
Let's start to hear from other voices.
Okay, let me finish. I will allow somebody else to talk.
Let me ask Simba a question. Since he's
you are here,
he's pushing for punishment. Simba is pushing for punishment. So you support 10 years imprisonment?
Simba has been in Saudi Arabia too long, man.
Oh, you know what?
No, we're not saying that.
For not standing up for your national anthem. Simba, tell us, are you on board with that Speaker of the House?
You know what I'm saying? You might say that okay, maybe 10 years is too much, but there should be a punishment. That's what I'm after. I'm not actually looking
tell us
at
the kind of punishment that
okay, let me tell you. When you are talking, you said that okay, people can use if the leaders are not doing what they're supposed to do, people can protest. They can use it like a protest. You understand? If you claim you love your country and you want the best for your country,
but they are not claiming they love the country, though.
No.
It doesn't matter if you love the country, Mike. It don't matter. You stand up.
You understand? Because if you say the way I'm even speaking to the way Babajale Huko put it, he said people can use it as a protest. I said, okay, if you are protesting, that means you love your country. That's why you are protesting, because you want your country to be better. So that same country, you are not giving the respect and the honor to the same country that you claim to love and be protesting against the leaders that are not doing the right thing. What is the sense in that?
Yeah,
when the country failed you and you are protesting.
It's not the country that failed you. Country cannot fail you. It's your leader that failed you.
No,
so it's your country.
No,
Leadership goes.
it's the country that fail you because the leadership for the country. A country cannot fail you. Only leader can fail you. But let's try to hear from other
and
voices.
maybe
So when the
one second, let me
country
learn.
failed you and you protest against the people in charge of that country, you by not standing up for your national anthem, you should be sent to 10 years
I
imprisonment.
think I see that one as double standard, because if you claim you love the country, then you should be seen to be passionate and like everything about the country. You might hate the leadership.
See, the thing about, I don't think maybe Angelica or others understand what it means to be patriotic, right? Sometimes in America or other places in the world, you see people you consider like poor people, right? They have passion for their country. Okay, they love their country. They would do anything for their country, regardless of their economic condition. And because they don't think about, what I'm doing is because my country has denied me a certain rights or opportunity. They don't see it that way because we always want to monetize everything. We always want to, associate, the love for country and oneness for what we get from that country. And that's why Angelico is talking the way he's talking. It's not about what you get from the country. It's about oneness and unity about that country. It doesn't matter, Mike, if you don't like the country. If you are in that country and a citizen of that country and the national anthem is being played, you stand up and respect that country or the flag. That's the way it goes.
Hold on. So in America, if you don't sign up for a fight, did they find you or put in prison in America if you don't find the sign of national anthem right now?
Well,
answer.
No. Listen. Okay, hold on. It's there's a connotation.
Answer the question.
No, the answer is that. Hold on. The answer is that they don't find you, but you know that the unpatriotic behavior is looked down upon by certain part of the country.
Then let's start finding. There's question. The right question is, Prince, that should they start finding and should they start punishing?
Oh, that'd be great. I'll be down for that. And I think when Trump comes back, I think we're going to push for that. That's going to be part of the agenda 2025.
Prince, please. Yesterday I didn't have time to come because I was listening to Trump and Musk on X yesterday. 1 billion listens so far, by the way. You should check it out. But I'm saying that when you say that people should be, that is fine. Let's do that.
How many people you said listening?
1 billion.
I was
1
there.
billion?
No.
Yes.
I was there yesterday. We had over 1.2 billion people, million people listening live. Live, it was over 1 million people listening live.
1.2 million
live, yeah, on X. I couldn't come. I was listening yesterday.
No, I gotta go listen. 1 billion people listen to it. 1 billion.
So far, globally, because it's a global.
That is crazy, man.
So yeah, so but I'm.
It looks like Elon Musk is endorsing Trump.
Yeah, obviously now it's so. But I'm saying love of country, like Mike was alluding to earlier, should be from within, something that you do for your country or the country has done for you. That is way.
Mike is conditional.
Hold on. And if you don't, you should be frowned upon or come out and tell us why. Then we can fix the problem. It makes a better society. But now saying we're going to fine you and put you in jail for 10 years for not standing for national anthem, I think it's to me it's ridiculous. That's what.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys.
They want to turn
Maybe
Nigeria to North
Does the law
Korea.
say 10 years? Where's 10 years coming from? Punishment.
They want to turn Nigeria to North Korea.
No, Prince. 10 years. Yes, that's a lot.
These are unreasonable people. They don't make sense. They're just silly.
That's coming from the speaker of the house.
When you say that, you actually trivialize. When you say that, you have to trivialize the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish. It's not about putting somebody in jail for 10 years. It doesn't make any damn sense. Okay. Because they don't even have the facility or the prison system to even accommodate people. So it's just silly. That's our leaders for you right there. No, a nominal fine. A nominal fine will be maybe even 5,000 naira is plenty enough. As a minimum.
Mike. Okay, someone wants to come in. Who's that person?
No, it's actually me.
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have one voice at a time. One voice.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, let the other voice speak now. So,
Hey, hold on. Yeah, whoever else want to come in, just let them know you want to come in. Because me, I don't call on people. I don't do that. If
Yeah, I want to come in.
Gani, if you want to come in, just say you want to come in. Because me, I won't. If you are
Yeah,
waiting for me to call you, I won't call you. Because me, I don't call.
no,
Yakub and
it's because
who
people are
else?
talking.
Isaac. Hold on, wait. Isaac. And I think Madam Aya. Whenever you guys want to say something, just say you want to. If you say you want to say something, I will stop everybody and let you say. But if you sit there expecting me to call you, I don't do that one. I can't bend you. So if you want to talk, just say you want to say something, and I will stop you and let you come in. Okay. So go ahead, Gani.
Can I come in? Yeah. All
Yeah,
this
Isaac
law
can
they
come in
are,
after Gani. Okay, you come in. Yeah.
all this law they are trying to create in Nigeria is, I don't think it's going to work because some people building their own region and some people are killing people in their own region. How is that going to be possible? Like they say, when you do, we should be claiming one Nigeria or something like that. And they will, when they come to your region, they don't want you to come to their own region and do the same thing, and they want the same law to guide both of us. I think the government doesn't really know what they are talking about. The law.
Kí ni Gani sọ lẹ́nu?
Cool. Isaac, you wanted to come in, Abi?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe add my voice to this
What happened to
issue
Gani?
of
Oh, he dropped off. Okay, go ahead, Isaac. Yeah.
this issue of what do you call it? The national item, then the sentencing to 10 years or whatever. To my own opinion, I think it should be a crime not to stand or not to respect the national anthem of your nation. It should be a crime.
Isaac, hold on 1 second. Isaac, 1 second. One man, did you remove Gani or did he drop off? Because if you removed him, I don't want you to think I'm the one that removed him, because I don't know what.
It was his,
But go ahead.
it was
Huh?
his connection, I think. I don't think one man took him out. It was his connection. So.
Okay. That's why I'm asking one man to be sure, because like sometimes one man in the background controlling stuff, and then people would think I'm the one.
Is it, but is it a coincidence or you think just happened? Because the guy was just talking crap.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering why. I thought the guys he made that statement and ended
In
it, but
fact,
I
my
noticed it's no
head
longer on the
nearly
screen.
burst. The
Yeah?
guy just disappeared at an appropriate time. It was just not making sense at all.
Yeah. Well, either way,
Can I continue?
yeah, go ahead, Isaac.
Okay. Although the law is silent about it, but it should be a crime. Just imagine, because like somebody said just now, it is the honor you give to your nation, your country, not to a person, no matter who that person is. Even the president of that country is a crime if he refuses to honor the national item by doing exactly what he's supposed. If you go to, for example, a world competition, let me put it that way, or in a stadium, or wherever you have other nations, and each national item of each nation is sung, what is required of that national item of that country that you belong must be done according to the rules. There are some nations, I think they are permitted to kneel down when the national item is being sung. There are some nations they are permitted to stand, and all of that. So, in my own opinion, and rightly, it should be a crime, and it's a crime, even though the law is silent.
Isaac, sorry. Even what you just said, even when it is when the national anthem of another nation is being sung, even in Olympic and all those competitions, other people from other nations obey
Yeah,
it.
they respect. They have to
They
stand and respect.
so and you are a citizen, and I don't even know how Nigerians think, and we
It shouldn't be.
trivialize a
It
lot of
shouldn't.
things in the name of freedom of speech and
Wait.
expression and all those
Wait,
useless
let me
things.
just land it. It shouldn't be used. That is not a is it, how do I put it? It shouldn't be used as a weapon for protest. It's a very different. If you want to protest against bad leaders, you are not protesting against your nation. Your nation is your nation. Your leaders belongs to the nation. You as an individual, you belong to the nation, and the nation must be given that respect. By the time we preach to people like Aisha Yusuf, in the way our Papa here, Papa Jali Koko, is preaching right now, preaching to Aisha that she can disregard the national item. You are not telling her to disregard the leaders of Nigeria. You are telling her to disregard your nation, her nation. And this is the nation she is fighting for. This is the nation you are fighting for. This is the nation I'm fighting for. So it's a crime not to obey all that it entails. But the law is silent about it. And crimes like that, offenses like that the law is silent about, they are still crime. There are a lot of crimes in Nigeria that are not in the law. So such crimes, when they are committed, just like somebody was, I think it's our brother Prince Daddy was suggesting, the appropriate authority will have to call that group of persons or that person to order. He can be fined. He can be given some menial jobs. If you do it here in this country, you can be referred to, there's what we call a utamiento. They will go and give you like 2 weeks to work for free. You work for the government for disobeying. Thank you very much. I don't know. I hope I make my point clear. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
definitely. Yeah, so I think I've done myself. But before I let that, see, that's why I agree with you guys. I disagree. See, like in the court, almost every country, you go to a courthouse, in a courtroom, you have to, there's certain rules you have to do where, like, for example, you have to take off your hat or you have to stand up. Even national anthem possibly may force you to stand up. If you guys are saying that in certain spaces, maybe governmental spaces, they make a rule that you must do that. If you don't do it, you get punished. I can get that. But if you're just saying just anywhere where you are, I mean, in public, I mean, in your own private space or just anywhere,
But you know that
I mean, the law should
national
apply to
anthem
you.
is
I
not
don't.
in private places now. You know that it's not something that you sing
National
everywhere.
anthem is
No,
not always in
they
private
play
Uh-huh.
national
places.
anthem in stadiums now, in everywhere. I mean, come on, everywhere they can play national anthem. So just saying national anthem is playing shouldn't, if it don't stand. I mean, like automatically saying that no matter where you are, you must stand or you go to prison. I don't know about that. Though what I can agree is if they make law about maybe somebody threatening the country with verbally, like all these Nigerians be doing, like no go better or swearing for the country and things like that. If they can make law against that, because even America, if you open your mouth, start threatening, they will send drone to bomb your house. If you start threatening the country, that kind of stuff. I can agree law or someone just um spilling bigotry against the country. Yeah, you can make law against that. I mean, country can fight back. But to say people's rights, I say you must do this. I mean, I can understand punishing people for doing something, but punishing people for not doing something, I don't know about that, man. Okay, Adama, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam AI. Are you there? I don't know if she's there. Madam AI, are you there? I
I
came in
doubt if
because
she's there. She would have said something a long time ago, but
yeah,
she's
I
not
know.
there.
Madam AI, are you there? She's not responding. I guess she's not there. I just wanted to make sure I understand what we're talking about before I comment on. We are talking about the national anthem, where if they catch, they find someone not following the rules or respecting the national anthem, there's something. Are we saying something about fine or prison time? I'm confused. Which one is it? Is it prison or fine? Mike, do you know?
I don't. I think it's fine. I don't. Is it? I don't even know. This. I'm just hearing from this guy. Simba.
Is yes, that there is a prison and fine also. You have the option either go to prison or you pay a fine.
For not standing up for the national anthem. That's what.
For not standing up.
Well, nobody's BT. Nobody. She's not asking for your comment. Don't put that Jara to it. don't poison her mind.
Okay, I'll let you and Adama debate. She will kick your ass right there. I promise
you. This is what I have to say. I think it's wrong if we're talking about the country Nigeria, because this is why I said that. For the citizens to feel patriotic about a country, let's start with the country has failed the citizen as a whole. What do I mean? By providing them their basic necessity. Basic. When I say basic, I'm talking about clean water. I'm talking about good roads. So when you don't have those things in the country and you still expect people, whenever the national anthem is going on, for them to stand, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that in order for you to get the best out of your citizens, you need to provide them with the tools they need to function as a society. We lack that. The government has failed in so many ways of doing that. So, yes.
Quick interjection. See, I made a point earlier. See, standing up or respecting the national anthem or the flag should be mutually exclusive from what the country can do for you. I made an example earlier, like in America. Many times you see the so-called poor people, especially white people. They are patriotic. They love this country, and it doesn't matter the economic condition. They always respect the flag especially, and the national anthem. They will stand and support America at any point. The notion that we have to attach, your economic welfare to respecting the country or the nation, to me, it's not the right way to build that spirit of oneness and respect for the country. I don't believe that.
Okay, I agree with you, even though I don't accept what you said. I agree with you because you're entitled to your opinion. And another thing why I said I don't agree with you, Prince Daddy, is this. You cannot compare America to Nigeria. Let's be realistic. The old people you are seeing, a lot of them are on benefits. They have benefits. They have retirement plans. Even the poorest of the poorest, they are getting out. The point I'm saying is they live in an environment where they can, be able to age gracefully. But Nigeria is so different. So we need to be careful when we are comparing apple and orange. Define it. What I mean by that is Nigeria has failed its citizens. I said something: clean water, good road, electricity. That's not much to ask. It's just like as a parent, when you have children in your home, your duty as a parent is to make sure you provide a roof over you provide a roof, somewhere safe for your kids, clothing, and school education, and something for them to eat. So when we talk about
Sorry,
countries,
Adama, can I interject you, please?
yes.
Why do we need to actually in Nigeria, and that is the way we see everything. You want to just look at everything in terms of naira and kobo. What you can gain is about me, what I can gain. It's not about what I can give.
Simba.
Why are we always that? Let me give you, for example. Okay, you said we are not comparing America. I was in a flight with a lady in Ethiopia Airways. This lady is a maid, a Kenyan. and we are talking about, I even asked her, where are you from? She says she's from Kenya. And I asked her, oh, how about Ruto? I hope Ruto is doing well. She said no, that she's not even going back to Kenya until when that guy leaves, that the guy was not doing well for them. And I can see the patriotism. She was not talking down on her country. She was talking down on Ruto as a person, as a leader. I had another interaction with an Egyptian who actually flee his own country and was not ready to even go any moment from now, in as much as the present president that they have still remain in power. And he said he cannot talk down on his country. He can only talk down on the person that is ruling, that his country will remain his country, and it doesn't have any other country apart from his own country. But why we Nigerians always look at what can we gain, me. If your leader failed you, it doesn't mean your country failed you. A leader will come and go, another one will come. So it means that your patriotism will only be after the person that is ruling, not after your country. Is that what we are always looking at? Okay, because your country cannot give you electricity, then you disobey everything in that country. You don't love your country. So what of everything change? Then you change your allegiance. Hi.
But what you're doing is, yes, what you're saying is those two examples you made are personal opinion. Let's go do a survey back in Nigeria where you ask the citizen how they feel about the country and why they are not patriotic, and see what that would turn out. What the percentage
Adama, you need to go to other platforms. Let me tell you, go to non-Nigerians platform. You will not see the way. Okay, I have an example, and most people on this platform, they know it. The Kaizoran platform. The guy is a Kenyan. No matter what the country is facing, no matter how hard they were suffering in their country, you never see that guy talking down on his country as Kenya. But it's only when you come to Nigerian platform that you see Nigerians talking bad about their country.
You know what's funny about Kaiser? Adama, give me 1 second, please. This Kaiser is mentioned, right? Whenever Kaiser want to point out something bad about Kenya, he will say Africa. He will say, this is what I hate about Africa. He will talk about that thing and make it an African thing. Now, when you want to say something good about Kenya, he won't say this is what I like about Africa. He will say this is what I like about Kenya. That's not the guy talks. Just to
yes, yeah, that's how he packaged. That's how he makes it sound like. And Mr. Simba, this is one thing you need to realize, okay? And I think the earlier you start accepting it and looking at it that way, I think it will kind of make sense. But maybe you think I am against Nigeria. That's not what I'm saying. The point I'm saying is we need to acknowledge that the government is not doing what they need to do for its citizens, regardless of whoever's personal opinion. Some people will come here and say, oh yes, Nigeria is doing this, is doing that. I am not here to fact check anybody, but I'm going from my view of what I've seen, and given that I go back there to visit and come back, you don't feel that. It's just like in case of an emergency here in America, you call 911. If an emergency happened in Nigeria, who do you call?
Sorry, Adama. Let me wait. Let her finish. But Adama, the thing is, what you are doing is you're putting Nigeria next to America.
No. I'm not saying I can never put them together. No, Mike, I cannot. All I'm saying is the
argument,
basic security. Yes.
I get it. The argument Simba is presenting to you is that other Africans don't say because they don't have this kind of things or exactly. They don't exactly. But then you are presenting argument that
yes.
Exactly.
And I'm saying to him that is a personal opinion. Is a personal opinion. They are still patriotic about their country. Is a personal opinion.
Sorry, Adama, it's not personal opinion. It's orientation. It's orientation, not personal opinion.
Let me say this now. I don't know. You can admit that if you go online, the only Africans you will see that literally like would demarcate their country and like make the country like the worst country on the continent are Nigerians. You literally go online, right? You're not going to find any other Africans doing it. To the point where even I saw on your hosting show the other day where an American calling to say why that is always saying Nigeria just demarketing. Even me personally, I had Caribbean, Black American come and say, I used to think Nigeria was the best country in Africa, but dude, what I've been hearing from Nigeria, it looks like you guys are terrible.
I never reached my turn.
Sorry, Madam Zita, you call me. We were calling on you earlier,
I want
but
to
Remy and
quickly,
Remy, hold on. I think okay, Remy, come in and Prince, you say your
Adam,
statement.
I want to ask you a question. How old is America in terms of when they get their independence?
Mr. Remy, you're going the wrong route. Let me tell
No,
you.
no, no.
one
I just
thing.
asked you a simple question. If you have an answer, say you have it. If you don't have, you can say.
I can't tell you I know because I don't. I'm not going to
Thank
lie.
you. That is good. That is good. What I want to tell you is very simple. It is not when your country provides all those basic amenities you are talking about before you have to be patriotic. I have seen so many countless America that are not even patriotic about America, even when they are my colleagues. And when we talk about America, they will call it all sort of names because they are not satisfied with whatever that is there in America. And you have seen a lot of countries all over the world that even a single road, an expressway, they don't even have, but they are still patriotic. What we are trying to say here is that it's not what your country can provide. You have to be first a good citizen. When you are a good citizen and you obey the rules and regulations of a country, then you have a mouth to say that, wow, my leader, you should provide this for it. But when the citizens themselves, they are not law-abiding citizens, they are not good citizens. The only thing they know is that demarketing our country. And I think the reason why people do like that is that some people are failure wherever they find themselves, and they not justify by saying, it's my country that let me do this. There's so many cases of Nigerians that they will push, I don't want, you know what I'm trying to do, to commit a lot of illegal things. And when they ask them question, and they say, it's not my fault. My country
That's
cannot
it.
provide
It's the
me.
country's economy. Yes, yes.
Yeah, they will give that excuses. But in the same economy that you are saying you do not make it, we have seen tons of billionaires, millionaires coming out. We have seen a lot of Nigeria, they never step out of Nigeria, and they are very successful than most people that are even in the So
Adam, let's
sometimes,
continue.
in conclusion, I cannot say, you cannot say because give them road, health, or whatever. First thing for
All
every
right.
citizen of a nation is to be patriotic to their country.
Praise Daddy, please give me this time, please.
One second, and quickly, Adama, to have quickly, I know you have to conclude. In America, just like you know, the group of people that protest America the most are the wealthiest people. For example, LeBron James, the guy's worth over $1 billion. Those are the people that kneel down for the national anthem or don't stand up that oppose it. So the need to try to juxtapose your economic condition or situation to the reason why you should respect the country, honor the country, it doesn't gel together very well.
So please, Adama, before you,
But
please, Adama.
but at the same time, I said this, and Madam AI, you can come in. I'm almost done. I still believe that if the question we need to ask ourselves is now, why are Nigerians not patriotic? I want to know. I just gave you a few highlights of what I think is the problem. So I'm not here to say, oh, yes. But I'll let Madam AI
your question, Adama,
hold on,
if I may answer.
Mr. Simba, if you can wait, please.
Okay.
Miss AI has not
Okay.
spoken, so let her speak. Then you can go. I'm done. I can mute for her.
I don't know what you people are talking about. Can you repeat your question and the highlights you gave? I don't know.
My question, we're talking about why are Nigerians not patriotic?
Nobody can answer that question because
gave,
all of them they know the truth.
And you gave
That
a highlight.
Nigerian has not
What was your
given.
reason?
Yeah, I said
Papa
one of
Dalibogo, let
the
her present a question. Yeah. Okay.
one of the reason was I feel like because the basic necessity they need as citizens to thrive or function from day to day, they don't have it. I said clean water, I said good roads and electricity.
Well, that's secondary. That's a secondary reason. That's not the primary reason. Because can I talk now?
Madam AI,
you have
please
the floor.
wait.
You have the floor.
Madam AI, please wait. Mike, please wait. Madam AI, wait, please. Mrs. Adama is changing the narrative. Please. Now, this is what we are doing here. This is what we are discussing. Madam AI, if you can listen very carefully. She is talking about how bad Nigeria is. That's not actually what we are talking about. We are talking about the national item of the nation, of our nation, Nigeria, to be respected by every Nigerian. Is it good that somebody who is supposed to, maybe while you are in a conference somewhere, there are other nations there, they sing their national anthem, all the things that they are supposed to do for their nation, standing up, respecting that national anthem, they stand. And now when they now sing Nigeria anthem, you are there. You say because your government didn't fix road, they didn't fix water, now you sit down in disrespect of your nation's national anthem. Is that fair? That is what we are discussing, Madam AI.
Okay. Well, it's the same. She brought in an argument towards that, like saying that the reason is that they are not patriotic. And then he said, why are they not patriotic? She gave her reason that because things are not working like the things she mentioned. But actually, that is the secondary reason. The primary reason starts from the day of the creation, the day Nigeria got independence. I don't really know if most of you have watched the video. I think my dad was one of those people. He was a young chap then. He said he never liked it. I keep saying that because he keep telling me that he never liked that independence until he died. But if you watch the ceremony and everything, look at the faces of Nigerians and the celebration, the joy. You can see that it's a people who are happy to embrace their own, to be them, to be given opportunity to be them, to be given opportunity to showcase what they are known for, to be given opportunity to create their own. They have been given opportunity to be heard, that have been given opportunity in the global space. You could see that joy in them. They were celebrating, everything was going, they were happy. But that happiness were not carried along by the people that country was handed over to. I keep saying it in this platform, and I keep doubling down on it. I will never forgive them. Because when a country is very young, and you sow the seed of discourse, you sow the seeds of discord, you scatter, you speak things that are discriminatory, you speak with all amount of venom, you are sowing a seed because the country is very young. So from then, Nigerians were never patriotic. It wasn't because they didn't have water. Well, when that is like adding firewood into the fire to make it keep growing. Those are the secondary things. Those not functioning, not having this, not having this, not being where they're supposed to be. Those are added things that make it not to go away. But from the one, Nigerians were not patriotic. Because if you look at the story, you look at the people, you put them together, you listen to them. At least as a child, I was able, because I was told all manner of stories growing up as a child concerning Nigeria, Nigerian Biafran war, or whatnot. I asked a lot of questions to my own critical thinking. And most of those questions helped me to know that 80% of what they are saying is lie. In fact, I come to the conclusion that those people were so ashamed to tell the truth. Because if they tell the truth, we dig out their graves where they are and throw them in the Atlantic Ocean. So this one will like go like this, this one will like go like this one will like this. They created that chaos in the country. And since then, we have never had anybody who tried to quench the chaos. As an administrator, that is one. Then family. In families, we keep sowing that seed. I used to tell some people, when I meet some young people, 17 years, 19 years, I'm having a chat with them, and they get angry. They start hating on me for what I was not born when it happened, and they were not born when it happened. You begin to understand that these things are things that we are told, and that seed has been sown in them. I've been getting angry over stories that you were told you were not born when it happened. You are so bitter about it. You hold it so dear to your heart. I don't get that. Yes, it's a story. It's a history. According to some people, we're not going to write history, but then we should be looking at the future. History can only but history most times is people who draft history. They push their narratives instead of the facts. So when we keep saying we should listen and listen, we overwrite our history, you find out that most people have just a narrative they're pushing. They are not actually telling the story the way it happened. So my dear, that has been the problem with Nigeria. That has been the problem with Nigeria. And then, not only that, then the second propaganda came, the third propaganda came, the fourth propaganda came, and the whole place became very chaotic. That's what is going on. You leave your country in bitterness. Even when you go elsewhere, you look at yourself elsewhere, you are better off when you were in your country than the new place you are. But still, you are hating your country. That is the seed that is being sown inside of you. You are carrying it about. So as long as you are living, that seed remains in you. It takes all heavens for it to go away. So it's not food and clothes, and those ones are added jara to why Nigerians hate their country. It's a seed, it's an ideology, it's a propaganda.
Madam AI, can I ask you a question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Inside all these problems we have within ourselves as Nigerians, leaders are not good. Even the citizens, they have their problems. Now, my question is, these items, for example, the flag of our nation, the coat of arms, the nation's item, even in schools, they taught us that these items are for the nations, and they tell us how to respect them, to honor our nation. My question is, because we have all this problem, is it right for us now to begin to disregard these items like our flag? We cannot use it because our nation, our leaders, or we have problem here. That flag now we can, disrespect it. Even the national item, the way they taught us, we cannot disregard it and all that.
Okay.
Should that be?
Wait. Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I will answer your question by giving you an example of what is going on. Most families, first of all, I must say this.
Zita, let me say something. You see, the question is, if somebody failed to stand up for national anthem, does that person deserve some terms of imprisonment up to 10 years? Because that is what the speaker is recommending, that people should be punished by sentencing them to 10 years imprisonment. So that is the key thing there.
Okay, okay. I
So,
will answer the two. Can I answer the two?
go ahead, my sister.
The first one he said, disregard, disrespect for something you are taught in school. Teaching somebody is one thing. Understanding what you are being taught is another. Now, you do not expect somebody to respect and regard something he or she did not understand. I'll give you an example. Christianity and paganism. Paganism was there before Christianity came. When the Christians came, they I wouldn't use that word. Let me say, they taught them. And as the young ones were coming out, that time, what they were being taught was the life of a religion called Christianity. And they were living that life of a Christian. Automatically, because they understand the Christendom better than the paganism, they started disrespecting paganism, even when it is what they are known for, what kept them, what they use in their healing, what they use to connect to the spirit of their ancestors, what they use to connect even to the Chukwu Abiyama, which is actually the Greek God the Christians were telling them. But they started disregarding it. Why? Because they no longer understand what that paganism is in their life. But they fully understand what Christianity is in their life. So you see somebody that will come and tell you that the Ofo or the Oduduwa deity or resemble whatever significance in the father's compound is useless. He will pick it and throw it away. So that is exactly what is happening to Nigerians. The flag, the national anthem. When you do not understand what it is for you as a Nigerian, why would you respect or regard it? That is one. Back to Ajani Koko, saying that you are going to jail somebody for 10 years for disregarding. I really do not like this idea of a black man taking a shortcut. We are always quick to taking shortcuts, and that's why we are being ruined. Wherever we
Exactly.
gather, we love shortcuts. Shortcuts doesn't work. It doesn't last for a long time. If you pick somebody because he did not stand up for the national anthem, or he dropped the flag on the ground and march it, there will be an uproar. Flag, national anthem. Are you getting my point? But if you go the other way round, to make them understand what that flag represents in their life and what
Deal
the
with the reason why they are doing
hold
it.
on,
Yeah,
let me finish.
I'm
Before I
supporting
lose
your
my
point.
thought. What that flag represents to them and what that national anthem represents as a Nigerian, the person that will march the flag, the treatment he will be given in Nigeria will be worse than 10 years. That's just the truth. If anybody, if they understand what the flag is and they understand what the national anthem is, and they see somebody marching on the flag, the response of Nigerians may be that will be the end of his career, the end of his life, the end of anybody listening to him. When they want to know, is it not this one that was pulling on our flag? The treatment will be worse than 10 years. He doesn't even need to go to jail, but he will be enslaved and jailed the rest of his life. That's what I'm talking about. Is that understanding? It is very important. that people understand what significance of everything their country uses, the coat of arms, the national anthem, the flag, what it means and what it represents for them. But until that, if you like, put 200 of them in jail. Rather, you will see some ridiculous people that will even come out and start rioting for that person's sake. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You will see some of them that will come out and tell you that, the other day, is it not Mr. Obi that, or Mr. Okereke that dropped the flag, or Mr. Udowu that dropped the flag? What did you do to him? But you got to change the mentality, which takes a process. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes money, it takes labor. But I know my black people, they don't go through such thing like that. So that's why you are recommending, you drop the flag 10 years. It doesn't work that way. I don't finish.
I want to respond, Mike, please, before the next person speak to Mr.
Okay,
Isaac.
yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Isaac, I didn't say I hate Nigeria. I didn't say that. I was just saying that the country, and when I say the country, I mean those who govern the country, they have failed their people. And another thing I wanted to say was, I think our people are one of the most difficult people to govern. I don't know why. I don't know why. First of all, if you go to all this platform, Nigerian platform,
I think
if
I
you want to
disagree
see
with you on that.
Oh, and I'll tell you why I said that. When I said they are very difficult to govern, I mean, we cannot disagree. Like, you see how Prince Daddy believes in Trump? I believe in Democrats. I respect whatever he's believing. But if you do that on a Nigerian platform and say, these are my opinion, this is who I'm supporting, you say who you are supporting, it's like war. They want to tell you how to speak, what to believe on. And I don't know why we can't learn to respect people's opinion, even when we don't like it, and just, listen to it. You don't have to like it, but respect it, because at the end of the day, that's what makes us human, the ability to listen to each other and learn one or two things. We don't have to be right all the time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, please, Mrs. Adama, please. Let me just sorry, because she mentioned my name.
Adama, you said you are a Democrat. You are sounding a Republican. Because it's Democrats that want you to speak the way they want.
Maybe I am a Republican. I just used as an example.
That want you to speak the way they want you to speak. They want you to perpetually be on the ground so that they will control you. You speak any other way than the way they want you to speak, they verify and cancel. They can even run down your business. You must be a billionaire to challenge Democrats. Because if you dare say anything else or try to correct and say, oh no, this thing is what you're saying, they will finish you with their mainstream media. So I'm surprised you say you are a Democrat and you are Democrat.
I was just making a hypothetical. I was just making a hypothetical comment.
Find out who you are, because you are actually.
No. I said I was just making I was just making an example. So that's what it was just a reference I'm making, saying that Prince Daddy supports this and I support this. But why is it that we can't respect whoever we support? Everything doesn't have to be politics or religion. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mrs. Adama, please let me quickly respond. Sorry, we are on the same page. Oh. You see me, I hate Nigerian leaders. I hate them to hell. But you see that country, Nigeria, I know how I separate them because it's my country. So I'm on the same page with you. And I'm not going to say because Buhari has done his worst, Tinubu has done his worst, whosoever is coming tomorrow will come and do his worst. The past ones, they've done their worst, and then I throw my country away. Let me just tell you something personal tonight. I was called upon to come and take this passport here, the Spanish passport. When I got to the office, I asked the policeman that was in front of me, is it because I already know that they don't have a dual passport. I already know once you get their passport, you throw away your country. I already know, but I just asked him just to make fun. Then I asked him, is this passport a dual passport? That is, I'm still a bona fide Nigerian, and then he said no. Once you get this, you have to denounce your passport. You know, I didn't tell you go to hell, but in my heart, I said go to hell. You know,
Hold on. You said in your heart, you said go to hell.
Yeah, I didn't tell him verbally, but in my heart, I said go to hell. Even before I went there, I knew if it was to be dual, fine, I'm going to get it. But I have to keep because with my passport, with my Nigerian passport, I can do whatsoever I want. As long as I have their resident, I'm okay. So that is the extent I respect that country, Nigeria. So I pray also that Nigeria will become a better country for everyone. But I'm not going to disrespect that nation for no one, not for Buhari, not for Atiku, not for Jagaban, not for whosoever. So thank you. That's just my position.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You see this thing you said when I came.
Madam, sorry. I think my take about all of this thing is one thing. Your country is your country, whether rich or poor. You should be a patriotic citizen to your country. Whether you have a leader that is not doing good at this right particular time, it does not mean that leader will rule you for all the life. Man, when you are born to this world, there's a day you are born, and there's a day you also go away. So I don't see any reason why we should be now be comparing and contrasting. All those countries you are also comparing and contrasting, it takes them years. And I think if everybody is telling you Nigeria does not have a good road, does not have this, in the same Nigeria, they have a fairly good road. In the same Nigeria, they have a fairly good hospital. There are people are coming from diaspora to do surgery in Nigeria now. In the same Nigeria, they have good telecommunication system where you can communicate with everyone all over the world. To me, I think if you are a citizen of a country, you hold a duty to be patriotic to your country. It is not whatever your country can give for you. What are you also giving to that country? No matter what you do, if you don't have that Nigerian passport, you won't be able to be in the diaspora you have to take, because you have to first seek a visa or maybe a resident permit or whatever. And you have to have a nationality before you do that. If you don't, and some of us, at least we are lucky to often get educated in Nigeria. So that country have given us a lot of things. So sometimes just to give a little back, it's not too much. And the bill they are proposing in the House of Assembly, it's just a bill. That does not mean that will be the final outcome of it. It starts to go through various processes. Maybe at the end of the day, it will die. You don't know. Just a bill. So it does not
Thank
mean
you,
that.
Remy. It's just one foolish man that brought that bill. Just one foolish man that brought that bill of saying
It's just a deal. There are so many bills in the National Assembly that after one or second reading, that is the end of it. You won't hear anything about it anymore. So I don't think we should come here and castigate them or something like that. Even if you are a patriotic Nigeria and you see when they play the national anthem and you see everybody in the room stood up and one particular idiot just sat down there thinking he's fighting a cause, it's stupidity. When you hold religion even above your country, that religion is not even yours. The religion was given to you from other people, and you hold that religion even ahead of your own country. Sometimes let's just have a retrospect and think about some of our behavior. It's totally
Good
bad.
morning,
You see
everyone.
this
Good
thing you
morning.
people are
Good
saying, two
morning,
of you have
everyone.
not spoken. You see what you just said. When I came to this platform, it was my jingle. I keep telling them, criticize the policies, criticize things that are happening in Nigeria. that you don't like, but don't drive down our institutions. Leave Nigeria alone. You can call them by their name, not by their tribe or by their institution. If it is Amechi, say Amechi, look at what he's doing. He is this. Look at what he's doing. That's the way to criticize your country. Not by saying Nigeria, the hopeless Nigeria, blah. But most people did not like me. But let me say this. Actually, why I came in, there is something I observed.
Madam Zita, before you go for that, let me just add to what you said. That's the reason why the problem has not been solved. Because instead of them to go after the individual that's supposed to solve the problem, they'll ignore the individual and just attack the country. So those individuals that are supposed to fix particular issues are left alone. And I think that's the root of the problem. Yeah, go ahead.
Amechi stay money. So he talks on camera. We dey still because una no fit stone us. If say una dey stone us, we no go dey still. Talk am for camera. So instead of stoning them, we are busy abusing the country that is actually nobody. Nigeria is actually nobody. It's just a country. But if you keep attacking it, I don't know how you get things to work anyway. But that's not why
Good morning. Good morning.
Can do. Let me Zita finish and then you come after. I think she wants to make one more point real quick.
Yeah, I came here because of what I noticed that is going on in Britain. They're showing their superiority again. Do you know what is going on in Britain now? They're putting up a proposal that is already in place because I read one or two things in it. They want to take their children from age 5 downwards and start training them. That maybe they have been listening to me because I keep saying that we have been lying to our younger ones. And then we give them that lie, give them that ideology, give them that propaganda. They run with it because they don't ask us questions. Britain is trying to groom the little ones on how to debunk fake news, ideologies, propaganda. And they said they're going to do it by training them in critical thinking. So that when you come to them and keep 2 stones, you call one a stepping stone, you call the other one a stumbling block. They should be able to ask you why. Why is one a stepping stone and one is a stumbling block? Are they not the same thing? Look at them, I'm looking at them, they're the same. Instead of them to run with it and they say, it's a stumbling block, a stepping stone, a stumbling block, then we ask you questions. And if you cannot answer, it will die down. I was so amazed. I was discussing with somebody yesterday afternoon. I said, these people are at it again. They're showing their superiority again to the world. They're bringing them together. They want to teach them critical thinking because the world today, our younger ones, they lack that critical thinking. You tell somebody a story, push out a propaganda, not even a simple question. They will run with it and start destroying everywhere, hating people, abusing people with they carry it with all manner of anger and ignorance. But I thank God they have started. Let's see how it will go in the next 10 years, inshallah. That's all I wanted to chip in. The next person can talk.
Yeah, can do. Yeah.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I've been listening for a little bit now. One kind sleep just catch me go, and I just woke up and I started listening to all that being said about this patriotism, whether Nigerians are not patriotic or they are patriotic and what have you. And one of the things that that kept reverberating in my brain is that the Nigeria that I know of, the Nigeria of the 60s, of the 70s that I know of were patriotic Nigerians, ridiculously patriotic. And I'm sure there are so many different reasons for that. But the entire world has changed. The
Sorry,
entire world.
Mr. Kandu, Carol. So, quick question.
Yeah, good morning.
The Nigerian that you knew then, were there any poor people then, by any chance?
Yes, there were, the vast majority were, but I guess part of that statement I was making is that, you see, if you don't know that you are poor, you might not actually know that you're poor, because the vast majority of the people around you are in the same situation as you. So not until when you see other people that are maybe considered to be much better off, do you then start to realize that, oh, I guess we are poor. So I don't think it's just the poverty in of itself. Part of this whole notion to me is a belief system. Whether it is in a home with a mother and a father, or you being a member of the Boy Scout or the Girl Scout, the leadership of any society matters. The leadership of any society matters. The Nigeria of the day that I'm talking about, even if Awolowo or Zeke or the leaders in the north, even if they were doing certain things in their own financial life, the average Nigeria did not see them as criminals. They saw them as leaders, as people who wanted things that were in the best interest of their people. In the Western states, for example, with UPN, virtually all the governors were performing. None of them that I can remember, whether it's Papa Jasin, whether it is Baba Kekere in Lagos, any one of these governors, none of them were seen as, as a criminal or a thief. And the things they were doing, the institutions that were being built by those people, for the most part, enabled the vast majority of the people to get some level of education. In Lagos, we had quote unquote Jakonde school. But those Jakonde schools enabled untold tens of thousands of people that would not have been availed an education to at least get some semblance of education. So whether it is in a home, and I think some of the people have mentioned it too. You see, if you have parents that are telling you when somebody comes to see them, tell them I'm not at home, you're beginning to teach your children bad habits. You're at home, you're telling your child to go and tell a visitor, tell them I'm not here. That's where it starts. And part of the question I think one has to look into is the law made for the people, or are the people made for the law? Whatever law it is, who supersedes the other? Does the law supersede the people, or do the people supersede the true nature and intent of the law? I'm a documentary person. I watch documentaries from all over the world. And I think it was 1932 in Germany during the Olympics. If memory serves me right, I believe it was Jesse Owen, the black.
Do you guys want to interject? Because I don't, I kind of want interaction here. Because I don't.
Well, I mean, I'm driving a point. In 1932 in Germany at the Olympics, Jesse Owen, after winning the 100 meters, put up his hand and said black power, not America. In China in the 60s, a lot of people, young, bright people, rioted against the Chinese state because the life that they were living, the oppression, this was a big thing. In 1989, Tiananmen Square, young people went on the
Can do what is
street.
the main point here? Because the reason why we're not interacting is because we don't know your actual position and your main point, so that way we can,
Yeah, well,
also kind
I
of
was trying.
argue against
I under, okay. I guess I was trying
Yeah,
to
yeah,
just
because
give as much,
like
as much of the
I
background
just
as
don't like this
possible. That
monologue thing that people do. Like I've seen
yeah,
on other shows,
okay,
but when I'm hosting a session, I don't like monologue at all.
okay.
I like
So the point,
constant. I want to damn everybody to be, the back and
yeah,
forth
the
thing. I
point,
enjoy it.
yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that whether it is Nigeria or China or America, you have Americans that burn the American flag on the 4th of July, Independence Day, because of
They
their
burn the
whatever
American flag,
reason. Oh yes, oh yes, oh
but
yes. In
the
America,
other Americans will deal with them though. They catch
no,
them.
they won't deal with them. We
Really?
don't live in a lawless
Even Prince
society.
Daddy will deal with you if you burn American flag in front of him.
If you deal with somebody, you will be arrested, regardless of what that person is doing, and you will receive your due justice. You cannot say because somebody burned a flag or somebody said Nigeria is a bad country, say it's okay to go and deal with that person. Even the person
You are
that
not
brought.
getting the point. You don't
No,
get the
I don't
point.
have to get the point. I've
No,
heard
you don't
you,
get
and
the point.
I've
But you
heard
have to
You don't
get the
get the
everyone.
point to be
point.
able to debate
No,
though.
I agree with some of your points, and I agree with some of other people's points. And it's not about anybody me agreeing or disagreeing. That's not the issue. The point is, people have a right. If you want to, that's why I said, are the people made for the law? Or is the law made for the people? If I decide that I'm at a conference and I don't like whatever is being done, and I decide not to stand for the national flag, nobody should be, nobody. I don't care who you are. Well, you better not touch me because you receive your
Okay,
due justice
let
right
me
away.
let me. Here's where I agree. Me and you stand on the same point, and here's where me and you may disagree. I think where me and you may agree is if individuals choose not to stand for a flag or for national anthem, I personally think the individual should not be punished because you shouldn't be punished for what you don't do. It's kind of like when people say they want to sit at home, you can't punish them for sitting at home, that kind of stuff, or accuse. But where I may disagree with you is if they decide to make a law that if you burn the flag, you go to jail.
Yeah,
I
then
disagree
that's a
with you
law.
for
Yeah,
if it's
that's a law. I mean, I am not aware of any law that says that you have to stand for the national
but
anthem of
would you
Nigeria.
but if they choose to make a law that if you burn the flag, go to jail. Are you against that?
That
Yeah, I
is
will be
what I'm
against.
talking about.
I will
I
be
thank God
against
he's
a law
speaking.
being made that will say that somebody should go to jail for not standing for the national flag, and that's why I preference
But
what
for
I
burning
said.
the
By
flag,
are
what
the
about for burning
people?
the flag?
That's why I said, are the people made for the law, or is the law made for the people? A flag is just a symbol. If what's that symbol, what that thing, whatever it is, represent is not somebody to be respected. If my father is not somebody to be respected, I'm not going to say because he's my father I have to
Well, if you
respect
are
him.
within the territory of Nigeria and
It
the
doesn't
law of
matter where
Nigeria, you're
no,
within the
no,
territory of Nigeria and you burn
I
the flag.
agree. If there is a law that is put in place that if you burn the flag of Nigeria, whether you burn it in Afghanistan or you burn it in London, if that's the law of Nigeria and they can get you back to Nigeria and you burn the flag of Nigeria, then they will deal with you because that's the law. But I don't think that a law like that should be allowed.
We all
It's a
agree.
flag. It's a
You don't think
flag.
a law like that should be put in place?
Absolutely not. It's a flag. What is this? Is the flag more important than the person, or the person more important than the
Yes, the
flag?
flag is
It's
more
just a
important than the
symbol.
country is more important than
Can
the
do,
person.
Mr.
Yes.
Can do.
No, the country,
See,
not the symbol. Is a piece of
Well, the
cloth
symbol of
or
the country
paper.
is
see,
the country. You don't disrespect the
See
country.
this, Mike. Can you
Mr.
allow
Can do.
him to say?
I like to say that
I said,
symbolism is quite
Prince Daddy,
important.
just a second, please. Mike, when I
Yeah.
came in here, I said something about understanding. Can you? This is a global platform. Can you allow him to speak? Did you hear the last statement he made? He said it is a piece of cloth. So why don't you allow him to let him say everything he needed to say? Okay, that's the understanding I'm talking about. He called it a piece of cloth. So let him give him time
Yeah.
to say
So
everything.
is a piece of cloth, does the cloth, is the cloth more important than the person, or is the person is a symbol? And that is why, again, that's why at the very beginning I said, are the people made for the law, or is the law made for the people? A law can be changed over time. There have been amendments to laws all through eternity. If the law, whatever that law is in any country, is no longer serving the needs, there was a time that black
The
people were
people, can
considered
I come in? You said something. A correction, because people are listening. The people are meant for the law, and the law is meant for the people. Both.
okay. I hear you, but the point I'm trying to make is there was a time in America, for example, and in a number of other places, Belgium, wherever you want to think about, that black people were considered one sixth of a human being. Over time, those things have been amended because the people, even those who were on the other side of that law, came to a realization that these people that are considered one whatever of a person are not that. There was a time in America when women could not vote. They were not even allowed to vote. If you don't own a certain number of properties or own something, but as time changes, and that's why I said the world has changed. You have Chinese people that that burn Chinese flag in other parts of the world because of that's the way they're protesting. You have people, you see, if you unfortunately you have too many this is just my own reality. Probably a good 80% of human beings are mumus. They follow. They will follow what the other 10 to 20% of people
That's
say
why you have
and
to make
do.
laws for them, you know.
They are follow. No, they are. That's just the reality.
That's a good point, Mike. Do you think if
You
all
only
human
need
beings are brilliant, they will be making
yeah.
laws? They will know
You
everybody know
you
how to
need
think.
you only need 10 to 20% of people to move the other 80%. That's all it takes. So that is why an Ayatollah Khomeini can sit in Tehran and say he declares a fatwa, and some fool somewhere will go and knife somebody to death because some other human being said he declared a fatwa. So, unfortunately, I mean, there's always have to be a law. Whether it is in a village, you have a king, you have chiefs. There has to be law in any society that will guide the society. But when you start talking about things like flag or even leaders of Nigeria, for example, you cannot be a leader that I see to be a criminal and I will respect you. I don't care who you. I don't care if you're the king of England or the king of
Mr. Kandu, see,
whatever place.
Mr. Kandu, it's not just a piece of cloth or just a flag. See, the idea to bring a people, a community together really determines the success of that community or society, right? See, when say it's not so much about the flag, what the flag is made of, paper or cloth. It don't matter. But the need for a people to come together to have a covenant, okay, an agreement, and abide by it is what truly holds a society. And whichever symbol that it chooses to use in doing that is paramount. So you can't have this isolationist, idea that everyone should do whatever they want to do. It's not that important. I think it is
No,
really
I don't.
important.
I don't
You can
have
you can
that. I
remove the
don't
flag
have
if you
that.
want to. You can remove the flag if
No.
you want to, and replace the flag with something else. Maybe a
Yeah.
bottle of
Exactly.
Coke if you want to.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with you on that. No, I'm not saying that people should just be able to do. I would never ascribe to such notion. You have to have rules that people have agreed to. But again, that was unfortunately I had to go back and lay all these foundations about the Nigeria of the 1960s and the 70s. People were
But
patriotic
can do.
hold on, real quickly, because a lot of the
Abdul,
leaders that they had,
let people
a lot
interject
of
you.
a lot of those leaders were seen to symbolize something. When the leaders are no longer a symbol of something, you cannot be a criminal and be by whatever means that you become the governor or the president, expect me to continue to support or believe in the leadership of you, because you're not an Awolowo, you're not a Latif Jakonde, you're not Michael Jackson, you're not the same type of people. So the belief system, the structure of the belief itself is totally defined in a different way now.
I think Mr. Kanto can say that. You believe that they did a good job. Some of these new guys also believe that Fashola and Ambo, they also do the good job. So you cannot just be equating
It's
the
not
past.
even Remy. It's not even. Don't mind can do. Even we can even know. We have recognized the way you are talking. You started by painting all those things that keep Jack and all those stories. We are also alive. We knew what happened. So you can't come here and be telling us all those things. I say because
First
those
of
people
all,
do
from
good
all he
and all
said,
those.
Simba and everybody listening to me, for all he said, I will conclude by saying that he does not know what a flag represents for a country. By
He
calling
knows
it
he
a
doesn't
piece
like
of
the person
cloth.
that is there now. That's why he's
No,
talking the way he's talking.
yeah, he
And he
believes
cannot
that the
separate,
flag
he cannot
is in
separate
connection with
his
the person
emotion
that is
from
there.
exactly.
Yeah, so he does not know what a flag
M-
is for a
Mr.
nation. So
Simba,
I
I
don't
know
know
what
why
a
the
flag
flag
is.
is
I went to China. I went to Iran. I went all over the world. I know what a flag is.
Isaac, go ahead.
You don't know. If you know, you will not call a flag of a nation a piece of cloth in a global platform. You don't know.
Isaac, go ahead.
And you will not. Hold on. If you know what a flag is, you will not call it a piece of cloth and you will not attach it to any administrator.
All right,
So
let Isaac go. Wait. Let Isaac just come here. From there.
Yeah, can do. I respect your opinion because it's yours. You see, you've been educating us here on when things are going bad, but we are so concerned about making things right. They are two different things. You've been educating us, things are going bad, and when things are going bad. But we are on the opposite side trying to make things right. Now, let me tell you something. You see that piece of cloth? There is something going on in Kenya today. I think it's Kenya where they have riot. Mike, am I correct?
Yeah, correct. I don't see
Yes, you are.
All right. Something is going on at the moment in Kenya. You see these Olympics that just ended. All the representatives that came from Kenya that took gold, when they crossed the line, that piece of cloth, you see it displayed. Okay? I know that Nigeria, we didn't get gold or silver, which is bad, which is, that is the bad government we are saying. They do politics in everything. They don't get the right people to go and represent us. We know things are going down, but we are not here to push it further down. We are saying that if we had won gold, silver, bronze, that piece of cloth would be displayed in the international games called Olympics. And it will bring honor to my nation. It will bring honor to Nigeria, whether Buhari is there, whether Obasanjo is there, I don't care, but it will bring honor to a Nigerian like me. I'm a Nigerian. Thank you.
Okay, I heard what you said, and I understood what Miss AI and Prince Daddy were trying to say. You see, this is kind of the way I see it. If you like, stack up 10,000 pieces of Bible and burn it. It's got nothing to do with me. It's a piece. They're a bunch of papers. The paper does not represent the Bible to me. Yeah, it's a Bible or a Quran.
Jumping up and down. Bible, the flag.
No, I'm trying to. I'm using that as another analogy. Hold on.
Let him land real quick.
Whether it is the flag, whether it is a Bible or whatever else, or like Prince Daddy said, piece of cloth, that everybody has agreed that that's our national symbol. So every time we win gold, we're going to be raising a bottle of Coke because that's what we all agree to. But again, the issue for me is You see, when people have become so, it's like in America, you have the blood and the these two gangs. You see, when you allow people, a society, any group of people to indoctrinate you to the point that you now turn a symbol, whether it is the statue of Ogun or Oya or whatever, and now that object now symbolizes everything. That is, there's not. I'm not against. I will never burn any flag. I don't. Burning a flag doesn't do anything to me for me. So personally, I would not do that. But to now allow anything to become such a big deal in your life. There is nothing. There is no symbol. There is no building. There is no whatever that has that much power over me. If you like, burn. However you bring the matches safe. I'm a Christian. If you want to burn Bible, go ahead. If you want to burn the flag, go ahead. But there is no object that is that powerful. Yeah, I agree in the nationalism. I'm a Nigerian to the core. I believe in Nigeria. But a flag, because you burn a flag, it's like you call my mama Ashawo, or you call my mama whatever. What does your opinion? Number one, why do you even matter? Who are you that you should matter so much that my blood pressure is going to be burned up because you said something? The fact that I even acknowledge you, Seth, I'm giving you too much power. So somebody say something about something. What difference does it make? What you say? I don't care. Number one, who are you, and what does you saying that thing? What does it? What if you call my mama Ashawo or you call me crazy? I know
Okay,
I'm
Kandu,
not
let me ask you a
crazy.
question. If your children go around, let's say your 10-year-old son, go around calling people Ashawu, all those things, you will say, oh, it's just word. And you won't correct him? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, my children will never utter such things because their father does
I didn't
not
say
talk
whether
like
they will do it or not. I'm just asking you.
it's not it's not a thing because it can never happen. It's like saying
No.
if I
What
spend
if it happens?
$5 billion, it's nothing that cannot happen because they've never been taught like that. It will never
Oh,
happen.
okay.
It's
You
like
must
you
have.
saying what if I call it's like you
Okay,
saying what if
let's
I
say.
call my mama.
Wait, can do. Let's say if it happen, what would you do? That's what we're asking you.
Well, if it happens, I would definitely correct it. But I say it will
Okay,
never
They've
happen.
cornered
okay.
you.
Now,
They've cornered you,
you will correct your
Kandu,
children,
they've
but who will
cornered
correct?
you.
Okay.
Kandu, they've
That's
cornered
not
you.
there's nothing. There's no cornering here. There's nothing to be cornered. No, I mean, nobody's writing me a check for being on this program. There's no corner. The issue is just because again, I preference this whole thing by saying it starts from the home. When parents start to tell their children to start telling little lies when they're 5 year old. Somebody I'm not at home. Tell them this. You're creating an environment. You're creating a culture. In Nigeria that I grew up in, that's not the way it was. Over time, things have deteriorated to the level that they have. People are people will lie to you. I mean, you see this funny thing. Somebody will be in the back of a bus and is talking to a guy who is in the front of the bus. The guy is in Lagos. Say, "Oh, I'm in Abuja right now." It has become part of the culture. It's become part of the society. So it's not the government, it's not the president, it's not the governor. It starts from the home, from the individual that has allowed this thing to become a thing. So this is not a thing that we've just got into where we are today. But in order for the people, each person has to carry their own cross. As a father, as a mother, as a member of a society, how do you govern the environment in which you reside? Nobody can make me go and steal the money of my state. Nobody. And people will tell you, oh, wait until you're there. I don't care how much money they have there. I don't need it. What I have is enough. If I can only drink Gary, I will drink my own Gary very well. I don't need a 160 million naira car. I don't need to live in Ikoyi
But
or
Mike,
Abuja.
I think
Mike,
we
don't
have
you think?
overplugged
Yeah,
we have
Mike,
overplugged
we
this
have
issue.
overflogged it. I want to say, Mike, don't you
Okay,
think the
so and
question?
whatever anybody has is his own personal opinion. If you like, you don't, you can attach symbol to any
any this thing. But what you are
No,
saying is
but Mr. Simba, could you wait 1 second? I think the thing we need to be asking ourselves, why are the senators wasting so much? I mean, like, so focused on this flag of a thing when we have other pressing issues that are going on, right? Go ahead, Mr. Remy. Go ahead.
No, that is not right. This bill is coming from the House of Representatives, it's not from the senators. And there are several bills in front
Thanks
of
for the correction. Thank you.
And there are several bills they are contending with now. You know, when you are a lawmaker, you are obliged to bring bills. And when a bill is being brought to the House, there is what we call first reading and second reading. After the second reading, they will now pass it to House of a committee that is in charge of that kind of bill to deliberate on it and then bring it back to the House.
Mr. Remy, we understand that. Mr. Remy, we understand that. The point Madam Adama was making, why, of all the other things, anybody can bring in.
And hold on, please. We don't want to labor too much on it anymore. At the end of the day, if it's going to be a law, if it's a law, people should just obey the law. And if they are going to just jettison the bill, they will jettison it. So we don't need to worry too much about it.
it's not even fair on us to say, okay, of all the every other problem that we have, why are we talking about it? There are so many other things that they are talking about. But the fact that somebody brought this one out does not mean that's the only thing that is discussing. We should stop all these things that we do. All these, why is all the problem that we have? Why is all this? We all do all these things to discredit our nation.
No,
we should stop it. It's not good.
Mr. Simba, again, just like you said, there are other things. Why is it that this one is the one that people have decided to focus?
That's what people decide to talk about. If they are talking about this on agriculture, it's not interesting to people. Because the people that actually, let me tell you can do. The people that are actually the originator that made them to even want to actually enact this law they are the one doing this again. They are the one bringing it to limelight. There are so many bills, hundreds of bills that are going on that they are not interested in.
The fact that these are the things, whether it's the sensationalism of it or whatever. The fact that I will never even have this conversation that somebody brought a bill about whether it's the new national anthem or somebody should be jailed for burning a flag. I will not even waste my saliva having this
conversation. It's not about you. It's not everything. It's not. It's not about you. Everything is not about you. Leave this.
Mike, can we change the topic, please? If you don't mind.
Said this is the thing that people want to talk about. That's why
it's not all about you.
Okay, do you mind me changing?
Can I say something, Mike?
Okay, go ahead.
Come here.
Yeah, thank you. You see, I've listened to a lot of people talking of patriotism. Some people are not patriotic to their country when you don't respect
Sorry, Babaja, there's a noise coming from your background. Are you?
No, not from me.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Not from me. You see, is this still making the noise?
No. It's better now, sir.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. So what we don't know is that patriotism starts from the leadership. When the leadership doesn't show by their conduct, by their style of governance, by and not delivering good governance, what do you expect from people? So when you're wanting to orí ẹja bá ti bàjẹ́, gbogbo ara ẹja yẹn ti bàjẹ́ nìyẹn. When the head of fish is spoiled, the whole body is spoiled. That is what the leadership and their subjects, that is what it represents. So our country today, we all know that the leadership across that country have failed Nigerian people.
Evangelical, let me ask you, are you saying that's the reason why Nigerians should not be patriotic? Because we don't have good leaders?
No,
I don't entirely agree with him.
Remy, wait, hold on.
Just continue.
Because hold on, Remy, wait, Remy, hold on. Baba, because the rest of Africa also have bad leadership, but we don't see all of them online doing all these unpatriotic things. Even Kenyans, that we, as we're talking, they're rioting against the leader that's bad, trying to get rid of him, but they are not online. Even Kaizo is on Kenya. They will still, he never come there to bash Kenya or on the market Kenya and be attacking Kenya. What he does is attack his leader, attack the bad leader and trying to get rid of it. If you have a bad head or bad piece, you get rid of that head. You don't attack the whole thing, like just the body. I kill the whole body because he hate the part of the head has a problem. So a leader is just part of the society. He can replace your leader, but you don't now say you become unpatriotic because your leader is terrible. So anyway, Shah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. This is the point. Nigerians that are 40 years old today, I can tell you, they don't know anything good about that country. They've never seen anything good.
I know a lot of good things, so go ahead, Shah.
Okay. What I mean by anything good.
Mike, you need to stop.
When it comes to public education, I'm not talking of the children of the rich. I'm talking about the children of ordinary Nigerians. Starting from going to school. The school they went to, the public school they went to, it's nothing to write home about. If you are talking of healthcare, no good healthcare for them. If you are talking of electricity, like Adama was saying, they don't even, electricity is like what they have seen, what they are known as normal is generator. So,
but yeah, what does that have to do with the national anthem? What you talking about? What does that have to do with the national anthem?
No, hold on. What I'm trying to say here, why I'm saying all of this, is that when you hear all these children, very, very angry at their country, at their leadership, because they cannot separate the country from the leadership.
Why not?
Okay, why
everyone else is doing that? Other Africans are doing that. They separate their country from their leadership. I just give an example of Kenya.
When you say Kenya, look, if you compare,
they separate their country from their leader. They're going after their leader, not their country. Why is it only Nigeria that we can't separate our country from our leaders?
If you compare situation in Kenya against that of Nigeria, I will tell you that situation in Kenya is better than your situation.
That's not true. Kenya. What about the rest of Africa? What about the rest of Africa?
It's far better. Even their educational system is far better than yours. Their system is far better than yours. The system that they are pushing
Nigeria will find way to convince you that Nigeria is the worst country in the world.
Even Somalia, where they are fighting war, they are not. They are more patriotic.
So the issue is this.
Let them be laughing their laugh. They think they're all going to gang up against you. Don't mind them.
No,
I'm supporting you, sir.
One second, guys. Let me try. I have a quick question.
I'm supporting you.
Why are you painting Nigeria to us as if Nigeria was a paradise before? I even know, where did you exist in Nigeria? Sorry, I'm very sorry, not to disrespect you.
It was a paradise of free education. The time he's talking about.
I beg you, stop all those things. Stop all those things. Stop all those things. We were alive then. Also, we participated. So what are we talking about?
1 second.
Even if it wasn't a paradise, it was a stepping stone to paradise. It was
even that time, Nigerians were complaining. Everybody was complaining. We have austerity. We have so
many things.
You
We have
forget
riot, we
about
have
that.
protest.
People complain all
So
over the
don't
world, even in America.
say
People complain.
don't
So
come
don't
here.
bring about
We've never
competition.
had 24 hours supply of electricity in Nigeria. I've never seen anywhere in Nigeria.
It used
Okay,
to be
can
like
I
that.
chime in real
I
quick?
don't
I
know
have a
where
quick question.
where
Can
So
you
the
guys
what
hear
are
me?
electricity
we?
used to be like that.
Why are you
So
like? Why
so
we should not be painting things that are not true?
it used to be like that in Nigeria.
It's
Forget
not
Angelico,
used
about
can
to
you hear
be. It's
me?
not
electricity.
used to
It
be. It's
used
not
to
used
be
to
like
be
that in the
anything.
late
It's not
60s
used to be
to the
anything. It's not
70s.
used to be
Even if they want
anything.
to
In
take
the 70s,
electricity,
there was 24. In the
look,
70s, there was
in
24
the
hours supply of
60s to
electricity.
70s, if they want to take electricity, they will announce on the radio. In the Nigeria I grew up with, they will announce
So
on the radio that look, they want
you
to
are
do a
trying to
major
tell us
job.
that you
This
are
thing
living in
between so time and so time.
Yeah.
Can we instead of talking about
Do
No,
as married in
no,
1970 now. So
no,
can we
tell
no,
you
talk
know
no.
the
There
story
was
of
can we talk
1970.
for each other?
electricity. There was
So they
I
are
mean,
80 years old now.
electricity
Can we talk
became what it
can we talk?
was. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So
Oh, can anybody
so
hear me?
so so
Yeah, man.
Oh,
what we are saying here
okay,
is
thanks, man.
that children of 40 years today that
Angelico,
were
quick
born
question
in
before you
the
continue. I
80s.
wanted to ask you a question. I have a simple question. Can I come in, please?
Okay, go ahead. What's the
Angelico, if
question?
you had if a child had a dad that was, let's say, was maybe rich before, was well-to-do, and the dad becomes poor, should the child stop respecting the dad because the dad is poor and does whatever he wants to do
What kind of
for that
analogy
reason?
is that?
What
What kind
kind
of
of praise that
analogy
you
is that?
start? Praise that you have started
If
tonight again.
that is not a good analogy. Let me tell you.
I'm just
If that
asking.
father,
See, no,
hold
no,
on.
it's not about. Hold on, I'm trying to see, because all you and Amanda is talking about is that you're creating a simple national anthem that we all should respect and honor to the condition of the country. White people are poor, and for that reason, they should not obey. I'm not seeing the connection,
Prince,
and
let
the
me
reason being,
rephrase
of
that
course.
that the example you gave them. Let me put it in a good light. I understand what you're trying to say, but let me put
Can I
it in a
answer
good
his
way
question?
where Ajani Coco will understand it. You have a family. I've said this before in this platform. You have a family. Let's assume the family name is Okon family. And in that family, you have two people that are the black sheep. They go about doing some kind of things. Because of that, are you saying that family should be disrespected because of those two people? I think that's the message Prince Daddy is trying to send to you. Are you
No.
saying that because of those two children of that family, Okon family, that the father, the mother, everybody in that family, including whatever they represent, both those that are professors, those that have awards, those that have been done anything in their life, all of them should be, you should get all of them together and call it hopeless Okon family. Is that what you're saying, Ajadi Koko?
You see, your analogy
But that's not a good analogy,
is
though.
It
not a
is a
good
good
analogy
analogy.
at all.
No, it's
It
not.
No,
doesn't.
because
Because
Nigeria, hold
Papa,
on,
Papa
it is a good
Okon,
analogy.
Papa Okon, Mama
Nigeria,
Okon, Uncle
hold on,
Okon, all of them are
Nigeria
spoiled.
is
All of the
Okon
Okons,
family.
not just two children.
That
Wait,
analogy,
Nigeria is Okon family, okay? There are people who flag that Nigerian flag high in Nigeria. So many wonderful Nigerians, experts, intelligent, brilliant, called Nigerians. And there are the bad actors, which include our politicians. And because the politicians are doing something terrible in Nigeria, instead of you to call them by their name, you said Nigerians to disrespect Nigeria because of all those politicians and what they are doing. Is that what you're saying, Ajadi Koko? Hello?
Let me tell you, Miss Rita, you see that your analogy it does not even relate to Nigerian situation at all. In this case of Nigerian situation, you see the entire leadership in charge of
I
the
gave
state.
you Nigerian leadership as an example now.
They are the one in charge of that
And
family
I
you are
gave you
talking about.
example of it now.
No,
They
no, no,
are
no.
in charge and are doing things bad. Instead of
No.
you to call them out, call them by their name,
No,
let's
Papa
fight them.
Okon, Mama
You
Okon,
say the
Grandmama
only
Okon,
way out
Grandpapa
is for
No.
Okon
Nigerians to
are
disrespect
rotten.
Nigeria.
All of them in charge
Madam
because they are
Zita,
the
they will
one
not
in
understand.
charge
You know, your
of the
analogy is
state.
clear. It's clear.
No, let's
Madam
discuss.
Zita, your
Please.
analogy is clear to us. We understood you. They will not understand you.
The
Just
question
don't
I'm
bother
asking
yourself.
Angelique Coco,
No, we
they are
understand.
doing
No,
We're not
Simba, of course
stupid.
you
We
understand
hold
it.
understand.
on.
I know you
We
understand it,
understand.
Simba.
What Baba
Madam
Aja is saying
Zita,
is
they are coming from.
it's not just the two Okon children that are spoiled.
terrible things.
Grandpapa Okon is spoiled. Grandmama Okon is spoiled. Papa
Madam
Okon is spoiled.
Zita.
Uncle Okon is spoiled. That's the issue.
I'm sorry.
I'm using Nigeria now as an example.
Madam
Let's
Zita,
talk
know one thing before you go on.
All of us, Zita, let me tell you, those people you are talking about, Okon and this.
No, I'm
we
using
are
Nigeria
Let
now.
me, Baba Jalek, let me
Forget
Hold on.
about the Okon.
But
let
at
me
least you
answer the
guys not agree with the
question now.
analogy. But
Respect
Nigeria
me.
didn't answer the question. Hold
Let
on.
me answer the
Use
question.
Nigeria.
Look,
I want to use Nigeria, Baba Jali Coco. Can you please listen? Forget about Okon. I'm
I
using
have
Nigeria
had
now.
okay.
The real life scenario. We have leaders that are supposed to do what they're supposed to do. They are not doing it. The country is crumbling. Are you saying because of those leaders, we should disrespect Nigeria? That's the question I asked you this night.
Please, Madam Rita, how many countries in the world respects Nigeria as it speaks today?
No. Hold on.
Most countries in Nigeria, come on, man. They respect the whole
please,
Africa.
don't go there.
Don't forget Africa. I'm talking about
Which Africa
outside
respect
Africa.
Nigeria?
Thank you,
What do
even
you mean?
Africa
They
said.
want
Which
to be
one?
Nigeria. They envy Nigeria. It's not
And
even
this
like
young guy is banning you guys from his airspace, the one that took over this country. Are you serious,
Hold
Mike?
on,
For real?
one voice. Let's say Adama. What's Adama saying? Go ahead. Say it again.
I said, and this young guy that took over this country, the Francophone country. What's the young guy, the military guy? Remember when he was right?
Burkina
He wrote
Faso.
about his airspace.
What? What did he do?
He wrote a letter regarding the airspace that he doesn't want Nigeria coming through their airspace.
What does that one mean?
But that
It's
has
a
to do with
sovereign country now. What does that one mean?
The point I'm trying to make is that not all
I
countries
beg you,
represent.
Adama,
You see, Simba,
if
I know you would not.
if other people does not respect Nigeria, that does not mean Nigeria should not respect Nigeria as their country. So what is the argument?
Allow Baba Aja to answer the Okons
Let
and the
Baba finish.
Nigerians?
I'm sorry, sir.
No, Remy, that's not it. Let me put it to her.
Please don't add another one. He hasn't even answered the one you asked. Let him answer the one you asked already.
Calm down.
She want to put it a different way, since you guys didn't agree with
Calm down. 80%, I repeat, 80% or 85% of what people from other countries say or do to Nigerians are based on what Nigerians say and put
about
out
themselves.
for their country. Period.
That's true. I agree with that.
So don't come and tell me somebody is disrespecting Nigeria. You disrespected yourself first before you disrespect
Mike, please.
Because
Mike.
I remember, hold on.
Yeah, Isaac coming.
I want to comment.
No, let me finish. Let me finish this statement. I remember when I had an argument with a Kenyan colleague, and I brought out an evidence to show him that thing he's saying about Nigeria is not right. My evidence, my facts were correct. He ran to his office and brought the one a Nigerian said, and said, you can see
what type of a human being uses the example of what a Nigerian said to represent Nigeria? What type of a human being?
That makes sense. Now, what else is supposed to use? Hold on, one word.
No, but that's a personal story, though.
No,
That's a
Adama,
personal
to
story.
be honest with you, online, when most, even in person, and most Africans or people that say things about Nigeria, when we ask them where you get it, they will say that's what a Nigerian told them.
Mike, I've
They
had
will say
same
that's what a Nigerian
experience.
told them.
I've had same experience, so it's not a personal. I've had same experience
Most of
before.
them, most people don't know anything about other countries except what they hear those people for that country
This
tell
is the
them.
thing.
I'm telling you.
I think Nigerians like to lie to themselves, or they like make believe. They're delusional. How many Nigerians have I heard
They
on this
like
platform?
sugarcoating
Hold
everything
on.
and make it
How
look
many
like it's so
Nigerians? How
nice.
many
Yes.
Nigerians have I heard on this platform that say they don't trust Nigerians based on their own personal experience, and you want other people to trust you?
God
Where
bless
does
you,
that? Where
Candy.
does
God
that
bless
happen?
you.
No, we're not talking about trust here. No, hold on. Give me a second.
People that have duped you in Nigeria, people that have duped you on your farm, people that have duped you in your businesses that are Nigerians, and you want other
Are
people
you
to
saying
respect you,
scammers don't exist in
respect
other
you based
countries? Are
on
you
what?
kidding me? That's not even what we are saying. We are not saying about
You
trust. We
want
are
people
talking
to, you
about
want people to,
one voice
you're
now.
delusional. You're
One voice. Let
delusional.
me hold
You
on.
want
Isaac
other
have to
people
come
to
in
come
before
and
you, Remy.
respect you
So
when you
Isaac
don't
is
respect
trying to come
yourself.
in. Can do. Sorry, we're not the.
I don't
It's
think
not about.
Babaja finished though. Babaja did not finish. We interrupted him. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay,
Very
but
sorry,
okay,
sir.
Papa will continue, but let's make it interactive. Isaac wanted to come in. Okay, let's say Isaac come. Isaac coming. Because Isaac is a person that doesn't force his way in. He will just tell you that, hey, I want to come in, and he won't say that. I mean, he's a kind of quiet person like that. He doesn't like to push him, so I have to be fair with him. So he asked me if he can come in, so he won't ask twice. He only ask you once, So that's why I have to be look out for him. So Isaac, come in real quick, and Papa will continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. In respect of what Madam AI said, that 80% of whatever in the world, the way they respond to us are those things they hear from us, is what I actually want to establish. You know what happened about 3 days ago? There is a place here where I stay, where we normally gather Nigerians, like we just go there and we, you know the normal thing now, like they will talk down Nigeria and all that. We normally gather there. A Ghanaian came into our midst. I was just sitting by one corner, and this Ghanaian guy, looking so wretched, came into our midst and was running Nigeria down. And my Nigerian brothers that were there, I don't want to mention where they came from, they were submitting to all the nonsense that Ghanaian boy that looks like a madman was saying, until I couldn't hold myself. And I went there. My brother, when I watched him, by the time I told him that only Lagos can feed Ghana, he kept quiet. This is what we should be doing. Don't bring yourself down to anybody.
You want
No
me to
matter what
support
the
a
leader is
lie?
doing.
You want me to support a lie,
But that's not a
regardless of
lie.
where it's
Lagos
coming
can feed
from?
But
Ghana.
that's
So
true
what's
now.
the
Lagos
lie
is bigger
about
than
it?
Ghana now. Is that a lie?
But what's a lie about it?
Is Lagos
No, what
feeding
is a
Lagos?
lie about what he
Lagos
said?
It's a lie,
Lagos feeding
but that
Lagos?
No,
Is
what
what I
is a
Lagos
said.
lie
Listen to me.
about
But
it?
Lagos can feed Ghana. We know that for a fact.
Let me drop it.
Yes, Lagos is feeding Lagos.
feeding
Let me
Lagos?
drop it.
But anyway,
Lagos
Let
let's
me
let
drop
feeding
my
Isaac
Lagos?
point.
finish, man. Let's let Isaac finish.
Let me
Right.
finish my point. Can do. I don't know if you are in such group. What do you call them? A Mali man, a Senegal man, or a Cameroon man who has a president that was asking question the other day when they went to World Leaders Conference. Where am I? What are we doing here? A Cameroon man come to your midst, start to run your country down in your presence, and you can't stand for your country. I'm not like you.
I
I
have
will
told
always
you.
stand for
I have
Nigeria.
told you where you can.
If you
I
like,
give you permission tonight. I give you permission right now. Run my mama down. All you want. It doesn't change
yeah,
who my mama is. Your
But that's
whatever
But
you
do
you
you
say,
know?
now. It
Okay,
doesn't
but
mean
do
it
you
has to
know
be
this,
everybody.
your whatever you
but do you
say,
know we are
it has
saying
no
here? We're saying
carries
here.
no weight. Carries no
Yes,
weight.
but what I'm trying
But
to say, we sit here.
Okay, guys, hold on.
Because somebody is running Nigeria down. You want me to be arguing with a fool? I don't argue with fools.
Can I come in
Okay,
here?
Adama, do you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say something. I said we are here arguing and saying when we hear people talking about Nigeria, other countries talking about Nigeria, we need to shut things down. The thing is, the problem starts with us, within us. Our problem is within us, Nigerian. We don't even love each other. Let's start from there. Do we love each other? Why is it that everything we do has to be about tribe? Yoruba, Igbo, IPOB, this. I mean, why? We don't love ourselves until we learn to put up, tolerate, look at each other as human beings first. Look at a human being first. Don't look at, do not conclude just because he speaks Yoruba, you say, oh no, but you come to a conclusion because he's a Yoruba person. No, that is wrong. We are our own worst enemy. So let's say it the way it is. So let's quit sugarcoating things and then making it seem like, oh, we are all kumbaya.
Guys, let Remy come in first, please. I'm
I
sorry.
drop my cap. I drop my cap for you.
Adama,
I agree with you on this. I agree with you on this.
Let me say something.
Guys, let Remy wanted to confess. Let Remy confess.
First and foremost, we must give great kudos to our fathers, our great grandfathers, because out of their lean pause or wealthy pause, they sent us to school in Nigeria, and some of us are already polished before we even went abroad. So when you got to that place you are today, I think everybody in diaspora, you respect the rules and regulation of that country. And anything that happens within a country should stay with that inside that country. Clearly, we have a division in Nigeria. That is, everybody knows the truth. But that does not give you the authority to demarcate your country in the global community or in the rest of the world. Because you might be thinking you are doing a great service by demarcating your country, your leader will now sit upright and do the right thing. But what about the millions of other Nigerians that they are not very vast like you? They don't have the experience like you. They don't have the knowledge like you. What are you doing to them? What about other Nigerians that are going their day-to-day business? They are not concerned about politics. They are not concerned where they come from. They just want to do their normal business and go their own way. The highest thing the most terrible thing you can do to your country outside your country is to demarket your country. This is totally bad. We should condemn it. And when we talk about division, every country have the even in some countries, they are speaking 3 different languages in one country. This country I'm living, they're speaking 2 languages. So, and they still find a way to cohabit among themselves. So I think what we should say, you are right that orientation is terrible. And I always say this thing. I said my generation and the generation that are the youth of generation, Nigeria should just forget that. Maybe we should copy England model and start thinking about age 0 to 5 years old and inculcate new orientation to them. Because our generation is already being bastardized. We cannot speak in one voice. It's at the end of the day, these people against these people. The so-called country we have, if a man wins, the other one support them.
And I got to go. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and if it not like in Nigeria that if this person wins, everybody wishing him downfall. That is how a nation is being built. We must face the truth. The marketing our country is not.
Sorry, I wanted to say something about Anita left, but unfortunately she because she will agree with me. I was going to agree with something she said very early. You see, the problem with Nigeria, this Adama, based on what you said, like how the people, the issue among the people, the tribe thing, when Nigeria want to have conversation, they don't address the elephant in the room. When they want to discuss why something is what, they want to take a shortcut to solve it when they know the actual process and the actual reason for it. They will ignore it. Now, the foundation of a country is done from the first decade of that country. Now, the first decade of Nigerian existence was from 1960 to 1970. The events that happened between 1960 and 1970 is the root of the ethnic division in Nigeria. But when they want to have conversation, they will never address that. And that's where everything the ethnic group have against each other, the North, the East, the West, is based on whatever happened in 1960, from 1960 to 1970. And most of it, just like Madam Sita was saying, things that many of them believe a fallacy told to them by either their parent or somebody else, based on a bunch of lies. And when Nigeria want to address their reason why they don't like each other, they will never talk about that. They'll be talking about something else. That's what I think the problem is. And Remy,
Okay,
you can't.
okay, Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, I beg, let
Mike,
Baba Aja answer. This question has
look,
been in the air forever.
I like is Amanda still there, right?
Adama, sir.
Adam.
Adama.
Why you always mess that name up?
Adama. Look, you make a very, very important point that we Nigerians does not even love ourselves. Who are those people that set us against each other? The leadership. They divide us against each other along religious line, along tribal line, along every other thing that they can do to set us against each other. So what
And
have
it's
been
because we are, let me tell you that, but sorry for interjecting you. If you are if you are painting a narrative and people imbibe it and they accept it, is because they are whom they are. They also love it. You know them for what they are made up of, and that is why it's
I don't
working.
even know how the leadership is telling us every day to go
you
to
won't let
be.
me land. You see, when we are having
I don't get that
let
leadership
somebody
thing.
let somebody
I don't
land,
even know.
you can understand the point I'm trying to make. You see,
We already understand what you're trying to say. What is the solution? Now we are divided.
Is it the leadership that told Nnamdi Kanu to form IPOB?
Can you let me talk?
Is it the leadership that's asking us to go online displaying tribal bigotry against ourselves? Who's that leader that sent us to go and do that? Like I say, we can't think.
Can you let me talk?
What Mike is, what he said is true. Have a mind of our own.
Can you guys let me talk? If you don't understand the concept of leadership and what it does in the nation building and destruction of nation, then you don't know you won't know the meaning of patriotism. It is the leadership that brings people together, that coexistence among people. Is the
Baba Aja,
leadership
let them go and ask Adolf Hitler.
Our people understand the concept of leadership.
But nobody is disagreeing that leadership is not bad. We do.
Let me land my point. So when you don't understand that concept, then you won't know what patriotism represents. It is the leadership that drives patriotism, that brings people together, that unites people, irrespective of where they come from, irrespective of their nationality, their tribe, their color, the color of their skin, and everything. It is the leadership that will unite them, make them see themselves as one people. But when you see leadership that, for their own political, how do I describe it? Their own political advancement now cause division among people. So what does those leaders, tell us how they are causing division among the people. Those leadership,
explain how they are causing division among people.
Hold on. What they signal to you when they drive those sentiments and those division among you is on patriotism. So when the leadership fail,
at what what point do you think that so you are looking at the citizen like a robot,
babies
that
like
babies that doesn't have brain?
You guys, you do.
You just 100% blame leadership.
You look at from the birth of that country, you kept on having bad leadership, and you don't think that is because the pool is not good. That's why you kept on having successive leadership that are not good.
Do you know the reason why Chief Obafemi Awolowo came up with free education? Do you know the reason? A lot of you don't know, and I will tell you, is to eliminate ignorancy.
Babajale Koko, in the rest of Africa, they have
So
ignorance
when
too.
people
But
are well educated, that will
really,
take them out of ignorancy. They be enlightened people. They be able to think on their own. They be
so
able
the
to
reason why Nigerians are unpatriotic is because they are not well educated. Is that what you're telling us? So the rest of Africa, they are all educated.
Oh God.
I mean, we have a problem here. We can't keep excusing our mentality. We can't keep excusing it. I'm sorry. And this idea of because the leaders during hold on. During this idea of because the leaders during the election they play ethnic or race politics. In America, they play ethnic race politics. You see everywhere, wherever there's democracy. When politicians want to win an election, yeah, they play the vote for me because I'm black or vote for me because I'm this tribe. They do that, but you can't use it as the reason why Nigerians now are all tribalistic and hate each other.
Where do you see
Use that as an
Americans
excuse.
saying vote for me because I'm black?
Yes, American politics, they are playing race
Where?
politics right now.
Where?
Trump, they are doing it. Trump is
Where
doing it
do
right
you
now.
see Americans saying vote for me because I'm black or
Are you
white?
saying, hold on, Remy, wait, you saying in America
Where?
they don't play race politics and
They
group
play
religion?
politics of I'm white and black.
They don't?
Who? Where?
Are you?
Where in
They
America?
don't black votes, Hispanic votes. They don't talk about those things. Are you listening
say,
to
oh,
their?
I am black. Come and vote for me because you are black.
I'm not saying literally. You say vote for me because Biden said something in that line. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. He said that. Have you heard that before?
If you say if you don't vote for me, you are not black enough.
He said that. You didn't hear that?
Yes, you are not black enough if you don't vote for Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's race. That's race politics.
The Democratic Party
Babaja.
champion the interests of black. That is what he's trying to say right there.
The interest of black, exactly. So what is that not race politics?
It is not.
Why not the interest of the whole country? So what I'm saying is we cannot excuse all over the world in democracy, in politics, politicians to win election, they will play that game of politics of religion, ethnic, whatever. But we can't use it as an excuse.
Yeah, Babaja, where I disagree with you when you say when they get educated and get enlightened, I personally believe that hate is a learned behavior. To dislike another person because of the color of their skin or where they come from is wrong. It's wrong because when I talk about
I'm not saying anything.
No. I'm just making a statement when I say that we Nigerians can't stand each other. Like when I say we, is either this tribe or this thing. We need to come together because what binds us is bigger than what divides us. Because this tribe thing is getting out of hand. This religious things is getting out of hand. And the one thing I think we all fail to ask ourselves is the impact these things are going to have on our children.
We are badly educated and we are badly raised.
That's not true. Some of the most educated Nigerians very tribalistic.
Very tribalistic. I agree with you.
I was listening to your.
We are badly educated.
Babajale Koko, there are people that are Nigerian are well educated with degrees, and they are heavily tribalistic. I'm sorry.
We are ethnically raised from our home. From our own, we are raised to love a person of your own tribe better than other tribes.
But that doesn't translate to you now hating someone. I know people, everyone loves that. I'm sorry.
And in the school system.
So the kind of education you got from Awolowo that you are praising is ethnic education.
It's ethnic education. So Igbo didn't come to school in Yoruba land. That is ethnic education.
Babajale Koko, I'm sorry. Globally, it's a phenomenon for humans to teach tend to love either their neighborhood, their family, their region, their street, their state more than the next. Hold on, wait now. More than the other region, whatever. It's human nature to do that, but that doesn't translate to hate someone, have bigotry towards someone. That one is a learned behavior because you love your region or your tribe than other tribe doesn't mean you next have to hate or have bigotry towards someone else. People all over the world love where they come from than other places, but they don't. That does not automatically make them hate and other places. We are
So,
talking about.
Babaja, at the end of the Babaja, at the
I
end of
want
the
to ask
day,
you a question. Sorry,
these people are not going to listen. You
No,
see,
kò need kí ọ̀tẹ̀ máa
whether you want,
frustrated
whether you
ojú
want to
kan
go back,
làdá ní lọ́rọ̀ tiwọn kọ́ṣà
whether
máa
you
sọ.
want to, whether
Mike,
you
can you send the link, please?
hold on,
Someone
whether you
wants
want
to.
to go back to the time of the Bible, Moses and Joshua leading the children out of
we don't
Israel,
want to
it
that
takes
story anymore.
leadership.
And do.
Whether it is Adolf Hitler, it takes leadership. Whether it is what his name in Britain,
You come after him.
whether it is what's his name in Britain that got the British people together, whether it is Mao, it takes leadership, and you can never take that away. I understand that people have their own thing, that the individuals have their own position to play.
But Kandu, my
But
question to you, when you
the
keep saying
leadership.
Kandu, if you keep saying leadership, doesn't charity begin at home? How you raise your child?
I said that at the beginning when I started my conversation. I said it starts from the home. When the parent starts to tell the 5-year-old, tell them I'm not at home. That's where it starts. I said that from the beginning. But people try to excuse this importance. The people try to excuse this importance of leadership. It takes a leader. It takes an Adolf Hitler from nowhere to take 40 million Germans to war and end up killing 40 million people. It takes Chairman Mao. It takes whatever.
Nehu of
wherever
India.
you go in the world, it takes leadership.
Okay, let Remy come in. Remy wants to talk, guys. I know Remy doesn't like to be quiet like that.
First and foremost, no country ever started, and the continent is also the global community. Everything is not remain the same. From year 1960 to 2024, that's a lot of years. Things continue to evolve. Now, look at the most time Nigeria have relative peace since independence is from 1960 to 1966. That is the best time of Nigeria, where there is relative peace in all the region. And all those three major regions, they pursue what they believe in.
Even that one is not even true, Remy. We started work here. We started work here in 1963. So that's what you are saying. There is no peace. There was no peace.
This Simba.
So what?
Let me finish, Simba.
I was laughing, man.
Let me finish. Now, I ask myself a question, and I'll ask the panel the same question. That trajectory that we are going that time, we have the pyramid, the Granite Pyramid in the north, the east have their Pan Canal, and the southwest have their cocoa and the rest. Let's assume that we don't have oil, and we continue to go in that trajectory till today. Please, in honesty, give your response or your answer to this.
You are diverting, but it's okay. Anyway, you ever want to respond to that kind of
Remy, you've carried us to where we don't know.
He's talking about oil now. He's taking on.
No. I'm trying to say you don't have oil. And you are
Remy, what we are asking is why the root of division, all those things. That's what we are talking about.
Okay. We still have the region today, and we still have the prime minister and whatever you choose the parliament.
Are you saying they were not divided back then? There was beef between Awolowo and Azikiwe. In fact, I said it earlier. The root of our problem today was in that from that first decade, 1960 to 1970. The division among the leaders and the.
Those are the saints now. They are the saints from Baba Jade Koko. Saint Awolowo, Saint Zik.
Even those things.
The division between Igbo and Yoruba, was it not because of Azikiwe and Awolowo? Is that not where it started?
Even those leaders in those different regions had leaders that people looked up to. In the north, in the west, in the east, they had leaders. And I said that as part of my earlier comment, that having those leaders that people see, whether it is even a perceived notion that these people are not corrupt, even if they are corrupt, but they were not seen.
Buhari is a leader. He got 12 million votes from the north.
I don't know why they keep painting this.
So I don't even know what kind of narrative you are painting.
Leaders as they were leaders, some kind of leaders. People that fought civil war and I mean, are you kidding me?
What leader is Buhari? Leader of who is Buhari? Because he went to the military.
And do one,
because he went to the military, the leader. Buhari was such a leader. Hold on, Buhari was such a leader that Tunde Idiagbon was whooping his behind. He was such a leader that he was the leader, but it was Tunde Idiagbon that people saw as the leader. That's much of a leader that he was. All of you, you're all bobo.
Àwọn tó ti fìrù fọná.
All of you, you're all bobo. You're all boboy. You're all kilonshi boboy this morning. All of you.
They are all boboy.
What can do? We are not saying that we don't have bad leadership in Africa, all over Africa, even most places. What we are saying is that most of our problems.
It's interesting. If not, you would have been sleeping, no.
Mo ti fẹ́ lọ sùn mo ní pẹpẹ ṣe kàndù léṣe mo dẹ̀ rí pé kan tí kàndù sọ àtàì pẹ̀lú mo ní kẹ́ wá support kàndù káwọn pípì kọ́ máa gé orí kàndù.
You know, Mr. Mike, we have said this severally. There's a portion of any society that the people have to take responsibility for. But we can never and we should never understate the importance of a leader.
No one is arguing that.
But Kandu, Mike said something that was so important that I don't think we spoke about it. Why do we like shortcuts? Why is it we are so much in a hurry that we do not like to be patient and get things done the way they need to be done?
It is because of Mr. Simba's fault. He has been given the assignment to go and examine the black man's brain. He has not come up with any solution. So blame him for not coming back with the reason. I mean, it seems like it's part of us. I don't know why. It seems. I mean, I was having this conversation with someone earlier today. I mean, somebody in my family, a top level person in Lagos State, came to visit my sister. Top level, came to visit my sister. He told my sister, can she tell her job that her laptop was stolen so that he can take it back to Nigeria? I was stupefied that this man of this caliber, at this level, laptop, she should tell her job that the laptop was stolen. Yeah. I mean, it's like this is the mentality.
And this is snitching on his family member.
No, I will snitch on my father, on my child. So if you're my don't come, I will snitch on you. I will snitch on you. If you do bad things, don't let me know. I will snitch.
Mr.
Kandu, the only problem is they better make sure there's no tracker on that gadget.
No, but the point I was making is this is the somebody else was telling me something. The same person, Tim Ambassador, was saying that a friend of his said he has all this credit card. He's going to take all the money and run to Nigeria. It's like I don't know why that is. That is
Nigeria is not that bad there. They want to run back there.
You know, okay. I mean, the person was saying if all the money so only withdraw from all this credit card is about $200,000. You just run
Nigeria.
Why don't you think about taking that money and using it to invest in the business? Why will you take the money and just run away? Why is it that is the mindset? Why is it you have a mindset?
You know, these Oyibo countries are walk. So the guy won't go back to Nigeria.
Even if you take the money and go to Nigeria and go and
let me tell you, that's the only place you can enjoy the money is Nigeria, and that is the only place where you can enjoy the money and not working. That's why we're telling you it's good if you are in Nigeria, you still have to work.
But Mr. Dama posed the question. She said, why is it that is our orientation? She posed the question.
Let me tell you, one of my friends.
Why is that our orientation? Like, we don't take time. We don't take our time while doing things. And you see, Candy, do you see the example you just cited now? Mike made that statement. Why are we always we like shortcuts? We like to maneuver through things. We don't want to do things the way it's supposed to be done.
A black man need a lot of research. We need to that brain. We need to do a lot of research on it. Believe me. I have a friend. Let me tell you, this guy,
assignment. Go and do the research. You haven't come back with nothing.
you know, can do. Let me tell you this. I have a friend that he's so critical about government. This government is not
Can we
good.
not let Simba finish? Because it's an okay. First of all, no. Hold on, can't do.
BT, what is this now? BT, what is this?
Hold on. Guys, hold on, please. Simba is a pediatrician, and we know the formative of children. You can tell how they will turn out. You can study that during that age. So you are the expert. You are the tell us. So what do you notice with Nigerian
assignment?
Tell us. You are the
That's
expert.
true, Simba. We want to learn. Yes.
You are the pediatrician on the platform. You tell us during the formative stage of kids. What are you noticing with Nigerian?
Saudi lo ma gbe research yẹn lọ tó ma lọ fi pawó.
Before you give them that answer, throw all of them to me. Can do. We need funding. Give us the money. Baba Jali Koko, bring it.
Okay, BT, bring dollars. We need money for the research.
America is very big.
Mo fi sáwọ Mike, owó wà lọ́wọ́ Mike, kí Mike tó jáde.
Àti Mike o, àti Baba Tí o, àti Jali Koko, àti Can do, àti Adama.
Àti Adama,
You know.
Lagos State government.
American.
On a more serious note, guys, I don't know if you were listening earlier when I was talking to one man about cohesive index of the human capacity in Nigeria and the study done that says
I was listening. That was amazing. That was splendid from you. That was
right. So the quality of humans in Nigeria is just low. We don't have quality. That's what pretty much so I'll put the link there for anybody that wants to study the breakdown of the average Nigerian individual. You will see the breakdown. It's mind-boggling the way we are as a people.
So BT, does that include their life expectancy and things like that?
No. I mean, they did a breakdown, so it's very detailed. It talks about you understanding the culture itself, how you see other people. Like, because what is saying is that you cannot work together. Your cohesive index is so low because the quality of human.
What did they mention there?
I'm sorry, Nigerians actually do work together. I'm sorry.
Did they mention what are the points that?
Let me
please put the link. Please put the link. I'll get it. I want to. Yeah.
I'll put it there. So they say below 40%. So that is the odds of us working together as a people because we can rise above differences. So, but
that's not true.
No, you can go out.
But Mike, I'm surprised you're saying it's not true. Are you serious? Have you?
Because I grew up in Nigeria. See, this online thing that you see and all this division thing, it's only minority of Nigerians that do it.
Not, Mike, hold on.
I even lived in the north. Like Africans are very welcoming and very warm to strangers, to people.
Let me explain to you what it is. It's not online. It's a research. It's actually a research done by in Nigerian University. It's a thorough breakdown. So I'll put the link there. So it's not online. It's just an actual study of the people of Nigeria. It's not just an online
working together. Yeah, honestly, the division in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say this. The only people, and it's not really because that's who they are. It's just because of the experience they had during the Civil War. It's Igbo people that just have that problem with Yoruba and not like, and it has to do with Civil War. It's not because that's who they are. But we talk about generality of Nigerians on a daily interaction. Even the Igbo people themselves, they don't the interaction. We work together.
Mr. Mike, that is not.
No. You can't say that. No.
I have heard on this program so many people talk about how they on this program don't trust other Nigerians. Forget about online. I've heard this conversation.
But that has nothing to do with not working together in terms of. If you say not trusting each other, that's in business. No one trusts anyone with money or whatever. We're talking about. He's talking about people actually get like.
No, but Mike, at the same time, okay, Mike, can I ask you a question?
To work with people, you have to be able to trust them.
Yes. That's the question. Do you trust?
Work with.
Okay, wait. Let's understand the context first. Babati, So that research, can you explain the context of which they are saying they don't work together?
Okay, so let me just give you briefly. So what they look at is your identity within that space. They look at trust factor, the way you see social justice, participation, patriotism indicators, impunity, gender equality, coping strategies, polarizing indicators, future expectations. So they go through those data for each group by gender, by race, by region, so it's a thorough breakdown of that. So that is one aspect of it also. So the second research is by Nigerian group parties. So that one now breaks it down further. So it's about like
So what are they
400
concluding?
page.
Concluding that
So
what?
what they're saying is that if you want to improve your politics, if you want to improve the society or anything in Nigeria, you have to improve the human capacity. Because if the quality of the human average Nigerian increases, then they can make better decisions in politics, in life, in healthcare. It kind of permeates the culture. So you need to improve your human capacity first, because then that human can then make better decisions across board. So you should focus about human capacity development in that space is what it's all about.
Okay, no one disputes that. Me, I just thought you said we can't. They don't work together. That's why I'm wondering.
Yeah, because right now the human capacity is very low. The quality that you're producing, so they're not capable of working together because they can't even rise above pettiness. Somebody is discussing
that part I disagree. That part of working together I disagree. But every other part, as far as
coming now, when
I-
people are
BT, I
giving
like what you
that,
just said now because Mr. Remy, there was something I said the other time, and I said the quality of life in Nigeria is so low, like how long they live to. And he said something that struck me, which is what you just brought out now about this research. And Remy likes anything that is. He wants to know. He asks you what is the ratio, what is the percentage. Him and Simba, they are twins. So you brought in the right topic for both of them. They will enjoy it. Am I not right, Remy and Simba, Mr. Remy, Mr. Simba? Am I right?
So okay,
you
so
are right.
guys,
You are right. You see, they don't want to talk. You are right.
So let me,
You are right.
Baba T, hold on, before you go further, I will ask you guys
that
that live in America this question, and also that have lived in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
In Nigeria, when you go to like maybe a different environment, in an environment that you don't know anybody, now the chance of you interacting with those people and getting to know them right away in Nigeria compared to in America, where you go to an environment, you see people of different races and different ethnic groups or whatever race and groups. Where, if you compare in Nigeria, your experience in Nigeria and America, which one would you say you find it easier to quickly connect with people?
Okay, on the superficial level, right? Just interaction. Okay, Nigeria is because culturally that's where I'm born. But
exactly.
Okay, hold on, Mike. What they're saying is, I can be friendly with you, but when it comes to, because the title of the research, it says Nigeria coercion, implication and policies. So when it's time to get serious, are we still, sorry, using the street term, still vibing? So if it's socializing, yeah, that's fine. But when it comes to actual policy formation, how
But that has nothing to do with people now. It has to do with policymakers now.
No,
that's policymakers' issue now.
But there are people too.
That's people that have to come together
That's
for the
people
policy to be
that
put
have to
forward.
come together, Mike.
So
for the policy to be put forward.
I put the two. So the second one is the more.
So do Americans come together to do?
Mike, give me
America, I don't greet each other.
Mike, give me 1 second. So the first one you can read is more like a editorial. The second one is a detailed research by University of Port Harcourt, right? So their political and side, they did an in-depth study. So you can go through both when you have time, and you can see the problems. Because earlier in the program, I engaged the guy from Alaba, and he was telling me that the part of the markets that are controlled by 5 states in Nigeria, they control the electric, and for every 4 years is between Imo and Anambra, and that's it. And I said, wait a minute, if I'm a Yoruba person and I'm in that same business, I have no right to. And he said no, because it's just for this, and that is Nigeria for you. That's why I had to go bring that up. So anybody that has time, go through this. Is very, very, you will enjoy it. It's a very good, interesting research. and it was done by Nigerians for Nigerians to learn from. So it's not some foreigner that was writing about you. It's your own people doing studying each other.
Of course, Alaba, we expect that to be happen in Alaba now.
So, but you didn't say no. But it's a problem because.
Well, it's only in Alaba now. If you go to the market, you don't see that stuff.
BT just used Alaba as an example. This thing permeates through the entire
everybody.
society.
It's because
it's not an Alaba issue.
That mindset, if you have it now, then okay. This reason why I brought up the research. I said people in the Southeast are pissed that their politics does not travel beyond. Once they leave their comfort zone in that political space, they find it very difficult to interact with other people. They can't see things beyond that. But that is the same thing for different tribes in Nigeria. Everybody has the same problem. They can't communicate their needs or see themselves in another people. They always think that you should think the way I think. I am the best. I'm better than you.
I agree so much with what you're saying.
There's no empathy.
Yes.
So it's
but that's everywhere, though, man. All over the world. That's human nature. To me, it's like you're describing human nature. But when it's so excessive, yeah, you can say, yeah, it's a big problem. But
but how you manage that?
Managing it, that's where I can.
Yeah, we're not managing it well. And BT, if with what you said, and I'm going to read it, with what you said, and I can sense from your voice, that means we're not getting better.
But it's even worse. That's even worse. This is where I felt uncomfortable even reading. I mean, I've done other research.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we say, well, we should get the best of us to rule us in Nigeria. How come it's the idiots running us?
Mm-hmm.
So I was having a conversation with this professor, and he was like, we were having, and he had his own. He said, no. He said, listen, Jay, that's the people that are ruling you right now are the best of
you.
Yeah. That's the best.
Wow.
And you know, I was thinking, oh, we should get this at ABC. He said, no, that's the best you can do. Because if you're actually the best in any environment, you will find a way to control that environment. You cannot be the best, and people are trying to push you to do something. The best of the best in any environment will always try. They will find a way. So
always stay on that. Wow.
So the ones I claim that are really the smartest, in his opinion, they're not good enough to run, because you can't have so-called idiots run over you. Sorry,
that's a great point. But define the best in your environment. In what category?
Let me give you an example of the way, because the bar is very low in the Nigerian context now. I said people like Ambode or Fashola or Sanwo-Olu, I mean, on the average now, they are considered the best of the best when it comes to governance. Right? That's our Nigerian standard. But ordinarily, those guys cannot win election without the street motto of a Tinubu. So Sanwo-Olu is a nerd. He can't. It's not going to go to the studio and if I were to go and campaign for anything, he doesn't have it in him. He needs that street talk that has some kind of education to vouch for him in the streets to get him in. So the point is,
which is where Solomon and his gangs come in.
Right. So if you claim that you are smart and you still need somebody to vouch, how smart are you really? You see the problem here?
Just to buttress your point further, you quite remember during the old 1980s when Adedibu ran the ring in the Southwest. He will dictate who is going to be the governor. Adedibu is not well educated, but he has the muzzle and he has the political what do you call it?
Sagacity.
He has the talent.
Yeah, thank you.
So technically, the point
some people are politically talented, doesn't mean they are the best though. So
yes, but I think we can equally say that
Amala politics.
Our leaders come from the followers. So what you are trying to say is that from this followership, you get the best, and that is the best that Nigeria can.
Yeah, but so I'm saying that the guy you just mentioned for me, but I've forgotten his name. Adedibu. Technically, he is the smartest because he's been able to do everybody. Because he's that's so. But the way we see smartness in Nigeria is more like education, well spoken. That we don't see beyond that. There is more to it.
Okay.
When it comes to political talent, I don't see anyone like Tinubu.
BT, Mike missed a point there. See, not necessarily they are the smartest, but they are the best. Okay.
Yes, at doing what they do.
Doing what they do, and that's the point I've made before, but not in the more succinct way that Babati did. The point I make, when people say Tinubu's old, okay, fine. But this guy has been at the game for a very long time. And there's a rule that in anything you do, if you spend 10,000 hours practicing that thing, you're going to build an expertise and be good at it. If somebody's been doing politics for the past 30 years or more, don't you think that person will be good at what they do? So what you said about it is absolutely right. They are the best, absolutely, in that game to play that game.
So why do we
absolutely
come
the best
online, Prince? But here's the issue. We come here and we say, well, like now, don't let me put you on the spot. You know how you always say we should then do what is right and find the best people and sorry, they're already there now. That's the best you can do. That's it.
Let's hear from Yomi. Yomi is in here for a while. Let's hear from him, please. Yeah.
Mike. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Having listened to everybody, I think I am trying to a little bit not quite sure why are you guys dwelling on all this topic when more appealing topics matters like killings in Benue.
Chief Yomi, sorry, apologies. So coercion of a society that influences your policy and how you vote and how you think does not matter. Is that what you're saying?
Well, right now, something is not right in that part of the country, and we are not addressing that.
But why? Why is it not right? Because you can't work together.
I think before we move ahead, you should tell
Well,
us.
you guys should let him land his point now. He's going somewhere, but you guys don't let him get to where he's going. Let him finish his point.
Okay, so this is the point. Many people are complaining, hungry, killings, kidnapping, all this kind of things, and we are here discussing about Nigerian flag, Nigerian disrespecting flags, and all these kind of things. Being a Nigerian, right? People can perceive Nigeria in a different way. Being patriotic, it is something that should not even be negotiated. And when people are now, burning flags and disrespecting flags, what is the main root cause of that? Can we just, address why people will behave in such kind of, manners? That is my point.
So if you burn your flag, sorry, let me
can I say something?
ask
I want
this.
to leave. I want to leave. Yeah, I just want to. I'm about to leave. I'm about to walk in and start my surgery, so I need to change. Mike, thank you. BT, thank you for the distance. I'm going to read it. I'm going to be listening to you guys while I'm in the OR. So, and Mr. Yomi, I just want to explain to you that the after hour show, which Mike normally hosts, is a show where we are kind of laid back. We talk about things we want to enjoy. We make it fun. Like the hardcore politics starts, I believe, at 5:30. So maybe I don't know if you missed it. So that's probably why they discussed what you're asking now. But the after hour show is what you're witnessing here, what Mike is handling right now. BT, thank you so much. Love you guys. Okay.
You doing early scrubbings at this time?
Huh? Yeah, I have a patient. We have a patient in the OR that has to go in. Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. ER. Okay. All right.
Yeah, she did that. ICU patient. So if you don't take her in, yes. Right. That's what I'm doing. Yes. I gotta go. Okay. Love you guys. All right. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Yomi.
Okay, Yomi. No, let me say this. Yomi.
Okay.
What we are even discussing is not even out of the plate. Because you say we have some other important things like killing and all those things. Maybe you are new to this platform. All those things have been overflowed before, and even what we are discussing is also related to that. You understand? If you look at it critically, it's like all those things that you are talking about killing. Those are symptoms, not the disease.
You understand? So we are talking something critical. In fact, what we are talking is not even critical. That okay, if you want to talk about killing here, are we the one that's going to go and carry the gun and do all those things for the government? We are talking why do we have problems, and we are trying to address what are the reasons why we have problems. One of our problems is the killing. You understand? So you can't just say that there's nothing more important than what we are discussing.
You just I just want a note of correction. This particular hour is not totally different from the first hour. It's just a continuation because the topic discussed in the first hour is also a continuation from the second hour because there are so many people that want to come to the platform and they can only have about 9 at a go. And so many people, so it's a continuation. But like what you are talking about killing, kidnapping, insecurity, so many kind of stuff like that. We have talked about it for a long time, but we still have to talk about it. But as you can see, it has been declining, if you want to say the truth. It's not like it's so vicious during the 8 years of
I understand, yeah.
So,
I understand that.
So let's move on.
Very
In
good. Thank
addition,
you for that.
Okay, BT.
Thank you.
BT. I want to speak to that study that you because I was reading it, and then if you look at it, these are the people that were interviewed. They are the citizens, Nigerians.
Right,
You
themselves.
understand?
Yeah, the people.
Yes, themselves. So, and if you look at the breakdown, in fact, when you look at it, they said about is it 70 or 80% of Nigerians believe in dual citizen in terms of being a Nigerian and then being also identified with their ethnic nationality.
Right.
You understand? So, if the people believe that, then why should we blame the leaders? The people themselves believe in it, and that is why somebody can speak to it and they go ahead with it. That's what you are saying. If you don't believe in something, it's very, very difficult for somebody to convince you to actually act in that way. The politician identify what the people believe in,
and they exploit it. They exploit
and they're exploiting it. So we can't blame them for that.
Simba.
Yes.
You know, one thing that gives me joy is that you see all these problems we talk about most times, the ones that is in our mouth, you know, they are bigger than the ones that is actually on ground in Nigeria. So that is why it gives me joy. If Nigeria were to be actually the way we say it sometimes, that country would have been hell. So at times I'm happy that the ones we carry in our mouth, this one come we talk, the other one come we talk. Sometimes when I wait, I say no. You know,
Isaac, you know the funniest part of this? Do you know that the price of foodstuff has started declining in Nigeria? And most Nigeria will not come up and say, okay, the tomato we are buying for 65,000 per basket 2 months ago is now below 20,000. A tuber of yam, 15 that we are buying for 20,000.
Remy, what you are getting now is expected now. This is the time of harvest.
Whether time of harvest or no harvest, so at least the price has declined, right?
I'm telling you, let me tell you, we should not be carried away by this. That's what I'm trying to. It has gone down and is going to go up again. So we should not be carried away.
I totally understand you.
Even presently, let me even tell you the time bomb that now in Nigeria, there is no rain. I've been in Nigeria for more than 1 month now, and there is no single rain. And this is the rainy season.
But wait, hold on, Simba. Just this.
There's no rain.
Hey. There's any rain in the northeast of Nigeria that cut that bridge into two. In northeast of Nigeria,
there is raining in the north, but there's no rain in the middle belt and the south. So what are you talking about?
Simba,
the North is about to punish you guys.
Simba, what do you need rain for?
And Prince Daddy,
What kind of
you
question
are
is that, Prince
you
Daddy?
are, you are a man of God.
What, okay, let me tell you what kind of question it is. Hold on, who's talking? Let me talk, please.
Prince Daddy,
In today's day and age, we're waiting for rain
Let's hear what Prince Daddy is trying to
farming.
say. Hold on.
Isn't that ridiculous and backward?
Irrigation,
Say it again.
Remy, stop being ridiculous. Irrigation
not
is the way. You don't
ridiculous.
need
He said
any
that
rain to be
something
falling
always
every 5
given
minutes.
I know, but Mike is
see.
saying what kind of question is that? You're waiting for rain
Irrigation,
to
man.
do farming.
Irrigation. They moved beyond
Isn't
rain
that
and no rain.
ridiculous?
Say it again.
That's a
Prince
joke.
Daddy. Hold
I
on. Can
can't
I
hear
hear one
anything,
voice,
no.
man?
I can't hear anything. Believe me, I can't hear anything.
Irrigation.
Okay.
It's not about raining
Talking about
anymore. They move past.
irrigation.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, what is your point now? What is your point? Prince Daddy, be clear to us. What is your point?
I've actually already answered the question now. I mean, in today's age, we're waiting for rainfall to be productive in
But that is
agriculture.
our
Isn't that
reality.
backward?
So
But the
that's
farmers in the
our
rural
reality.
area, they don't know. They are not modernized now. They are rural people, so it's not
Prince
like you
Daddy,
bought
that
them
is our
equipment.
reality. So that is why I'm speaking to it. That
Don't
we should
worry.
not be
But
carried.
even people in the rural areas, they have ways to conserve water for their farming. It's not about being rural.
Not
They
all of
should
them.
have ways.
It's not all of
I mean,
them.
these are simple techniques that the government can replicate across the country for rural farmers.
They
They are the
do,
breadbasket of
but
the
they
We are
can't
country.
get
not
to all
there.
the
No. We
millions
are
of
not
farmers
yet
now.
there.
Government on
We are not there
What
yet.
millions of farmers? What are the millions of farmers? Are you kidding me,
I mean,
Mike?
most
If you
people
have
in
millions
rural
of
area,
farmers,
they are number one. Agriculture is their
we
number
don't.
one
We
source of
number one.
income.
We don't have millions of farmers.
Mike
We
is not
don't
the
have
Are
one
any.
you
putting
kidding me?
now.
You don't have millions of farmers.
Then
How 200 million people
where
able
are
to
the
eat every day?
where are the food then? Where are the food?
Mike, why are you making excuses?
Where are the food? 200 million people being
Please,
fed every day, and you say there's no food.
one voice, please. One voice, please. We can't hear anything, no.
Remy like to push me. I don't know why he does that, man. Like you just
No,
like.
Praise Daddy, your audio is very poor. Very poor.
This is not fair, guys.
Let me fix it.
Because let me put back on Mike. Mike always say we make excuses. What's Mike making excuses for these people? He say, "Oh, don't make excuse." This used to be the job of LG councils, by the way. If you had a functioning LG, they're supposed to be the one helping these local farmers to irrigate. You have lakes all over the place. You have rivers. They can help you out dig out some wells and move it around the spaces. But that's what you should be advocating for. LG councils coming back to help farmers that, like Mike said, are not educated enough to know better, to to be more efficient. But still waiting on rain in this age is it's just not.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. Let me sorry, you're coming now. You're coming after me. Here's the deal, Babati. The farmers in Nigeria, it's not like it's just one group of people like that, where they have one location and then government go to them and help them and give them this and that and that. Farmers are just people. People living in rural area. Even somebody has his own backyard. You understand? So it's just bunch of individuals scattered all over. People farm, so they grow their food and then they go and sell it. So how can government get to every one of them? So if you're talking about large scale farming and kind of stuff like that, yeah, where it's concentrated in one area, and then government has where it's organized,
I
yeah.
disagree.
But
I
we do
disagree
have
also.
that
If you
as
can hear
well.
me,
But I'm
I
talking
disagree.
about.
Well, no, Mike. If you remember, those farmers, even if they are small, they have unions. They have corporate. Back in the days, what they
I
used to
don't
do.
think so. Simba, are you part of the Simba? Is a farmer here.
No,
Ask him.
I said back
Simba.
in the days. No, this is now, Mike. Let me tell you why. I said, I always talk about the 80s. Back in the days, even if you're a small scale farmer, they had unions that they will meet the government. They are the one that would say, okay, we have improved seedling.
Yeah, the ones that form union, but not everybody will be part of the union.
But they're the ones supplying it for the majority of the part. They're the ones supplying the markets now. So they focus on those ones.
Do you know a lot of people when they grow their store, they sell on the side of the road. They sell,
I
they grow,
know.
they harvest, and they pack it and they go to the side of the road and sell it.
But Mike, stay with me
Okay,
now.
good point. Mike, I'm about
But
to
hold
say,
on, Remy
what
wanted to come in.
percentage?
I'm sorry.
No, let me
Let
finish.
Remy come in real quick.
Let me
So
finish
we are fair.
Let me
I
finish
also want to
before.
put something to BT.
Yeah, let me finish now so you can know what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, back in the days, those that were supplying the markets in the cities were targeted by government for improved seedlings, better farming techniques, even for funding as well when it comes to loans and stuff like that. So they were targeting them. So what we're saying is that if rain is becoming an issue, like you would describe it, then irrigation, if we had a functioning local government council, will have been, if it had remained from that time period to now, I believe we have been brought in to improve production. But unfortunately, we don't have a functioning LG anymore like we used to before that can help in that aspect, is what I'm saying. So let's bring it back.
I want to engage.
The problem, you see, when we make this narrative of comparing back then to back now, I agree with we have to get with where we are in time. But this is the problem. Just like with the electricity and everything else, just like with water, we used to have water. We used to have water coming out of the tap. The problem is during those times, the population was 80, 90 million. Now the population is 200 or better. You have not improved on the infrastructure that will make those things be as plenty. The number of people that were being fed by those, whatever the number of farmers were back then, compared to the number of people that has to be fed now, has grown.
I agree with you.
Guys, let Remy come in, please. Remy is trying to come in since. Let Remy come in.
First and foremost, Nigerian problem as we stand today is not about availability of food. There is enough availability of food. That is number one. Then number two, the problem is the purchasing power because of so many other factors, bad economy and the rest. So it's not that if you go to the market, you do not get what you want to buy. Simba, if you are still there, I want to ask you some few questions. Simba, are you there?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the first question I'll ask you, as a farmer, I know that you are thinking about traditional method. And in your farm, if there is no rain, what are the things that will affect you from your experience?
I'm not a crop farmer, so.
Simba has solar now. Tell them now. Don't you have solar irrigation stuff in your farm?
Yes, I have.
So even Simba has improved now. He's incorporating solar in
so
his
my
farming.
next question to you, Simba, is this. We have a lot of large subsistence farm all over Nigeria, especially where you are, which is the North Central. Does lack of rain, will it affect them?
Definitely.
So how?
Hey, because they rely on the rain. Most of them they don't even have water bodies that they can even use for irrigation. Most of them are farming in the hinterland.
So you that practice, I would not say your farm is very large. I don't know. You have solar or whatever you use to generate water or whatever. You are telling you find the means, and then a large subsistence farming like all those ones that all these our military general have, like Obasanjo and the rest. Are you telling me that they don't have alternative if there is no rain?
But if you look at the one that we are talking about, most of those farms owned by our retired military officers, most of them still rely on rain significantly. You can't plant 100 hectares. Then you want to say that it's going to be pumping water.
Yeah. So Simba, the last question for you is this. So with this lack of rain or whatever, so some of the food that some of what we are going to harvest, do we have a very good storage facility? I'm talking about this big farm that we have.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
In fact, now what happened is, especially maize, now a lot of them are damaged already. They can't even fruit; they're already dry on the hips.
So the last one.
So forget about storage. Even the output this year is going to be significantly reduced. What they are saying, what Nigerian Meteorological Agency are saying is that the rain is going to start again, maybe by 18th or 20th of this month, and it's going to last till like November. That they are advising farmers to replant again, which is going to actually add to the cost because they've already incurred a lot of losses now.
Okay. Now, do you know about the Nigerian policy that they opened the border and they are trying to import a lot of rice and rice? Can that be a cushion effect until you guys start?
It cannot be. Anything that they are importing will be at international price unless government want to subsidize it. It can't still be affordable. Whatever you import cannot be affordable to Nigerians.
So in a nutshell, you don't say you do not say a bright future ahead in terms of.
No, not now.
Okay.
Remy, Meganite farmers are the ones that will feed Nigeria moving forward. but you still
Yeah.
need to keep people like Remint in the loop. They're still going to be around, but to feed the whole country moving forward, it will be the mechanized farmers that understand irrigation better because it's in large scale. But you still need to keep people like Simba in the loop, and that.
No, I think Yami wants to come in. I believe.
Yes,
What?
yes. Okay, so thank you again for having me. I really enjoy your conversations and all the the knowledge and the input that you guys are exhibiting here. You are wonderful, and I look forward to joining you guys probably sometimes soon. And it's going to be much better than this because I woke up and have to go back to sleep so that I
Are
can
you
be awake.
Nigeria?
No, in the US.
You are talking as
And
if you are part of, so you are suffering or something.
no,
Like you're talking about killing and suffering and hunger.
yeah, because
It's the
I am
Nigerians in
very
diaspora that talk
conversant.
about the hunger the most.
I won't
Even
be
those
there.
ones on the ground.
Because
And
I
you're
am very
obedient. And
conversant.
you know
I'm
that
very
you're obedient.
conversant. I watch, what is going on, and seriously, I'm not happy. I'm not happy about how things, so deteriorated lately. And
Have you been
I
to
guess,
Nigeria lately?
10 years ago.
That's why you're talking like this.
Yeah.
Bros, people, Nigeria today, they are enjoying better than 10 years ago. Trust me. Forget this thing you're hearing online. We go there.
Which Nigerians are enjoying better than 10 years
They
ago?
are. 10
Which
years ago, you
Nigerians?
know, say Nigeria with
In what
iPhone and
local government?
they are, and bros, the poverty will always be there. There's no question. But there are more
No.
Nigerians looking better, like
And,
pressing and making money. They are
on
young
what
boys.
planet?
I'm telling you.
On what
Listen,
planet?
When
Nigeria.
the last time you went to Nigeria,
Remy, hold on.
did
Now we
you
can't
ever
be talking at the same time. Now, chill out. I will calm down. When I was 19, 20, other age, none of my age mate
Were
can
you
boast of doing
19,
what the
10 years? Were you 19,
hold
10
on,
years
hold on,
ago?
hold
You
on.
said
None of
10
my
years
age
ago.
mates can boast of the kind of things the 19, 20-year-old Nanja boy, young boys are boasting today. All of them, they are rushing now. I see mobile phone. Some are even driving
Where?
cars. They are young people making it in Nigeria today. Like a lot of them, they are making it.
What
You see
percentage of the
guys in their
population?
20s building mansions.
I don't judge population. I don't judge how well a
Exactly.
country is doing.
But we can't say until everybody.
No, you don't judge
The
a
fact of the matter is
society
this. Hold
by
on,
the
can do.
20%
Wait.
that are doing well. That's not how you judge that is not how you judge a people. Not by the 20% that are doing very well.
Can do. Have you ever visited like 6 Southwest capital? The last time you went to Nigeria, did you visit like Ibadan, Ado-Ekiti, Akure, and Osogbo? Did you try to visit them?
I didn't go. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Next time, please. Next time, try to, and you'll see the changes by yourself.
So Remy,
Okay, what percentage of Nigerian? What percentage of Nigerian youth between the age of 25 and
I'm
35?
not basing it on the capital
No,
city.
you have to base it on percentage. You judge a society not by
My brother, people are making it is what matters. That means opportunity is there. Those are not making it, that's on them. They should go and figure out to make it too.
That is not how you judge a society.
Nobody is. We judge society based on progress, not based on failure.
Yes,
you understand? The fact is, people are progressing. That's people are progressing. It means the chance to progress is there. And if people are not progressing, well, they should go and figure out to progress. Isaac, come in. But guys, wait. There's someone in the background. Guys, give me a second. Isaac, give me 1 second. You come in, but give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. There's someone in the background. One person to show his face before I had him. I don't know that name, man.
No, don't add him. Don't add him. Look at what no. Can you read what is the fool is typing? Don't put him in.
Is he on the comment section?
In the private chat, look at what he's typing. Please don't.
Let me see.
No. Look at what he's typing. Don't add him in, please.
Full African babies.
No.
Okay. It's not even Nigeria. So he's one of those Akata people or something like that. He says Kenya.
No. But look at what he's typing now. It's not gonna. This one is
okay. Let me hold on. Let me see.
Who raised you? Whoever you are.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. It may not necessarily be. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me read this comment.
Who raised the person, or what raised them?
We
He
were
said
talking
you should
about Kenya
even
earlier.
kick.
Maybe he's upset about something.
He
Mike,
said you
you
should
can't
kick
call
one
us.
useless one out.
No, you
Who is
can't.
useless on the
No,
part?
Mike, you can't call us the N word and still want to comment. If he comes in, I'm leaving. You can't call people on the platform N word.
No, absolutely not.
I'm sorry. If you put him in, I'm out. No, Mike, we're not doing that.
I mean, look at the
Then
nonsense
who
this
is
person
that?
is writing.
Who is that useless one that I say you should kick out for him?
Simba, don't mind him. Just don't let him. I think he's a little bit on.
Mike, I'm waiting. Oh,
Okay,
Go
Isaac,
ahead.
go ahead.
Okay.
okay.
Okay,
Thank you very
guys.
much.
I have to
But
go now.
okay,
Thank you again.
okay, Mr.
All
Yomi,
right,
thank
guys.
you.
All right. Take care. Bye bye.
But
Okay,
Baba
Mr.
T, the
Yomi,
fact that
thank you
the
very
guy
much.
is from Kenya, maybe
No, you can't
he
call
has
us.
something to.
You can't. No, you can't call us.
No,
You can't call us N word. No, you can't call us N word. You can't call.
Look at what he wrote.
No, you can't do that. No, if you put him in,
Let me come
Baba
in.
T, let him come in now. Let's hear from him. Let him
No,
say it to our face. Let
no,
him say it to
no,
our face.
no, no, no. You kick one useless C out. Who in the world is a useless C? I mean, I will not raise the doing your bike.
They ask it. Okay, he don't go say no more. Can say. Okay, anyway, let's Isaac, go ahead.
Okay, Mike, you know why I agree with what you said that Nigeria or Nigerians are getting better now. The reason is this: whether we admit it or not, you see, those days when we were young, I grew up in Benin City. When you want to buy snacks, Ekewan Road, that's the only place you will go. They call the place Matais. They sell ice cream, snacks. You have to take a bus or whatever, go to that distance to go and get it. Now, if you look at everywhere is developed. Snacks here and there, ice cream here and there. I mean, sophisticated ones, shops that, when you look at it, and people are affording it, people are patronizing. As long as people are patronizing, like Mike said, as long as these businesses are there and they are not opting out, people are patronizing them. I would agree with Mike that really it's not how we say it sometimes. So people are enjoying there, or people are living life. So when you look at things around you now, if you are in Nigeria, you know that there is great difference. So fine, the government is not doing well, they are not doing enough. That's a different subject. And I will always say that if the discussion comes, I will discuss it. The negativity, I will say it, but all the same, I don't think it's all bad the way we paint it. There is development, and we need more development. We need more. We need the government to, be on their deck. You understand? Thank you very much.
Chief Isaac, do you know what the real growth will be? That phone that Mike said that they are using, if we are the one producing in Nigeria, that is real growth. Not
If
us
can do once Nigeria to progress, you shouldn't be figuring out to make the iPhone and then. That's what I'm saying. Like Nigerians themselves,
people
the
have
solution,
different jobs. Me, the one that God gave me,
the
I work
solution
on it.
themselves, they can't find it, but they will
No,
be complaining.
the job that God gave me on how to help, I'm doing that, and I'm thankful for it, and I'm happy to be doing it. Everybody is not going to be a physicist. Everybody, I want to remove trash. So look, you see, you don't judge a society by how many. I was in Balogun in March.
But you can find a physicist and work with him.
No,
you don't have to be the physicist now.
I can't be everything to everybody. The one I'm not
you want solution now. You want to complain about the problem and be part of the solution. About you just told you one of the solutions. We produce the
I'm
iPhone.
providing the solutions in the area department that I know how to, and I
And which
thank
area
God
is
for
that?
No, I don't need to
Oh,
be
you two
talking.
complaining here, complaining department.
I don't complain. I don't complain. I work with the. I talk. I talk to
But
Most
I
Mike,
Nigerians
talk.
are in the
I
complaining
talk.
department.
but Mike,
I
Mike,
talk to
you
Nigerians on a daily basis,
no,
every
sorry.
day.
That's
Oh
not
no,
Let me
solving
jump
hold on.
in
problem.
real quick.
Before you no, hold on. Before you come in, I was in Balogun in March. Just like you talk about, you used to be able to. You have to go somewhere to go and buy biscuits. And I looked around. I was in traffic for more than 40 minutes in Balogun. I looked at the second-hand clothes, the first-hand clothes, a lot of things that I was looking at are things that are from another country. The vast majority of them. Yeah, there's a lot of
So why
products.
don't you
I
start
don't
making your own local one and solve the
like I
problem?
like
Or
I
do we have to
told you.
blame government for that one?
Like I told you, I don't live in Nigeria. There are people that I'm
Uh,
working with Nigeria on a daily basis. I spend minimum 2 hours talking to people in Nigeria that I'm helping every day, including Sunday, every single day. So I'm
Ebony.
not your problem. I'm not your problem. Go and talk to the look. We have talked about this to heaven. All this, I mean, people like me, whoever has a farm in Nigeria that have solar panel, the average that can pump water, the average farmer.
Can do what happened.
I hear you.
Yeah, so to Kadnu's point,
But
I think
Abdul
what he's
already called me. I'm sorry, yeah. Baba
Again,
T, he's been trying
there
to
are
call me
things
for a
that
long
the
time.
individual has to do. There are things that the local government, on the local government level, that I mean, we've talked about this. They can buy tractor, loan it out to people at a price for them to till their land, harvesters to help them harvest. So
Why does
the
the government have to be the one buy tractor? In America, it's not a private company that started a renting company and bought tractor and rent it. I mean,
we
come
said
on.
there are different levels. There is the individual. I'm not even talking about federal.
Hey,
We've
but
talked about this local
even now we
government.
have individuals that are doing that now.
Yeah, we talk again in
And
the
do you
in
can
the
start
in
the tractor company and I mean renting it out to
in
people.
the in the in the in the main when we look again, we don't, it's not the 20%, it's not the guys in Abakaliki that are doing well, and the guys in Lagos that are doing well, and the guys in Abuja that are doing well. The question has to be the 25-year-old to the 35-year-old group. What percentage of them are, yeah, you always have lazy people anywhere in the world. That's not the issue. Like someone was saying over the weekend, I don't have the actual numbers, that the number of visas that were given for people to come to the UK in the last 7 months was over 400,000 human beings.
Well, it's because the UK
UK,
offered it. That's why. If they were offered even in
if
1980,
if you
400,000 would
if
have left too.
no
So it's not really
no
about
if
anything. It's
you
a
can
high
even
income country. That's
in
why
the
people go there. It's
80s
not because something is bad.
in the 80s you could have
But
gone to UK
I can do. We
like
got to let other people come here. Abdul has been
no,
trying to
you're
come
the
in for a
one
while,
that is
man. Let's let
talking.
him
I'm
come in
only
too.
responding to what you're just saying. You said
But
in
we're
the
taking
80s
too
Yeah,
much,
they
man.
offered it. If they
yeah.
offered
I
it
just
in
want to
the 80s,
contribute to what you're saying. Can do.
you could have gone to
Sorry.
UK for almost nothing. It was so cheap. You can
Okay,
go and buy
fine,
your
fine.
pizza
But he
in
still would
the
have
UK.
gone. But let Abdul come in, please, man. Abdul guy, he's been trying to come in. He's been
You
here for a
see,
while. He hasn't said anything.
I totally disagree with Kandu. If we run a capitalist system, government should have no business with providing tractors or anything. What you should be advocating for is for government to provide basic infrastructure like good roads, security. These are the things we should hold government to, not coming to provide tractors and stuff like that. In addition to that, there's something Mike has always postulated, like, and I realize we'll never really collectively discuss about it. Why is it that here in the US, when there's a problem, they create an economy around that problem and solve the problem by doing so? But in Africa and Nigeria, to be specific, we see problem as a negative thing that we should like run away from it. It shouldn't happen. The way what I see here in these advanced countries, that the way they move forward is by solving problems. When there's a problem, they create an economy. It's an opportunity for people to make money. That's what I see. But here, over back home, we see problem as something that should not exist. Why is it like that? And why is it? I want us to discuss on this issue.
It's because they believe that the only person that should be solving problems is government. They don't, like you said, they don't see problem as opportunity. And in the
Mr. Mike,
West, when a
Mr.
person
Mike,
see a problem, you see opportunities to become wealthy, and that's how they create
Mr.
billionaires.
Mike.
Because
Yeah, Mr.
billionaires
Mike.
solve problems and become billionaires.
Okay,
When
Mr. Mike.
Dangote saw that we need sugar, we need this thing. He didn't cry that, oh, government didn't provide sugar for us. So government, he went and started a sugar factory and started
Yeah,
selling sugar and became billionaire.
okay, Mr. Mike.
Can do is talking
Personally,
about tractor. That's the opportunity for
no.
you to be a billionaire instead of
No. You
sitting and
see, I'm
blaming
not,
government for not providing
Mr.
tractor.
Mike, Mr. Mike, I'm not interested in being a billionaire. I'm not interested.
Okay,
It's
so
it's
you're
not
not a
an
problem
interest of
solver then.
mine. No, I'm solving problems in my own way.
Agree?
I'm not even gaining one kobo from
That's not very
solving
good.
the problem. It's not about me. I am opportune to be able to help other people. I don't need to go and create a business in Nigeria. Money is not the God,
So
money is
charity is
not
what
my
you want to be
God.
doing with all your money. Charity.
Money is not my God. Money is a resource, is a tool. And I was saying the last person that spoke, I wasn't saying that the government. I said the ones that individuals they have to do is there. I was only referring. I said local government. I wasn't talking about the state because we have had these conversations before that we used to have local governments that will even rent out tractors to farmers as it used to be before. So I wasn't putting the emphasis on government. It should be individual. But like Mr. Mike rightly said, if there are people who are interested, you can go into any sector, farming, whatever sector, oil and gas. If you're interested, I'm not. I don't need that headache, and I don't need the money. So, those who are interested, go do it. Go do it. The opportunity is there. It is when people see opportunity and provide solutions, that's where the money is. Whether it is in cold storage, whether it is renting out machinery to people, or whatever it is. But I don't have a need for it. So those of you that God has directed to go in that direction, please go in and help with that. The one that God gave me to do, I do it every day, every blessed day. I spend my time, I spend my resources to do it.
Mike, sorry. Is that the person that just spoke? Is that
Yeah, that can do.
Can do? Is it can do?
Yeah, that was can
Yes,
do.
sir. Yes, sir.
I thought, are you the evolution guy?
Evolution.
I thought you were the one that lectured us on the evolution.
No, that's me, Abdul.
Abdul, you were the one that just spoke now.
No,
I
that was
spoke
can do
before
that.
can
That
do.
was can. Yeah, he spoke before me.
Okay. I thought you were the one that was mentioning God.
I see why you reacted. That would be a misnomer.
Well, God, I mean, in the God area, God has given you good land, good weather. He has given you good human beings with brain. So please stop calling God. People should stop disturbing God. He has already given you
Exactly.
everything you need. He's giving you everything.
Exactly.
Everything. Some people they don't even have good weather and they're still doing well.
Look at
So
Yeah.
Japan.
what's your own
What natural
complaint?
resources do they have? Nothing. But look at what they made out of it.
Yeah.
Stop disturbing God. God has other things to do.
Okay. Me now, the day is getting brighter. So we go to get up to go to do things where we need to do.
Well, some of these people are actually at work doing the things they need to do and talking here.
Kando, did you have a chance to catch the Elon Musk's Trump X space conversation?
No, I saw it, but I don't ever listen to anything Trump has to say. No matter what it is, I don't listen to it. I just even if it's on, I shut it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prince, did you have time to listen to it? I know you were.
Are you a Democrat? Prince Daddy will not like you for this one.
Oh, okay. No,
But I'm hearing about UK government and people they're trying to go after Elon Musk X, I guess, ban him or some shit, or like just like they don't like him. I guess they don't like what he did, interviewing Trump, giving
Yeah,
Trump.
there's some kind of realignment going on globally. Even the different power structures, if you notice, maybe kind of knows what I'm talking about. There seems to be some kind of realignment globally. People trying to reposition themselves in those parts. So you're seeing new power blocks coming in as well. So him supporting Trump, it's not because he actually believes in the policy true, but something that will secure his business for the future to come. Because if you notice now, Mike, even the 400 mile per hour stuff that the car that is producing, you have, is it Toyota next year or the next 2 years? They're coming up with batteries for 600 miles per charge. So he's also fighting for his own company to stay afloat.
Yeah.
So it's all politics. It's playing to his own business interest as well.
If he's a smart politician, he will donate to both of them. That's what you do.
But
There's
it's
no
gone too
guarantee
far.
there's no guarantee that Trump is going to win.
But it's gone too far right now. It cannot. You see where is he right now? There's no. It's a point of no return.
Yeah, giving Trump that kind of
he bought
special.
He brought all these guys back. Even the most racist guy in the UK, that white guy, what's his name? He brought him back on Twitter. Those guys that used to be far right, he brought all of them back on Twitter. All those, so it's gone so far right at this point. He can't turn back now.
Lucent has a car that can run. Is it 800 or 9 or up to 1,000 miles
Wow,
per
the one I
charge?
know is 600. So
Yeah, no, Lucent has had this. They've had this for a couple of years. Yeah, Lucent. Check it out. Just Google
what is the
Lucent.
price point, Kando?
No, it's still cheaper. It's a little bit cheaper than Tesla.
You know that the one from China, I forgot the name. The
Yeah, Lucent is China too, I believe. I believe it's China.
Yeah, BYD
BYD.
doing 10K to 15K cars for 500 charge.
Yeah.
So his own brand will not be competitive.
Yeah.
No. You see, the Tesla cars are going to be in trouble because again, the incentives that the Chinese government is giving BYD and all of the other companies, Lucent has been losing money. It used to be a $64, $84 stock. I think it's about $4 now.
Yeah, shit right now.
So basically, any country that has a high lithium reserves will be the richest countries in the world. They'll be the next Saudi, I guess.
Not necessarily, because there are other technology they're trying to develop that will do without lithium.
so many in the works now. But you'll be up there. You'll be up there.
Can do.
Why is it that when?
No, I don't listen. I haven't heard a single word that Trump said since, even just before he left office. I'm very careful about my brain. I don't allow nonsense inside it.
I don't think that is true. But
I do, honestly.
Knowledge does not discriminate. So how come? I mean, how can you possibly listen to one side and ignore the other side?
No, I don't. Look, Baba T, I haven't watched TV in like 26 months. It doesn't stop me from living my life. I haven't watched soccer, as much of a soccer nerd that I used to be. I haven't watched whatever league they play in Europe, whatever league they play in America. I haven't watched a single soccer game in more than 5 years. It didn't stop my life. Me not listening to Obama or the Pope or whoever does not stop my life.
Okay.
Whoever it is, it don't matter.
Right.
The things that
So you only do things that will stop your life.
No, the things that interest me in life is progression. How are people progressing? Where is the rest of the world going? What are we doing? How are we going to get to where we need to go?
How can you make
If Trump had died, listen, if Trump
It's not
had
about
died
Trump.
10
It's
years
not
ago,
about Trump.
or
It's about
whoever,
being. It's
if
about having
If
a
Obama had
rounded.
never become president and I've never heard him, would my life not have continued?
It would have continued,
There is no one tree that makes a forest. With or without you, God is going to move whatever mountain is going to move. With or without you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Let
Let me
me make a
hold on.
bigger play here,
You're
please.
a special breed in that regards. But I was gonna jump on Abdul real quickly. Abdul is one of those people that that have a misrepresentation of America and a lot of things. By the way, because he was
Wait a
saying
minute.
earlier,
Abdul from
why
the
should
lab guy.
Nigerian government provide tractors to farmers? What kind of a question is that? I
No,
mean,
it's not. Prince, clarify. He's saying that there's opportunities and problems. So he would prefer that instead of the government providing those tracks, a private business can
no.
provide it and
I
create
heard
jobs
him.
around
You
that
have to
problem.
put things. No, you have to put things in context. Okay, you
Right.
have
Okay.
to. Well, it's of course there's always problem all the time, and you'll be surprised if you really study America how many times the American government they spent billions of dollars in industry,
Absolutely.
private industries. Okay, to
Absolutely.
get them going, to revive them. I mean,
They
no
build them
country in the world
and they
spends
give them
more
access
billions of
to
dollars in
grants, but
agriculture than.
they don't buy you your tractor.
Even
You can't
Tesla,
say you want to become a farmer in America and US
Do you
government buy
know?
you a tractor for free.
No. Don't,
right?
see, no.
Tesla
See, don't use that one
is a
linear
Barack Obama
approach. It's not
creation.
about buying tractors. It's about providing up. Do you know billions of dollars available to farmers? What they do, if they can give you the loan, you go buy your own tractors. Do you know? Do you know how much subsidy American
That's
government
loan
give
though.
farmers
They don't
every
give you
year?
anything for free. Yeah, they subsidize. Yeah,
See, let's not do this chicken and egg stuff.
subsidy is
This
not
is
like
the
giving you
problem.
something for free.
Do you know how much money the federal government of the United States pumped into AIG, Bank of America, Citibank?
Can
Do
I
you
Yeah.
know it?
can do
No,
even
these people don't
Make
have a
sure that
clue.
they
They
did
just
not
you just
collapse.
They
think
don't give you free money.
everything just
no,
works.
They
Everything.
invest. They
Billions,
invest in you.
tens of billions.
hold on. Without Obama, you won't have SpaceX. You won't have Tesla the way it is right now. Obama is the reason why
Absolutely.
it's happening.
Subsidies. Subsidies.
Obama,
And many solar companies also. These guys
Yeah.
don't know that America is this and that. Look, you don't know the what they call the corporate welfare American system. If you have a clue about it, then most people be quiet when they talk about
Prince, quick question. Are you then surprised that Elon Musk haven't been close friends with Barack Obama and benefited from that Democrats for so long, swung the other way? Did that surprise you? Because I thought he was a Democrat the way he was, closing up to Obama at the time. So I thought he was Democrat.
Maybe he's also getting off the
Listen,
Democratic
let me
plantation.
tell you.
About
See,
you two was a
Elon Musk.
Democrat back then. Have you ever parodied?
1 second.
What's the point?
Necessity.
No, if you come from
Necessity.
Hollywood, guys, let me land. If you come from Hollywood or Silicon Valley, um, if you come from Hollywood or Silicon Valley, there's this golden rule, if you want to put it that way, that you have to be a Democrat or be progressive or liberal in your approach. If you
Yes.
become a short thumb, they're gonna kick you out and strike you down. So Elon Musk came from that background, just like it came
Mm-hmm.
from that background. But now Elon Musk is chosen to take a path, okay, without giving a damn, so to speak, about what people would say. The
Well,
guy came from California. It's not
Prince,
surprising right now that he's
Daddy,
relocating.
Prince Daddy, aren't you
Abdul, you
surprised?
don't
I mean,
support Trump?
what normal people do is they support both parties. That's what even
No. That
did.
politics is we don't play that
He was
politics
giving
anymore.
money.
No.
Wouldn't it have been smarter?
If you see where you are, number one, if you're greedy or if you think you're so smart, that's when you kind of play that kind of politics and support this one, that one. See, Trump kind of played that politics before because he didn't care. He's just a politician. He does both Democrats and Republicans. They both lies. He can care less. But it comes to a point in time. But by the way, so that's why it's always nice to have things in context and reference point. Do you know what is driving Elon Musk right now? Do you know what is driving Elon Musk? Well, I'll
No.
tell you. Part of the reason why Elon Musk is so adamant about this whole thing, this woke culture, is that you know he has a son that became transgender because
No,
the kid was
please,
going to school.
please, just say the community. Don't get us banned. Just say the community on the platform.
Okay, you get it. So the transition is he literally said his son is dead. Not I mean no, figuratively, not like
Dead to
dead dead.
him. Dead to him.
Essentially, because what is because the kid from a young age was convinced and
Mm.
coerced and coerced to
Mm.
to get on this program of this community people, a young child. It
Where
really
was he? Where was the father
He
when the
was
child was
busy.
being
see,
coerced
hold on,
like
hold on.
that?
This is the problem. See, when you take your children to the most expensive, prestigious schools that all the big billionaires that kids go to, that's
So
actually
whose
the form.
problem? Whose problem? Who asked you to take your child to
Well, let's not do can do. Let's not
Abele
derail.
Grammar School
That's not the
or
point here.
Abuke Grammar School? Who asked you to do
Well,
that?
So,
well,
can do. Hold on, please.
If
Can
my
do.
son comes tomorrow and say, Dad, I've just decided to come out. It's not going to
can
stop
do.
being my
No,
son. It's my
that's very
son.
simplistic of you. No, no, no.
No,
See,
no,
you
It's
can
don't
do.
know
not
how this
simplistic.
program
It's
works.
my
Can do.
son.
Can
Hold
do.
on, hold
Can do.
on,
Hold on
hold
now.
on. You
Can do.
don't
Hold
know
on.
how this program works. But by the time your child comes to you, I guarantee you'll be too late because
It's
it'll
too
be
late.
so in deep that
No,
that
the
even
point, no,
psychologically. Hold on.
that's
Can do.
not the
Hold on
point. The
now. Can
point I
do.
made,
Can do.
I
Hold
made
on,
was
please.
that if my son comes out
Mm-hmm.
and says that he's gay, he's not going to stop being my son because he's gay. He's
No,
my
that's not
son.
No,
the point.
it's not that. It's not that son can do.
You know,
It's about
In California, actually, they are passing laws that will make it illegal
criminal. Criminal.
for you to even if it's if you have any issue with it, if you object that your son, even to have that conversation with your son or daughter that went to the other side,
Hmm.
is criminal. Number two, your teachers at school of your kids, they can open up to them and hide it from you throughout the
Hmm.
school years without the parents knowing about the true identity. And if you find out about it, you cannot even question it. You can't have that conversation with them.
Baba
That will
T,
go
Baba
against it.
T, Baba T,
How is that normal?
no, Baba T, you, the Baba T that I know, you're going to sit down this morning at 1:55 a.m. Eastern Time and tell me that the state of California is going to pass a law that says in your own house you
Look it
cannot
up
tell
now.
your child.
No,
No,
look it up.
no,
Please,
I'm not.
please. Am I lying
Listen.
about look it up? It's
No,
there now.
I'm not saying that you are lying, but that you are going to believe that that type of a law will actually pass.
Are you kidding
I
me? In
can't believe that
California,
you
can
believe
do.
that.
You're out of it. I think you're out of it. Can do. You're
No,
out of
I'm
it.
not.
I don't
I
think you know
lived
what
in
is going on.
California for 17 years. I just moved out
It
of
don't matter.
California
It don't.
2
But you're
years.
out of it. California is not the same California that you lived in. See, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. When you don't interact with it with the general public and you isolate yourself and say this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter,
No,
then your reference
after,
point
you
is
know what?
poor.
It doesn't.
Hold
It
on.
doesn't
Your reference
really.
point. Your reference point is poor because you don't really know. For you to even say that would California even pass such a law? Are you kidding me? If there's
I
any
don't believe
state in
that
this
they will.
country,
And if they do, me, I'm not having any more babies.
they've
Yeah,
almost passed
okay.
worse
I'm
laws.
not having
What are you
any more.
talking about?
Before I know I have another baby, I will cut it off myself.
Can we kind of let me read the headline to you so you know can do.
Yeah.
California becomes the first state to ban the community. So what it says is they're the first state. Gavin Newsom passed the bill this July 16th.
To do what?
Hold on now. They signed a bill preventing educators from having to notify
No, I'm
parents.
not talking about educators. I'm
Hold
talking
on, no,
about
let me
parents.
finish reading now. No, hold on now, hold on. Banning educators from notifying parents if their children decide to change sides, like to switch their identity. You cannot even tell the parents about what is going on
I'm
with your
talking
child.
about the parents. I'm not. The school is not your school is not your parent. You are the parents. You are the parent of your children, not the school, not Nintendo, not Game Boy. You.
But they
What do
belong
you
to the
mean?
state, right? They belong to
What
the
do you
state,
mean by
right?
that?
They belong to the
What I
state.
mean by that is, I said what I said was, I said I cannot believe that Baba T is believing that a law is going to be passed in California that is going to tell the parents, not the teachers in the school. I said the parents in the home that you are not, you don't
Okay.
have a right to direct the life of
Can
your
do.
child.
Obviously, you've not been following the trend, and that will be the next thing. And when it comes about, you won't be able to do nothing about it. You won't be
Okay,
able to do
well, you
jack
see,
about it.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't really believe in anybody's conspiracy, but I understand the point that if you don't check certain things, it can get to a point of no return. I get that, but I don't, people, look, for me, I've had the children that I'm going to have. I'm not having any more. If everybody wants to be on the other side, let them all be there. What is my own?
Well,
It's not my headache.
okay. I don't want to live in a society where people like yourself think because they are done having children, then it should be a zoo in that regards,
So what do
whereby
you want?
children can be
What do you
abused.
want me
Hold
to
on,
do?
children can be abused,
You
and
want me to go
anything
to
goes.
Sacramento? You
See,
want me to go to
see,
Sacramento and go and carry a
can do.
placard?
We have to disabuse ourselves from this notion that because something does not affect me directly,
No,
it's
that's
more like an
not what I'm
African
saying.
mentality. It
That
something
is
doesn't
not what I'm
affect me
saying.
directly, therefore I should not care about it. I don't
No, I
subscribe
didn't
to
say
that.
I don't care.
Well,
If the people,
essentially, that's what
if
you're saying. Essentially,
look,
that's what you're
if
saying.
if the people in California or any other state or New Mexico decide that they want to pass a bill, if you or myself or anybody else thinks that that bill should not be passed, and you put together a coalition to try and defeat it, if they pass it, what am I going to do?
Mm.
I mean,
Prince,
what am I
I
going to
don't
do?
I I don't have issues with liberals, the traditional liberals. Is the issue I have is that they've allowed the progressive wing of their party take them so far right that is even making them look like like conservatives. They've gone so the progressive wing, the Dewali group, who they are. It's not here now, so I won't talk about. So the Dewali group in the Democratic Party, they've taken the party so far right that is making the liberal ones look sound like a conservative. That is what Elon Musk said. I remember when he had that post where it was like a drawing, like a cartoon, where he was a Democrat, but that the party swung so far left is making him look like a Republican now.
Babati,
That's
Babati,
one of the issues. Yeah,
Babati,
yeah.
I can't believe that you are
The
joining.
progressive. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the
I can't
name. I
believe
know.
you are joining Prince Daddy in this right wing conservative
Right wing what?
Q Q
I am
Q and
not
on
right wing. No, no,
Q
no,
and on
no.
Q and
Hold
on
on. Let's make this
conspiracy
correction very clear.
propaganda.
Hold on. I'm not MAGA.
I'm not saying
I
you're
am.
right wing.
I am
I'm
a
not saying you're right
conservative
wing.
in the middle, Republican. I
I'm not
am.
saying you are right wing.
So
I'm
I'm not
saying you are
on the
joining
extreme end now.
Prince Daddy this morning to carry this
I'm liberal on social issue, bro. I'm very
right
liberal on
wing
social issues.
propaganda.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
look,
liberal on social issues. I'm just not that liberal to the point where I'm going to go that extreme. That's the difference.
the same people that preaches freedom. The only freedom they want is freedom to be able to go into people's
Okay,
home
go
to
ahead. Make your point. I don't know
invade
what
people's
Akim is.
privacy.
Akim, what's your
When
point?
Elon Musk was granting the interview, or did he not say that he had to give consent? Or did anybody put gun to his head to give consent for his son to be able to transition? That was his own personal decision, and he said he was lied to. Well, who lied to you? If it's something
Well,
that
see,
you don't like,
I can't. There's some things that are sensitive. Okay,
if
especially.
he say he doesn't like it, it doesn't. There's no way you're going to say they lied to you. You don't have to
Well, they lied
accept.
to him. He has no reason
And
to
that's
lie
why I
about
asked,
being lied to.
where were the parents of this child?
There's no
Okay,
Because
amount of
you are the parent. You are the parent, not the school.
there's no amount
no,
of lie
okay.
they will lie to you. He made it sure to sign for his child to transition. So why is he not coming
No,
out and saying, "Oh, they
he
lied to
did
me"?
that. I don't think so. I don't think so. Don't come with
with
fake news. Don't come with fake news.
with all of his brains,
Yeah,
Tesla, with all of
making
his
cars,
No,
and he couldn't make a
he can
decision.
no,
Then
not
now
just
he's
cars.
turning it around.
He has the brain to do everything else. He doesn't have the brain to raise his child.
No,
Please.
Well,
because
if I were you, can do, I would not be
Yes.
that quick to condemn or demonize a
I'm
man
not
for that
demonizing
reason.
anybody. I'm not
It's
demonizing
Well,
public
that's
anybody.
document.
exactly what you're doing.
I don't need
So,
to see the interview or
it,
listen to any foolishness.
no,
The
I saw the interview.
Nintendo,
The man
the,
made a
the,
decision because
the
of for
Nintendo,
political convenience.
the
For
Nintendo
political convenience, he has not
is
come
not
out
the
to say, "Oh,
guy.
he was lied to."
The Nintendo, because you want to go and raise
The
whatever
man,
light, you want to be a
okay, the man
physicist.
was lied
You
to.
want,
Say one
he
thing
was
I
lied to.
realized about liberals and
Jesus.
progressives like Akim and Ken do is that you guys are unable to separate, your feelings from real issues. What happened to Elon Musk could have happened to anyone. It's
No,
not
it's
a
not
good
true.